Do I lose myself in it? This rides and games are making me so sad. Oh, I better go. Yeah!
PUBG Mobile Venom. The last dance is here. In this collaboration, you'll get to enjoy a bunch of fun gameplay, including Black Symbiote Clusters, the Black Symbiote Arm, and Black Symbiote Warhorse. Let's check them out. From October 18th to November 10th, you'll encounter Black Symbiote Clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Livik, and Miramar. Near them, you have a chance of picking up a Black Symbiote Arm or coming across a Black Symbiote Warhorse. They offer great advantages, giving you more options in matches. Let's start with the Black Symbiote Arm. With it, you can aim at buildings, the ground, trees, or other fixed landmarks to get around faster and reach your destination. If you aim at a moving target instead, such as an airdrop crate or even another player, it will pull the target towards you, so you can always be on the offense. To travel long distances swiftly, use the Black Symbiote Arm to anchor to the ground and hurtle yourself forward. You'll be covering ground in no time. Furthermore, the Black Symbiote Arm can transform any regular horse or Bloodfire Warhorse you come across into a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Mount the Black Symbiote Warhorse, and you'll find yourself wielding a Black Symbiote Lance, which can be used to deal close-range attacks from atop the horse. At the same time, you can toss the Black Symbiote Lance to ensnare targets within a reasonable distance. While it doesn't do much damage, it's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage. Oh, and during the collaboration, Venom himself will appear in-game by showing up prior to jumping. On top of that, follow the in-game collaboration themed event for a chance to get a Venom The Last Dance avatar, avatar frame, parachute, and home items. Join us in PUBG Mobile and check out the Venom The Last Dance collaboration with your teammates. Become the ultimate duo.
Eu sei que muitos times querem nos desafiar, mas não é fácil. Grupo Amarelo, tenha cuidado.
Alpha 7? I know they think they will dominate this group, but we are here to prove them wrong. We are going to give them a hard time.
DRS ले एकचोटि अल्फा 7 लाई हराइ पनि सकेको र नेपालको लागि ग्लोबल स्टेजमा सेकेन्ड पनि ल्याएर आएको तर यो चोटि नेपालको लागि फोर स्पोर्ट्स ल्याउनेछ ट्रफी.
Kali ini aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena
I had questions.
Na verdade, não achamos que outras equipes podem nos desafiar. Acho que nossos maiores rivais é a gente mesmo, porque a gente sabe que se a gente perder é só pra gente mesmo, mas a gente trabalhou muito e se Deus quiser vai sair campeão desse grupo. Os torneios que entramos, nós vencemos. E só falta o troféu da PMGC, e esse é indispensável.
I think Alpha 7 is our biggest rivals. Don't be overconfident because we're playing in this group. 2 times I missed qualifying to the Grand Finals, but this year I will not.
सबैलाई लागिरहेछ कि हामी ग्रुप अफ डेथमा पर्यौं भनेर तिनीहरूलाई के थाहा छैन भन्दाखेरि हामी परेर यो ग्रुपलाई ग्रुप अफ डेथ भनिएको हो. हाम्रो योपालि एउटा मात्र लक्ष्य हो जुन चाहिँ DRS र अल्फा 7 लाई बिट गर्न हो र नेपालको लागि जित ल्याउन हो.
aku bakal bilang itu Alpha 7, pesan aku untuk mereka ya good luck have fun aja sih. Aku udah sering lewatin namanya kegagalan, kekalahan, dan dari kekalahan itu akan ngebuat diri aku menjadi semakin lebih kuat. Kali ini aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena
London is red! The biggest opponent is Alpha 7. May the best win! I come, I see and I conquer.
Nepal's warriors show no fear. Alpha 7, bring the battle.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans! The 2024 PMGC is kicking off with Group Yellow on October 31st. In the first week of the 2024 PMGC group stage, 16 teams in Group Yellow will battle to secure a spot in the top 3, guaranteeing a place in the Grand Finals in London. Meanwhile, those who place 4th through 11th will move on to the survival stage, while those finishing 12th through 16th will be eliminated immediately. Dubbed the Group of Death by casters and fans, this lineup includes fierce competitors. Alpha 7 Esports, Xavier, and Vampire Esports are ranked in the power rankings top 10 globally, while Alpha 7 Esports, Bigatron Knights, and Vampire Esports are world champions. Group Yellow promises intense battles ahead.
And rest on their throne, ladies and gentlemen, PMGC champions, Alpha 7 Esports!
Alpha 7 Esports is currently ranked number 1 in the power rankings. They've recently proven themselves to be one of the best by becoming the grand champions of the 2024 PMWC. But after only finishing 3rd in the last 2 PMGCs, can they defend their position as the number 1 kings in the power rankings? Bigatron Knights were the first ever PUBG MOBILE Global Champions, bringing pride and joy to Indonesia. But despite qualifying for PMGC 5 times in a row, they haven't reached the PMGC Grand Finals since 2020. On top of that, Zuxi will be competing without his twin brother Luxi this time. Can Bigatron Knights make a comeback this year? Twisted Minds is making their PMGC debut. Their roster is joined by Lord, a 4-time PMGC participant, as well as Coops, the MVP of both EMEA and America's regional tournaments. Since 2021, no other Middle Eastern team has managed to reach the Grand Finals since Stigma Galaxy. Could Twisted Minds become the second ever Middle Eastern team to do so? Nepal's rising star, Aura Esports, have only been founded a year ago, but they have been steadily improving, from reaching 14th in the PMGO preliminary stage, 13th in the PMSL CSA Spring, 6th in the PMSL CSA Fall, to being first in the 2024 PUBG Mobile Campus Clutch Nepal. However, they've been thrown into the group of death. Will they survive? Will we see their biggest breakthrough yet? With so many hungry teams in the group, can anyone take down the reigning champion of Alpha 7, or will an underdog surprise us with a breakout performance? Tune in to the PUBG Mobile Esports channels and find out in the first week of the 2024 PMGC group stage, from October 31st until November 3rd at 10:25 UTC+0. Who will be the top 3 teams advancing to the Grand Finals? This is a showdown you don't want to miss.
Não? Troca aí, nem não.
हामीलाई चाहिँ फर्स्ट राख्नु
Going home early
Alright.
because Halo guys, nama aku Satar dari tim Bigetron Night.
Nama aku Zuxi dari tim Bigetron Knights.
Hello, I'm Lord.
I'm Coops from Twisted Minds.
Salve galera, eu sou o Revo. E rapaziada, eu sou o Mafioso.
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई मेरो नाम मलिक कार्की हो
म चाहिँ आकाश राई हो र म टिम होर स्पोर्ट्सको प्लेयर हो
र आज हामी ग्रुप येल्लोको 2024 PMGC प्रेडिक्सन गर्न जाँदैछौँ
Dimulai dari saya. Oh, dari saya. Bigetron. Gimana? Lewat. Nomor 1. Di sini.
Udah nggak ada ininya lagi ya? Apa bintang lagi ya?
Ya udah nggak mau di atas. Udah jelas saya Bigetron, kenapa Bigetron?
Like we still have better teams in our group.
Você concorda, parceiro?
Concordo com você.
6 मा
I have respect for them, that's why in 6th.
D Xavier, they're underrated, but I don't think they're good enough to be top 3. So I'll put them as 4.
Yeah.
Kayak top 4.
No, quinto. Eles brigam também pelo top 3.
Então beleza.
DX लाई 4 मा राख्दिने
राम्रो खेल्छ यिनीहरू.
Vampire Esports. They're one of the best teams on the world, so I think I'll go for first.
Iya, kayak lumayan. Empire.
Segundo, porque eles é bom.
2 times WI champion.
Okay, and now Twisted Minds. I would go for third.
Why?
Better teams in our group, but I think we can manage to qualify to Grand Finals.
Sixth?
É, sexta é uma posição justa. Mas acho que briga também pelo top 3.
Twisted main region MENA. Ya pokoknya tapi dia jago. Tapi nggak konsisten, selalu nggak konsisten di PMGC. 10.
9 kayaknya.
Oke, kita taruh di 9.
Oh, यसलाई कहाँ राख्ने यिनीहरू पनि च्याम्पियन होइन? माथि राख्ने है?
Top 3.
Top 3.
Nah ini nih yang dulu segrup sama kita, tapi lu belum main.
Major Pride.
Ya, cuman rosternya ada beda nih.
Iya, rosternya beda.
Menurut gua sih di 10 sih.
10 ya.
9th लाई
Oh, किनभने
हामीलाई चाहिँ फर्स्ट राख्नु हामी फर्स्ट हुने हो जितेर भने
योपालि फर्स्ट हुने हो त्यही भएर.
I think they'll be going home early.
Alright.
Because
Não? Troca aí, né? Não.
é verdade. Que tem lugar reservado.
É.
14º.
Loops. Acho que eles têm chance de brigar pelo top 5 também.
É, sobrou só o 8º, hein?
Não, acho que eu tiro a DX. Não, eu tiro
Tira MP.
tiro MP, coloco MP em 11º. Vou colocar em 11º. Colocar Loops.
Ai.
Acho que esse time aqui tudo vai brigar pelo top 5.
E o campeão do grupo amarelo?
Não, for sure.
A gente.
Taruh.
Udah pasti lah ini. Nah, nggak bisa diragukan lagi.
Apa 7?
Tim yang paling konsisten lah sih.
Iya, gila.
Alpha 7.
Oh,
World champions, bro. Of course they're gonna
course.
qualify.
yep.
Alpha 7.
Second.
Esse daqui é lá embaixo.
Mais pra baixo.
Voltamos pro Brasil.
Inco.
Ok.
Yeah.
Nggak ada yang mau diganti?
Enggak, kurang lebih gini lah.
Ya kurang lebih gini lah.
Dah, deal?
Deal?
Deal.
Bom, galera, agora a gente vai falar um pouco sobre os times que a gente colocou aqui. Bom, a gente colocou a gente mesmo primeiro, porque a gente sabe que a gente é o time mais preparado. É o time que mais... Tenho certeza que é o time que mais merece estar aqui. E fala um pouquinho sobre a Vampire aí, meu filho.
A Vampire é um time muito consistente, eles estão em todos os campeonatos mundiais. Então ele só fica atrás da gente mesmo.
यो चाहिँ हाम्रो फाइनल प्रेडिक्सन रहेको छ र हामीले किन हामीलाई फर्स्टमा राखेको भन्दा किनभने म आफूभन्दा माथि कुनै टिमलाई पनि देख्दिनँ.
We put Vampire, DX, and BTR all in the top 5 because Southeast Asia, they're all strong teams. And I think they're the strongest region right now in the world.
It's not misconfidence. I think it's about reality. Like the both teams are better than us.
Oke teman-teman, kira-kira ini PMGC prediction dari kami. Kira-kira seperti itu.
Valeu.
Valeu!
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field. We need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. There, even at the lowest, and nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of our world shadow the darkness above. Glory, never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League Stage 2024. Yesterday, day one for Group Yellow was absolutely exciting. We have some strong performances. Talking about some strong performances, I'm just gonna stay here so we can be the exact same height because Jason keeps making fun of me. Kitsune from Team Spirit, what has been the biggest change that you guys have made from PMWC?
So the biggest change for us was, of course, the roster change, since we had some issues with the player roles in the game, you know, and players didn't fit them. So we had to add like a new player, Matic, and he perfectly fitted the team. And I think that was a major upgrade for the team. And now we feel pretty confident in what we do, in our like game style. So I'm pretty satisfied with it.
I would be too, sitting in second place. Tell me about that strong start yesterday. You guys got a win, and on top of that, you guys got 2 games with more than 10 eliminations.
Basically, we just had a plan about the games today, but first game was really tough since RSG just took our positions, our defaults. So we had to figure out something new, and it didn't work. We managed to stick to our plan later in the next game, and games were pretty easy since we just did what we always do. And I think we just need to stick to the plan, you know, not changing anything, just analyzing what we can do better, just improving bit by bit, you know.
Well, hey, top 3 is the goal. You're currently in second place. Hope you guys make it to the Grand Finals. Kitsune from Team Spirit. Now you can see the actual real height. Now, I was talking about how we had some strong performances. We actually had some new rivalries being forged between Inco Gaming and Bigatron. Those teams were able to fight against each other 3 times out of the 6 times. So you know what? I think it's only fair that I sit with a man that I have known since he was 16 years old. None other than Suxy. Suxy, are you guys gonna be changing anything to stop fighting Inco Gaming?
apakah bakal ada perubahan daripada sisi strategi karena sering ketemu Inko di in-game?
Kita nggak akan banyak ngubah strategi untuk hari ini. Kita cuma main aja dan tentu saja kita akan memulangkan Inko ke Brazil.
Okay, so basically, we don't really gonna change our strategy during in-game. Whenever we gonna fight with Inko, we just gonna fight with Inko Gaming. But then, what I believe is, I'm really confident that we're gonna send Inko back to Brazil.
Ooh, all right. Some fighting words. That's what I love to hear, and that's why I love Bigatron from Indonesia, Indo Pride. But you know what? Enough talking. Let's get started with day 2 of PMGC.
You know what, Seven? I'll give you that. That was good. The one time you're as tall as any player that plays PUBG Mobile, even the ones who are about 5 years old. But we are here, ready to go for our second day of Group Yellow at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024. And of course, I'm once again joined by the pilot, the man with the voice, Hot Jukes, and of course, the man who can turn anything from a monster into a delicious delicacy, Maxman.
I am a professional cook, okay? You let me cook long enough, I can make anything into a great banana bread, okay? But you know what? I can't make PMGC in the banana bread. That's a weird transition. I'm excited for today, so let's go.
I mean, it's Group Yellow. Bananas are yellow.
I can make Group Yellow for banana bread. Well, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, well, obviously, it's been a very interesting day one, I think, is what we should say, because we had a couple of teams do much better than ever expected, but then obviously towards the second half of the day we start to see like the normal teams that we expected to be towards the top of the table. So let's start things off maybe discussing a quick little recap of yesterday, because Major Pride, currently sitting in first place at the moment, was completely unexpected here, Max.
The eliminations they brought on board here, Jason, they were just completely shredding it. I was looking back at some of the games at the map feed in particular, looking what was happening. There were some circles where I feel like it was just forcing teams their direction, and they just had such strong defensive positions. They would just obliterate all the teams going in their vicinity. Now, Jukes, the thing is, if they don't get circles, is that going to happen again? I really want to see how they're going to perform if the circles are not quite favorable for them to get those eliminations.
I mean, that's a great point, right? At the same time, though, right, when you get those circles, you got to perform, right? Yeah. And Major Pride did against this level of lobby. I can't understate how crazy that is. 62 total points. That's an average of 10 a game. That is just like literally any coach's dream start, right? So, I mean, if you're Major Pride, yeah, you want to replicate what you did yesterday, but it's not guaranteed if you don't get those zones, right, Jason? So, I mean, I do agree with Max. We do want to see them put up some points regardless of whatever happens when it comes to circles.
Speaking of putting up points, Twisted Minds there in last place at the moment. The first team we've seen to make a change in the middle of the day. They are struggling, but again, I would imagine with a team that does have the caliber of players on the roster, they're going to come back much stronger here day 2, whereas some teams are a little bit worried if they can maintain the pace that they did set up in day 1. And speaking of pace, we can see here Bigatron Inko. Was that Zuxi saying he's going to send Inko back to Brazil? Because let's be fair, they kind of did.
Yeah, and they're going to keep doing it today. I think BTR, I mean, look at the eliminations alone here, Hodrix, 28 to 16. And we also got the damage stats, not visible here, but pretty much, yeah, BTR that has an extra 2,000 damage compared to Inko. So, like, they're fighting more, they're winning more fights right now. A lot of those fights are happening between BTR and Inko. So, right now, if a team would have to stop the fights early on, Hodrix, it would have to be Inko, realistically.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. I mean, Inko is performing solid. I mean, at least compared to what we saw in PMSL. I was looking at some of the stats for PMSL, and their day 1 performance during that tournament was only 14 points, right? So they got from 14 to 26. Point day, though? Hey. That means they might as well been, right? Because, I mean, that's a totally different lobby compared to this one. So the fact that they're performing better off the rip against this style of lobby, I mean, it's a good sign at least, right?
Well, of course, they got the one, the only Hot Jukes there to support them, right?
That's right.
It gives it a little bit of a boost. Of course, if Maxman supports you, it's the opposite of a boost. It's more of a curse. But yeah, obviously, like hot dropping, we've had our fair share of it in CSA, Max. We know Inko can be hard-headed. What's your quick take? Do you think we're still going to see hot drops today between them and BTR?
Oh yeah, they're both Super
yeah.
stubborn. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is happening, Jason. Do I like it? No, it's horrible. I hate it. But you know what? At least it gives something to Blank and John to talk about during the games in the start of the match. So you know what?
True.
In that sense, it's entertainment. Does it make sense? No, I find it to be very bad. But you know, they're gonna keep doing it. It's very bad. Yes.
Well, you know, it's the opposite of very bad, very good. And one thing that is very good about the show here for all the players as well is the fact that we've had the Infinix GT20 Pro being the sponsor here at PMGC 2024, the official smartphone provider. And we got it from the kitchen. I'm surprised. But the fact is, I think the greatest thing about this is has also been the official sponsor the entire year long, right? So thinking back to PMSLs, thinking back to PMWC, like this is a phone that all the players have been able to use for quite a long time now. And if you want to play like a pro, you can pick one up for yourself. But also, while you pick one up, make sure you check out all of our social media channels as well here over at PUBG Mobile, whether it's on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, or TikTok. And speaking of PUBG Mobile Esports, we still have tickets left for the finals, kicking off on the 6th of December to the 8th of December. And if you get one of these, you can actually get a free draw for some PMGC 2024 skins, not to mention to be entered into some events that are live at the venue. And you have a chance to meet Hot Jukes and wax his beard for him. As we did here before, he put the bet that Inc. are going to be top 3. So I'm excited to do that if we're there. And you know as hell, I'm going to have a lot of fun ripping every single one of those hairs off of his face. But our teams to focus, we should maybe look at here. I'm not going to start things off this time. Let's start off with you, Hot Jukes. You have Major Pride, BTR, and Alpha 7. Why'd you pick these 3 teams?
I mean, it's obvious, right? Major Pride obviously just went crazy for the entire day off the rip. So, I mean, there's no doubt you got to put them at least on your list. When it comes to Alpha 7, we saw them heat up in Miramar. You know, Miramar is where they like to just hang out and make it happen. Yeah, that comeback was crazy. So, it just goes to show that, hey, in these future days, you know they're going to come out strong. Hopefully, we can even see that today. And then BTR, right? BTR starting to look a little bit like the BTR of old, right? I mean, I'll take it. I like to see that
I think
performance.
my dog could only hear that. Hot Jukes.
That's right. That's right. Because, I mean, at this point, it's shocking that I have to even say that, but in that kind of way. But, I mean, BTR are performing solid. I want to see them hash this thing out with Inco.
Okay, and then Max, I believe you had Spirit there, the only person to put Spirit in your top 3. Why'd you go for Spirit?
Because it feels good to see Team Spirit back to performing well on the global stage. Of course, it's been a day, you know, we want to see that continue, hopefully. But like Nomi in particular, such a standout player. I think it's about time that he gets an MVP title globally. I think we are reaching that point. I was talking to Blank a little bit earlier about Nomi. He is still, you know, a bit split. He's pulling the Matic Classic, but it's going to be the Nomi specially. I don't know how to make it rhyme, but he is still a little bit split from the team. But regardless of that, he's still bringing the points on board. Just be careful because, as we saw, Hot Jukes, the Alpha 7s, the Vampires, the BTRs, they're heating up. So if you're split and one of those teams come your way, you know you're going to have a bad time.
For sure. I mean, we saw yesterday too, a lot of the play. I mean, especially like off the rip in Stanhawk, the zone went south and every single team that landed there is the team that performed at the top, right? So you have to utilize your opportunities, especially early on, because you know, these teams, these team spirits, Alpha 7s, they're gonna get more warm as time goes on, right? They're gonna get more vicious. So if you have that opportunity to put some points on the board really quickly, yeah, might as well do it. But Twisted Minds,
well, yeah,
honestly,
Rob's is back.
we should all pick this team today because we definitely need to keep an eye on these guys, Jason.
Yeah, and we saw that Rob's got taken out. I think that was after match 3, I want to say. I'm not 100% sure on that. We saw Freak come in, but he's going to be back in the lineup here. And honestly, they need to figure out some sort of way back into this, because if they have another bad day, it's going to be pretty much a death sentence for them to try to get into top 11. Now, you can kiss top 3 goodbye for sure if you have a bad day today. If you're them, top 11 is going to be a little bit more difficult as the days go on here. And I don't necessarily know what it is. Like, they have the caliber of players. They have Coops. Like,
I know.
One of the most dominant NA players we've ever seen come out of the region. But they're not really hitting what they need to.
I think I know what's going on. I was chatting with some people, some analysts and coaches in the back in like some of our cool Instagram groups. Do we have discussions happening over there? And I didn't even really think about it in retrospect, but some Twisted Minds are like renowned IGL fraggers. And I think that when we're looking at the games, right, Jukes, especially looking back on some of the map feeds from yesterday, it does seem like there's a big lack of direction. Like, we're seeing these weird splits because maybe players like are just so confident in their fragging capabilities, which of course they are great when it comes to taking fights, but maybe a little bit overconfident at time, taking off these splits, and again, no real big name IGL on the squad. So I think that's where they really are struggling here. So we need to see a good direction for this team going forward.
Yeah, for sure. We need to see just like one crazy pop-off game. Might as well see it in the Sandhawk coming up right now, because I mean, well, actually,
no, it's Sandhawk. No, it's
yeah, it's
Sandhawk.
Sandhawk. Yeah, okay, I understand. I got a little confused for a second. No, but yeah, when it comes to Sandhawk, you know, that's a map where things are going to get unpredictable. We talked about this a lot, right? If you get that circle, you got to perform good. And I think Twisted Minds, they kind of need that. They need a little bit of that favor just to kind of get that momentum going. Well, you know what I'm saying?
They had a good rotation, right? They came in and got on the west side of the Southwest Island. But once they got in that position, it's like they just sat there till they died. They didn't really make any plays off the back of that. Maybe that goes back to what Max was saying about not really having that strong in-game leader to help lead the charge for your team. Because honestly, you can't come into a PMGC with just 4 fraggers. You need to have that smart-minded player who also can be a fragger, especially if we look in the likes of Doc, who we'll be seeing in the next group. A lot of in-game leaders these days can frag out and are kind of required to be able to frag out.
Yeah, I'm not just thinking about that botation game, Jason, to be honest. I'm thinking at the Quarry finish, we had southeast of Quarry on Erangel. I think that game, they had such a good position and they got split, and I think they lost a player or two to Hoxie from MSJ that just wrapped up behind them, and it didn't seem like there was any synergy at that point in time. Again, this team has so much potential, but we need someone to take the lead when it comes to this team, right? And we need someone to call the shots, and they need to all follow that kind of IGLing. If that happens, Jukes, they can destroy every team in this lobby for sure, but they need to have a plan today.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, it's kind of crazy to watch though, because I mean, yeah, that boatate, it was sick. That if you're an IGL, that's a great call, right? They got to a great spot in Sandhawk, but they're just losing fights. So, I mean, when it comes to rotations, there's definitely some room, I think, for improvement. But I think when it comes down to just old school fight IGLing, we need to see some work on that, because they're losing a lot of fights I think they should have won pretty easily, Jason.
Yeah, and I kind of our attention to another, and actually for me, it's standout teams of Group Yellow so far. A team I honestly did not expect, considering they qualified like a week or two in this event from the Pro Series, have been strong. Currently being in seats, they had 2 seconds. Limbs, too bad, right? They had the second 9, and his finish was 7. But I feel like for me, Max, this is one of the surprise teams coming.
Yeah, because have a team sometimes has never played Globe. Some of the players have, but like this squad this is a first time for them, and they impressed me. They are playing the exact same playstyle they had back in their home region in PMPS. The main issue that I had, and this is also something that was happening back in PMPS, Jason, which is they get in these late game scenarios, they can frag out, they can bring home 10, 15 eliminations, but like we saw versus Vampire in the northern fields of Quarry, they struggle to wrap up the game. There's like little minute mistakes that teams like Vampire are so eager to punish, and that's something MSJ needs to be so careful about. So just a little change. Though, Hodrix, can we forget about the San Martin rotation in Miramar?
What San Martin rotation?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What San Martin that never happened.
Yeah, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. And that's the thing, is that, you know, like there's so many different factors. You know, like sometimes you get player fatigue, and the IGLs just kind of make a call that's just so bold to try to win the game, and they just get absolutely obliterated, you know?
Yeah.
But when it comes to Mir and Sejong, right, I think you're totally right. Like they're one of those teams that definitely need to kind of focus on that end game execution. I think that's why Major Pride's performance was so impressive to me, right? Because I mean, when it comes to like what you should do in end game fights, I mean, they put on a clinic, Jason. I mean, they didn't make hardly any mistakes at all when they got those opportunities,
which is blowing my mind considering CSA they made so many mistakes almost every single time when they got into late game. If they ever got into late game is the key thing there, Max.
Yeah, I mean, they would just go for these weird splits, like, why are you doing that? You could win the game, and then they would not win the game. But you know what? They got a win on the very first match. But we did have that big question yesterday, Jason, at the end of the show, which is, can we see Major Pride continue that domination of yesterday going into day 2? If that can happen, that'll be a big surprise, but it's going to be a rough day 2 because other teams are ready to step up.
Exactly. It's going to be a rough day for a lot of these teams if you did not prepare over the course of the night. And of course, today, as we are going to load into our first Battleground, our first match here of day 2 of Group Yellow. So let's throw it over to our commentators to kick us off with John, Allen, and Blink once again.
And we are back for some more PUBG Mobile action here at the PMGC. Group Yellow has been some interesting development over the course of yesterday, and we are going to be looking forward to what we've got in store today. over the jungle we go from docks to Camp Alpha.
Back in the locale of the jungle. Happy days for all of us here at PMGC in the group stages as we're heading up towards Camp Alpha, as you said before, John. Always like to kick it off here with a Sandhawk. Always a lot of fun to watch in terms of the plays and the action that does come on through. A lot of talking points made over on the desk there in terms of what kind of teams are going to step up. We had Inco versus BTR as well in terms of that almost hard-headed nature coming through from Inco of just kind of brute force at times, which is you know, didn't work out too terribly, and it was actually Bro Harame deciding, let's leave, not worth it for us. Harame, bro.
I mean, it's so devastating for them. We've had to actually separate BTR and Inco to opposite ends of the map here on Sandhawk. We got Inco over on towards Cave, BTR all the way up in Camp Alpha, so they aren't going to meet for quite a while, you'd hope.
You would, and with that kind of circle, it does look like it's more leaning up towards the Northwest Island, in which case Vampires in Hattin, fairly pleased with that. No one currently playing the Northwest Mountain, so no early drops there. That does give opportunity for both BTR as well as Vampires to take a crack at that one if they might like towards the early portions of this game. Likely more or less looking at a stage 2 decision on that one though, I'd say, John, rather than
definitely
going too early
for them to just make. Okay, all right, we're sorted out. We'll go again. But Genfos over on that east side, I think, could maybe slow the Vampires down on making that rotation.
I just wasn't finished.
I thought you said John. That means I start talk.
Oh, I see.
Maybe
I was just, you know, it wasn't a signal that I think we had predetermined.
No, you're right.
I'll stop saying your name though. But RSG, on the other hand, taking down TV Spirit, John. Then
no, wait. No, RSG do find an elimination over towards Team Spirit, which is pretty dastardly. I mean, this is a position that they've suffered from a lot in the past, Blank, in this boot camp drop location for Team Spirit. They play on this area. One of their players gets picked off. They get a little bit too extended with that split drop. A team like RSG comes on in and takes down that off angle, and then they're playing as 3, and it's basically donezo from a rotation like this where everybody is going to be focused on the south area of boot camp towards that trifecta compound rotation position. It just makes Team Spirit's game next to impossible.
Yeah, and guess who it is? Mr. Nomi. I think Mr. Maxman was trying to figure out what the Matic classic of Nomi was, and I'm going to go with the Nomi Foley. It's a bit of a problem for him over on that side of things. Again, you get it. I have kind of butchered Foley, but there you go. I could go for Nomi Foley, but
that's even worse.
That doesn't have the same kind of impact. But yeah, for Team Spirit, it really does suck losing Nomi kind of early like this. Again, though, there is some interesting factors around here. I think you mentioned it as well. It's something they suffered from in the past. Though I think this is more a case of playing in boot camp. Yesterday, everyone was fairly comfortable with their drop spots, didn't do anything too crazy on that side of things. But you can get caught off guard if you just kind of hang around in boot camp, don't make too many extra plays. Get yourself back up to that tree, lad. Going down soon. Teams are going to start to encroach over towards the position, especially RSG. You can quickly make a maneuver up towards that northern side. They realized that Team Spirit was playing very safe in the early game. That's a very good adjustment from yesterday coming through from RSG. Big fan of that.
In general, what we have seen from Team Spirit in the past is rotating up north and going for a swim across to the Northwestern Island when it comes to these Northwest Island rotations, right? And DXavian now cutting that off. They slowed down with RSG's pickoff, and they are now continuing to try and go for that strategy here, getting across the water, but they are fish, and Lamborghini spotted the barrel. It's not a good time for them. And a turnaround for Kitsune. Matic as well seems to have thought better of his approach to the headland.
Yeah, unless there's a nade here from Effect that takes down Lamborghini, I think the game actually does end here for Team Spirit. And with that not hitting, yeah, this should be Team Spirit 16th place. I don't think it's really possible for them to get out of this situation too easily. Again, when I look at Team Spirit here, you do somewhat feel sorry for them. The fact they have been ganged up on by 3 teams, let's be frank, with De Muerte as well as RSG and now DXavier. It's a rough position to be in. I think all teams basically have the same idea that we can kind of cut off Team Spirit nice and early here. It is interesting that DXavier doesn't go for this northern rotate up towards Hatin as opposed to going for this one. It's massively clumped over on this south side. It's a miracle that Matic's got across here, by the way.
Yeah, he's actually managed to make landfall. I mean, he retreated out of those sight lines, got around that little curve of the headland there. It's not ideal, but they will take what they can get and actually maybe give themselves an opportunity to get a full swim going across. If Effect can keep this pressure forwards, then allow the backstop duo to establish sightlines, he can start to go for the swim. That's what he's waiting for here. And you can see now Kitsune's on the dry land on the far side. Lamborghini, though, has broadside. He's completely exposed to this angle, somehow dodging through the hail of bullets, but Matic not so lucky. Gets taken down in the meantime, and now that's just going to make things so hard. That's RSG taking another from Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's just rough. It's really rough right now for Team Spirit. Again, I'm not entirely unhappy with Team Spirit's play here. I think they get caught off guard. It's one thing to be like, right, RSG is going to assault us from the south side. We can maybe make some changes for that in future. It's another thing to cut east as well. David on that north. Yeah, I but for tomorrow, they'll be changing.
I feel it may have been doing their homework here, right? You look at what Team Spirit are doing in boot camp. You know that your drop spot's close by. Okay, they normal swim. Let's just move early on a Northwest Island shift. This seems like a set play from DXavier to just cut Team Spirit out here, and it absolutely has worked, right? They play that backstop on the gang up against Team Spirit's position, and it leaves just Kitsune left alone. So I like DXavier's position here. I like their rotation. The difficulty that they'll face is getting across, but with Team Spirit gone, they can steal that rotation as well.
Fend off with our Team Spirit with this rotation towards conflict. Because there are so many teams playing on the south side of the map at the moment. With the south plane as well, it does make it tough, which is why they go for this water crossing in the first place. It's typically something they kind of want to go for either much earlier or tomorrow. What is more likely their play is to hold in boot camp for as long as possible and play an edge over towards that end game of his own 3, head up towards Hatim Bridge potentially, or make that crossing over towards one of these eastern compounds on the Northwest Island. That's all I can really see happening. It's very hard to play a Sandhawk when you've got 3 teams all bearing down on you from minute 4 in the match. So it's more likely you're just going to have to take yourself out of the game and force yourself to play what I would call a more awkward play style, which is that edge for a lobby that's quite center at the moment, but it's going to give you the chance that you need in these matches to head on forward. Mirren Sejong, me and Maxman were having a bit of a chin wag about this team earlier. John saying that, you know, their early game towards that mid to late, actually very good. Very, very impressed by them yesterday. They had a little bit of an unfortunate run-in over on Miramar, but other than that, you know, getting towards that late game, the splits they took, all looked fantastic. Looked at the level of a Grand Finals team. Unfortunately, the team fight is just not great.
A little bit of a close call for final there from Mirren Sejong, though, because all of Inco are on that southwest point. In the meantime, whilst Team Spirit have been struggling to extricate themselves from boot camp and doing so unsuccessfully, BTR have taken the top of the mountain on this northwest island. Vampire were not inclined to try and ascend. Twisted Minds actually looking to poke in towards the north edge as well after a transition across that north side. Major Pride currently hold a very strong position over this circle. They've got Elementrix on a flex out across to a compound to the south of that hilltop. Twisted Minds maybe looking to try and take it from him, but the rest of Major Pride have oversight on the bridge and all the river crossings. Major Pride right now set up to rack up a lot of eliminations if Elementrix can survive.
Yeah, Major Pride yesterday, they had a few games where the circle came over towards them, but not at such a lightning pace, where they could kind of play their position and not really wanted to take it off them in that early mid game. So they got a lot of presence that way. And I was sort of confused, you know, it's not a team that I expected to be up here in first place at the end of the day yesterday, yet they're able to hold on to that. My prediction is going to last, but if it does, it would be a pleasant surprise. In the meantime, Alpha 7 in this game, 55 stable position to overtake Team Spirit second place.
Big opportunity, but as it stands, outside RSG, they've managed to add 4 eliminations to their tank, almost all of them over the Spirit. Xavier, 2 out of it. They've been able to pick elsewhere. Xavier losing 1. And now the fight after a previous team up against Team Spirit. Friends turn to enemies as they will go blow for blow with one another. Across the bridge, Demuerte on the north side, going to probably be able to get rid of No Fear here. Oda with their last player alive, and that is a big shift for Major Pride on the circle. Again, this puts that compound down on the south edge where 2 of their players hold at a massive premium. But there are only 3 players. Elementrix regroups.
Yeah, Elementrix is going to give up that high ground. I mean, it's reasonable at this point in time. Like you say, he might have been able to hold it for a little bit longer here in stage 3. If they had the 4th player on side, they don't. So rather just go for a group up. Again, if we look at the map just a little bit, it sort of is telling right now where Horror is from No Fear from Horror is currently into Muerte. Why that engagement between Team Spirit, RSG, DXavier, as well as Demuerte was a bit of a weird one because there is so much space over towards this north side map. I typically massively expected DXavier to take that Hattin crossing after looking at some of the gameplay from yesterday, especially with South Plane. If you're DXavier, I'm like, Hattin crossing is kind of a given here. Should be a decent name. Does take him down eventually. So yeah, it was a curious one because I think now all 3 of these teams have put themselves in a precarious situation. I'm not trying to bail Team Spirit out. It's just a case of, I think they suffer because of some questionable decisions from these 3 teams. I think RSG is probably the only team that I was happy with their rotation, the decision they made, because there was an end goal in mind to head down to Confluence. They assumed that Team Spirit was making that crossing on the water. They took shots, they took advantage of it, but it was always a case to get to this on that southeast side. DXavier as well as Demuerte, their plans felt a little more loose, let's say.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I did kind of praise DXavier for
right, though. You are right.
DXavier did not quite capitalize on the opportunity to rotate across the water, though, right? After they've been able to take that position, they looked like they were going for a swim, but now they've transitioned to go down south instead of going to one of the compounds further up that coastline, which is currently available, right? And if DXavier had just gone for the dive, rotate, they may have just been able to get across nice and safely. So the next step after that initial, what I think is quite a strong move for DXavier, seems to be a misplay.
Yeah, there was kind of 2 options for them, right? It was either head up towards the north side and take Hattin Bridge, swing round Camp Alpha, or go for that crossing by the water where the shallows are. You can kind of just walk straight across. I think they get maybe too big for their boots here and take the task over towards. They don't have a position, but the sight lines over this bridge cross pretty get lucky on the sense that the circle does shift back down towards the south side, giving them more control over towards the north edge of ruins. But yeah, it's an interesting one. It's certainly interesting. I think this could have definitely gone very differently for a lot of teams at the moment. I think Demuerte did go out on that north side. They just stayed out there for a little bit too long. In the meantime, it is Horror with just a couple of their players left over in Camp Alpha. No one really playing alongside that one. I think if I was to play at the moment, probably would be really enjoy the position of the hold ground on that northeast side. With the shift in the circle, it looks to be even better. Is this a place where they can start to capitalize with the direct, start to take out some of the players that have been moving over this south bridge?
I would throw the mix for a strong position here as well. I feel like they have a lot of protection up towards the top of the hill with this next circle shift as well. They're kind of isolated. They have rotational opportunities to be able to get up to that northeast side if they need to and get towards Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds a lot further on the edge. This southwest side, though, is going to get hot now because MSJ are ahead. This is their transition phase out of the mid game. Let's see if they can make it work.
Yeah, again, I really like his rotations. I think they play set themselves. It's just those full-on brawls they just don't do very well in. Like when you're in an isolated chamber between them and another team, it gets a little bit rough for them. VTR taking down the last player there from RSG. Good pickoffs actually from the high ground. But yeah, for MSJ, when there's Inco as well as Vampires down towards the southwest side, this is certainly a position where they can kind of capitalize on those teams having to fight one another and them just having some little bit of impact, you know, getting a few words into the conversation here and there, be that a casualty or a bit of damage.
Yeah, it seems like BTR and DXavier acting a little bit symbiotically there to take down the remnants of RSG. Of course, you guys can get symbiotic with it as well with our Venom collaboration here in PUBG Mobile. You can play the game, go and watch the movie, have a great time with it. Hopefully these teams are having a great time with it too, as Alpha 7 try and cross over, not having such a great time here. They've been out on the edge for a long, long time, and they are the next to get caught up in the DRX net. Looks like McGrellin trying to get up onto try land, but it's not going to be easy. Another nade over towards Revo takes him to half HP.
Yeah, DRX has had a venomous bite down towards this south side, and they've been holding this bridge very strongly. I think for them it's been way easier because there were so many teams on this south side that they brutalized one another on the approach over towards the position. So DRX is realistically being the garbage men of the lobby at the moment. They are taking out the rubbish as the stragglers move their way in, and Alpha 7 just struggling. They had to wait so long to make this play in the first place. McGrellin in the water. Kaisei is currently just passing that information back over towards them right now as nades start to pour on through. Next circle on our screens very shortly. We'll see where this one does go, and it sent us up over towards Major Pride again. The Twisted Minds will have to leave that high ground. Likely will be a crash, and the difficulty now for Major Pride is there is going to be quite a few crashes. That compound right there does have the capability of holding two teams, and that's a scary prospect because there is multiple teams all in position to make that rotate in. Now, for Luke's as well as Twisted Minds, this is probably the perfect time to go for it whilst there's still teams fighting out on the edge and the blue hasn't started to push in yet. Both teams being quite passive right now, unwilling to make that approach for fear of the sightlines that surround the lobby.
Yeah, I don't think you can make that approach until BTR make the move. Maybe Vampire could still be where they are, but it's just such a difficult maneuver to make when everybody is looking out for you. Major Pride actually all moved down to the south edge of that compound, so they're giving up a lot of ground, but that, as you say, is very smart, intelligent play. Towards Inco, they're all behind the same rock. One of the right disaster, but it's not landing. Through a nice slip from Nenabetse, but there's the offhand as well. Inactive needs still towards DRX, but it is a wild way from the south side on the bridge down onto inactive. I'm sure struggling to make the approach despite some good openers to MSJ.
Again, for MSJ, perfect positioning, great holds. The sightlines were there, but they're unable to take the fight at all. And they crumble on approach. And again, this is a team that was inside a compound, John. Very odd to see here. Vitali, Farinko looking to go up against Vampires, where they will finally push him out. That's 3 elims. It's the team that started in Hatsin, so has had a bit of an easier time than other squads. Vampire very much enjoying playing this edge playstyle at the moment. Great pick off from Tony K. I don't think he quite got the knock on that, though, unfortunately, and Stunned will fall.
Vampire having a decent amount of control over this western side of the circle. DRX just able to stay out of it right now. They are the bridge trolls in this lobby. And on the north side, BTR finally having to descend from the high ground, and it's going well to start. Zuxi puts a second limb up on the board, doesn't have time to recontrol the buggy here. Satar swings around the side, but finds nothing. His team's already done the dirty, and that will be Twisted Minds out. BTR get away with it clean.
Yeah, it's a curious play from Doran. I can see it working out if he actually gets the rundown, but yeah, for Twisted Minds, not the ideal position. Again, this is what I was talking about with Loops. They took a knock, which is why their push was delayed, but they instantly send over towards this position. Maybe they spotted the cars rotating out. And it's a smart choice from Major Pride, because again, they know just as well as we do, that compound can hold two teams. They don't want to be facing a crash from two separate squads when a fight breaks out, because that's likely a position where it's like, look, we're on the edge here. Best we can do right now is to third party that engagement in the Loops compound. And again, the circle moves back down to Pride. So, cool look for Major Pride, but the rotation is a decision. You can't fault them for that.
They were able to do a little control out on the BTR. They may have won the fight with Twisted Minds, but the war rages on, and it looks like they are on the sharp end of the spear here. It's a real tough time to get away from this. You look at the cover that just... Well, in fact, you can't look at the cover because it just doesn't exist for BTR. It is a complete broadside their own, you're just not getting away from it. Opens up a lot of opportunity for Major Pride to keep control DRX to stay safe. And actually for DX Xavier, the remaining duo side to get a little more close and up to these groups of the remaining in the middle. Vitinho has gone down already.
I think he took a knock there from Vampires off on the distance. Good nade from Humbian. Take down one of the DXAV players. There was a slight slope down towards that eastern side where DXAV can play and kind of hold off those angles. Hyunbin will flush out Levi's as well. So now I think it is just a Detty left alive on that east side. This is a strange circle. It's not one you typically see here on Sandhawk, where it really does go down to the wire like this with 6 teams still alive at stage 7. This is very curious for a Sandhawk indeed. The circle once again favors over towards Major Pride on that northern edge. Great nade over towards Malik though.
A response from Ora maybe as they're able to put one back towards Loops, but they've got some players on the outside, meaning that they wouldn't all go down if it does manage to land. But the shots from Major Pride, they've just got such brilliant angles here to control the northern compound. And it's so hard to make this break. You have to go clear over a wall. There's no smoke cover that they've been able to lay down earlier on, and that is going to be curtains for them. Major Pride stay alive with 3 on the north side, and Vampire swing down to the south. In the meantime, Schweppes goes down first. A nade to find Hyunbin on the back lines, but there is still response. Tony K goes low, but doesn't get eliminated just yet. There's a lot of damage pouring their way, and their health bars are blinking right now. It's a terrible time for them, but somehow they're just surviving for a little bit longer. Tony K the last to go in, as DRX able to keep them at bay. 12 eliminations now for DRX on the south side, racking up that last one there. Not going to be the case because it goes to the play zone, and in the meantime Major Pride flexing out. They're going to take down the remnants of DX Xavier, and DRX will move in from the coastline, but Major Pride have so much control here. A nade over to the backlines, the re-knock onto Hyunbin. So is low, and they are crunched against the blue. The nades keep on coming through. The shotguns ringing out amongst the hills on the northwest island. Major Pride stand their ground. Nobody can move into their territory.
Elementary sort of just had this situation where it was like, I get the first pick, the second pick. I'm going for the. It was a very well played just from him. This is why each other so good on yesterday. It's still Major Pride versus a Korean team to finish. What was just a case of them push the compound, understand they need to take space and not just rest on the laurel. So again, yeah. Look involved, good decisions, and it's getting more and more difficult for me to be too presumptuous about Major Pride and their performance here at the PMGC group stage. Very much deserved that win. We'll see how they fare when a circle isn't on their side of things.
Yeah, they definitely still have a little bit more to prove, but right now they are clear ahead on the top of the table. So let's head back to the desk.
Major Pride, the kings of Sandhawk, it seems. They picked themselves up another chicken dinner in the first match of the day. That is 2 days in a row, and Major Pride defending that #1 position in the group. Someone pinch me. Am I sleeping? Because I never thought I'd be saying that, Max.
I feel like I have to apologize. I'm sorry, Major Pride. I didn't think it would continue today, but it is. With a chicken dinner and like double-digit illims too, Hodrix. I mean, they are popping off. And some people, I think, are going to say, oh, circle luck. They knew on phase 1 it was going to go Northwest Island. You send it instantly, and you got these strong compounds. You can hold on until the very late game.
Guys, there's only 4 of you playing. Why are you showing us 6 people? Get out of here.
Hey, bring them all out, dude. Bring out their celebrate.
We're 7-8, man, because this team, to say they'd be #1 at the moment in Group Yellow after 7 matches played is something that would have never have crossed my mind. But you got to give them credit, because not only are they making it to late game, they're making smart decisions here. And more importantly, Hotjuke, they're showing they can frag out, which is so tough to do at the caliber of team.
It's looking like major pain at this moment. I'm not kidding you. They're going around looking at all the other teams, making them do push-ups and screaming, 1, don't you look dumb. 2, look at you, dude. I mean, they punished all these rest of these squads.
I don't expect anyone to do more than 2 push-ups there.
That's all I can do, so yeah.
That's all you gotta do.
Oh man, Major Pride continuing their run. However, we did see some change-ups, right? I did want to hit on another team in particular, as you guys pointed out while we're watching, Inco. A boat take coming through, but Max, it did come back to bite them in the butt.
Yeah, because when you rotate, unfortunately, you're reducing your looting time by a significant amount. And we saw here this transition, especially Hodgix, we were talking about it as it was happening. They were trying to go get third-partied by teams like DRX, even Vampire just full send in the compound to clear the remaining players and take control of the western side. Good idea for Inco, but when you don't have the loot to back up a play, you're going to struggle.
Well, I don't even think they needed the loot. That's the problem, is I think they could have pushed that building and secured a spot much earlier, but you could just see that the hesitation that they had, right? They were second guessing themselves because they had a team, I think it was DRX that was behind them, and they just refused to push until it was way too late, and they got punished for it. So, I mean, Inco, at this level, if you hesitate even for a second, you're going to get punished. So, I mean, I'm not surprised to see that happen. I mean, look at this. This is the top team in the world, Alpha 7. Revel got knocked. We saw McGrellin try to save him, and he got taken out in the meantime trying to do that as well.
A good hold, good bridge hold here from DRX, right? I think we were looking a lot at MSJ at the start, but DRX here, this is really a little bit of a comeback on the second day on this first match, Jason. Like, the big eliminations they got clearing teams like Alpha 7. Sure, they don't get the win, they get second place, but such a good engagement from DRX. They were just completely controlling the southern side of the map. So yeah, DRX here, a little bit back on form, like we saw back at the start of PMWC, so I'm happy to see them get a good game here.
Yeah, and I think that's also, I'm so happy you guys actually brought them up, because at the start of the day, I did want to discuss when it comes to Korea and the teams, D+, like those are the two names you kind of familiar with. And Sejong were performing better in the first day. So it's great to see DRX. They do have what it takes to get themselves the 13 eliminations, 19 points in total here. But again, Xavier, Vampire, we've already seen them towards the top of the table in overalls, and they're continuing to push that top of the table.
Yeah, I wanted to see a bit more from Loops, actually. You know what? Got himself 5 points, so it's still a little bit silent here, but I think Loops, I wanted to see a little bit of a resurgence from this team, because they've never really breached top 3, and they didn't do it here either, right? But I would like to see them breach top 3, actually get to the late game and have a strong position, but they are struggling so far to do so. But as we go down, unfortunately,
Twisted
Minds. Have to bring it up, Twisted Minds. Like
Twisted Minds, Bigatron.
Yeah, dude.
That push,
what? Come on. I mean, yeah, you said that you want to see more from Loops. I wanted to see more from BTR, because that was their circle. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Whenever you see a team land on that northwestern island, they're hoping they get that zone, and you're supposed to win. You're supposed to win, or at least get double-digit elimination points. They didn't do that. And Twisted Minds, they recognize, like, hey, this is a great spot. Let's take out BTR. But you mentioned it earlier, Max. It's got to be a lack of an IGL at this point, because they look like 4 solo players trying to engage it, right? Each one trying to do their own thing, but they're not working as a team, and they just got obliterated by BTR. It was a terrible push.
I feel like the communications on that push are just, let's push this team and nothing else, and then everyone does what they want. Like, yet some players sending it deep with the buggy, some players playing the ridge, which I think was a good approach to play the ridge. I don't care what play you do to some extent, Hodgix. It could be a good or bad play. That, to some extent, I can forgive. What I can't forgive is when players do their own thing and they don't work together as a squad. Like, if you do a bad play together, guess what? Your chances of success are way higher than if you send it one by one in different locations. Like, you are going to struggle, especially against BTR that's shown willingness this tournament to be aggressive. So we need to see more direction from Twisted Minds, because it's not looking like a team that has that synergy yet.
You hear that, DK? I know I'm pointing at you right now, as Max said. You know, you can't just push up by yourself. You can't just go one by one. You got to go together with the plan. I did actually want to go back to BTR really quickly, but for now, we'll take a look here at overall, so you can see Major Pride continuing to build up this lead right now. 84 points, getting very close to being 30 points ahead of our second place team. And then, of course, we saw, you know, Vampire in the last game have a decent result. You can see Xavier have been able to push up here 5, and he's able to push up here into our top 7.
Good. We're seeing Korea back on board. Hodgix, to see Korea doing well. I think that we had off Japan. I think it's time that we get a Korean team like just pop in.
Yeah.
Like, it is about time that region gets maybe a champion around the board. But here you go, second page of our leaderboards, and yeah, you know what? I kind of want to see a little bit more from Zeus in particular. They got a lot of, I think it was damage yesterday. Unfortunately, really struggling to get that conversion rate done. I liked their gatekeeping. We had Northeast Hodgix. I don't know how much you saw that, but like they were trying to hold off teams, clear a lot of space in that circle. I appreciate it, but when it comes to taking fights like head on, I do think they struggle a little bit.
Yeah, and it's just showing on the leaderboards right here. And they need a big day, because honestly, all the teams that are on this second page, if they want to be able to make it to that top 3, they got to perform here now. And it's not a good sign in Sandhawk. I mean, yeah, you know, Sandhawk is Sandhawk. I think that's how you got to kind of have to look at it. But we're about to go into Aaron Gale, and I mean, just seeing these kind of struggles early on, it hurts.
Speaking of struggles, just seeing my boy there having to limp back to his chair. He's got some crutches behind him as well, playing with like an ankle injury, it looks like. I mean, hey, I would rather have an ankle injury than like a wrist injury right now when you're trying to play in the most competitive event of the year. But major pride, man, more like major pain, to be honest. We had to use that one, Hot Jukes. It was perfect. I didn't steal it. I borrowed it as they're continuing to put the pain on the lobby. And I mean, okay, it's Sandhawk. I'm not going to jump to conclusions just yet, but it does give me a little bit of a sigh of relief that what they were able to do in day one was not a fluke, Max, and they're able to carry it on to day two. Obviously, we need to see that out of Erangel now coming into this for them, but this is a very good sign for a team who is surprising almost everyone out there.
Yeah, for sure. They've definitely got that confidence. And what I was happy to see compared to yesterday, what makes me happy with this match in particular, is that they were at the late game ready to push out of their compound to make sure they were securing that win. It was not just, oh, Circle was pushing teams our way, which is what I saw a lot yesterday. No, it's them being actually proactive from like phase one Circle, right, Hot Jukes? They knew it was going to go northwest to the late game, knowing we need to leave this position if we want to get the game, if we want to get all those eliminations. Like now, I really feel like they are comfortable in this lobby and they're just going to keep fragging out. So yeah, I'm sold now on the way they played this match.
Dude, absolutely. I mean, that rotation was gorgeous. I mean, they recognized like, hey, of course we got to get to this island sooner than later. They had like 2 or 3 teams ahead of them. I think Marine Sejan was one of in front of them, and they just drove right past them, got on that bridge, and was able to make it. And once they secured that compound, yeah, they did get zone blessed towards there, but to even get to that compound, right, it's so crazy. So I mean, bigs ups for them, and for them to finish out the way they did. I mean, these guys are looking too good here, Jason.
I kind of want to maybe turn our attention towards our teams to focus, because we're going to just a couple times. We'll do the start of the show for you guys to kind of get an idea of who we're looking at throughout the day. And then we'll do it one more time here where we talk about the teams we're looking for Erangel. And of course, later on, before we get into Miramar, we'll do it another time. So going into this one, I feel like BTR Inco for me is already 2 teams I have to put in there. Obviously, I kind of did that at the start of the day as well, considering I want to see if they continue to hot drop maybe across other battlegrounds. But when we get to Erangel, if you're a team that's still hot dropping today, like I feel like you don't deserve to make it to the grand finals. Like I know you discussed it before, Hot Jukes, I believe yesterday, but it's like you can't be doing that at this level of play. You cannot be going into the match already handicapped, even if you win the fight.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I mean, because your goal is top 3, right? That's at the end of the day, that's what you got to go for. At a hot drop, yeah, let's say the odds of you fight with all 4 players up is ridiculously low, right? And even if you do win that fight with all 4 players up, it puts you so far behind in Erangel, you know? And so you just get punished for it. So at the end of the day, a lot of these big cities, they're so big, you can split loot them, right? You can just go ahead and be like, hey, you guys take that side of the map, you know, I'll take this side of Pachiki, don't even worry about it, and we'll fight later on. And that's what you gotta do. But Inco's stubborn, dude. I mean, 7 talk to them themselves. These guys don't care. They're like, we're dropping here, and if we see you, we're taking you out. We're gonna try.
Look, I'm gonna ask you a question right now, Jason, Hot Jukes. Like, you can jump in if you want. Which global tournament, even local tournaments, have we seen a team that constantly hot drops, like on the big maps, not just Sanok, but I'm talking Erangel, I'm talking Miramar, that actually won that tournament?
Only one. Only one.
Which one?
It was Team Reject. It was Team Reject in PMGO. PMGO, Brazil. They beat Alpha 7 out and won the championship. That was the only tournament where we saw a team hot drop in Erangel. I believe it was over by Rozhawk.
Was it
right?
once though?
And it was a lot on the early part of the tournament.
Okay.
It was surprisingly so. Yeah, but then they got away from it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So that's the point.
Yeah, they got away from it. But I mean, just a team to even do it and win is crazy. And I do believe that was a one-off scenario, guys. You know what I'm saying?
Max, how you were like, thank you, Hot Jukes, for just proving my point.
It's like, and then they stopped and they won. Wait a minute, it kind of makes sense. Wow, you would have thought.
Well, beyond the hot dropping, one thing when it comes to Erangel that we always have to talk about is Vampire. And looking back to yesterday, Vampire's performance in Erangel was a massive boon for them in the leaderboard, but similar for Alpha 7 when it came to Miramar here. So Max, I wanted you to quickly maybe talk about Vampire here and their kind of success when it comes to the most played map in the pool.
Yeah, the best map in the pool also. I think that when we're looking at their success, some people, I've seen some comments, I see you guys in the chat, what you're saying, be careful, saying, oh, but they dropped Primorsk, they got a quarry circle, that's because they won. No, they are that good at rotating, okay? I'm telling you, they can have circle go like towards Stolbert area, go on Military Island, and they are going to be able to perform. They will make that rotate. They will suffocate teams outside of the circle, which is like a specialty at this point, it feels like, and they will do well. So, no, wait for a bad circle for them to get a good point on board, but sure, when you get a good circle, Jason, it does create a little bit of an advantage for you, but that was not the only reason they won, because they are willing to make these aggressive rotations to just carve space in the circle to make sure they can confirm those wins. We saw it against Quarry twice, and I'm sure they're willing to do it again.
Well, hey, I'm happy to see Vampire proving they can play at not just an invitational here, as they've had a pretty damn good year, to be honest. But as we're about to approach our first Erangel of 3 of the day, the question becomes, can they stop the pain that Major Pride is put out here? Well, we're going to find out as we jump into Erangel for the first time with John Allen and Blake.
Major points right now, top of the tables by head and shoulders. They are definitely into the lead. Good see one of these top. Playing first, Erangel today from over by Novo up towards Georgia Poleway.
I know, dude. It's an interesting plane here down from that south side up towards the northwest. And again, these teams have been catching themselves down towards the southwest side of the map quite a few times. Major Pride, yeah, my brain's telling me no, but the leaderboards, they're telling me yes right now. And I don't really know what to think about it, honestly. I mean, fair play to them. They are absolutely owning the lobby. So hopefully it can continue. I really hope it does. Again, it's a weird map on Sandhook because, as Max said on the desk, you know, they instantly make that rotate towards the northwest side. And it was filled with plenty of good decisions. The circle still blesses them, though. I want to see a good Major Pride game where the circle is not on their side. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm being a hater right now, but I gotta listen to the brain. But you know, right now my heart is happy for Major Pride.
That is true. I think that's going to be the general opinion, other than if you're a diehard Major Pride fan, in which case they did nothing wrong and they absolutely deserved every single one of the points they've got. To be fair, they do, kind of. Oh, look at this. Another Southwest Circle. Goodness me. Are we going to Quarry again? Let's see. Can Nomi stay alive?
Yeah, it's rough. It's really rough. Ooh, nice one from Gem Force. Start things off. Instantly picks up the shotgun. And that is Major Pride. All right, losing a player. I mean, they drop around similar locations, and this time I think BTR want to get themselves into a spot where they could more easily rotate down towards the southwest side. This is likely more of a quick decision made by them.
Yeah, and they're not going to be hot dropping with Inko, which is generally what you kind of see. Although Inko and Aura may be in a little bit of trouble with one another, close by on the east side of Rostock in the meantime. Yeah, they're just dropping over the way. Okay, a little bit further away than I thought. Hang on a minute, inactive. Might be quite far away, but you got a 4x, and all of a sudden it's a little bit easier. Not going to be able to hit any of those shots, though. And can allow him to descend, touch the floor. Grass, touched. And now, Aura can look to grab some guns, grab some weapons, maybe go in for a fight. But they are far enough apart where it's not necessary to do so.
Yeah. I will say my dude had great posture. You know, he was bolt upright in his seat. Yeah. I like
posture check.
It's got to be done. It's got to be done. Especially in, I would say it's even more of a factor in mobile esports for good back posture. Considering you are looking down at your phone a lot of times. So you guys at home, make sure you're taking breaks when you're playing PUBG Mobile. We know it's a great game. But
I feel like, I feel like, you know, the claw should be in the hands, not in the spine, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to be clawing the spine.
You don't want to be shrimping up. No one wants to shrimp. Don't be shrimping, guys. Oh, good. That's what all the kids are doing on the block these days. They're all shrimping.
Those rotten kids. They're all shrimping. Oh. Hate those guys.
I used to shrimp.
But now
I
you
used to
lobster.
curly fry.
Oh.
Don't do it no more.
Good times.
Maybe a little bit.
Your shrimp days.
Yeah. To catch myself.
Yeah. It's all in the chair.
I'm back to the
Good
past.
chair. Great investment, I think.
Yeah, I do have a nice little Herman Miller, but I think it's too small for me.
Or are you too big for it?
Yeah, I think the fault's on me. The chair is nice. Yeah, I think the fault it does lie with my genetics, personally.
Yeah, you specifically grew too big, and that's what's gone wrong there.
I ate too many green beans and drank way too much milk.
Oh dear.
That's how it works.
Well, yeah, sometimes that's just how it goes. Alpha 7, they were not drinking their milk last match. They got cut out by DRX. Oh, Mafioso carving his name into the wall there with the knife throw. Gets it back though.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, it wasn't necessarily a bad rotate from them. I think they were quite far over on that eastern side, and because there was a huge amount of teams that actually headed for the southeast side of the map, it was a difficult push for them, realistically. So I don't mind too much that they went out early in that game. I think there's definitely potential to get some better nades over towards that bridge area. But again, it was so late in the circle when they decided to rotate in that there wasn't too much opportunity to get too much done. Seiwu immediately out of the vehicle. A good trade. Really good trade. I think you've got to stand your ground in those moments, honestly.
Seiwu hops out and gets away. Elementrix trying to go back on in. The DP doesn't actually take shots. They're more concerned with staying alive as 3. They don't want to overexpose. They don't know where the rest of MSJ are. Although they are far up in the north, the regroup hasn't come through for them just yet. It's a dangerous game to go for the spray downs when you don't know where that backup could come from. You could immediately get taken down, and then all of a sudden, it's just Becca left for Major Pride, because they are only 3 players after that early pick from BTR.
Yeah, still 84 points, man. Incredible point scoring so far. Like, very much ahead of everyone else. 25 points ahead of second. You know, I wouldn't be too unhappy, actually, if this was just our confirmed top 3 at this point in time. With Team Spirit, Major Pride, as well as Alpha 7 going through on that direct invite. I do think if you're a Team Spirit fan, you have to be worried of them dropping out that top 3, because they do not fare well in survival stages. Mafioso getting taken down and rotate downwards. Second time Seiwu's popped off this game.
Certainly is. Team Spirit, they've managed to take a fight. Kitsune finds Coops, gets the flush, but Effect is knocked. So is Kitsune. The smoke was just about there, so maybe difficult to confirm that flush. However, it looks like Team Spirit are just getting pulled apart here in the valley. There's everybody seemingly going all the way over to Primorsk. I mean, the circle isn't that far southwest, but everybody wants to group up around the northwest side of Quarry. They want to get ahead of that, and that is forcing teams together in a way that feels a little bit unnatural for a stage 1 circle.
I personally think that Team Spirit need to rethink their strategy right now. I know that they're saying sticking to the plan at the moment, but the plan's not working. And the reason it's not working is because we have a real heavy central lobby at the moment. I think we've seen central lobbies in the past. Does he grab it? He should do in the future. I reckon it's not too many more shots he'll need onto Robs here. That should be a clean finish onto Twisted Minds. But yeah, we have seen central lobbies in the past, but nothing quite as much as this. Especially over towards Quarry as well. I think so many people were confirming over towards the position early. When you play towards Farm on Team Spirit, I get that they want to try and get some big points from taking a central position. It's just not possible from that angle, sadly. You got to play something more along the lines of what Loops and Demuerte's doing, which is coming in much later. Or even DXavier. I think I'd like DXavier's approach on these circles so far on the southwest. She's playing up towards Gatka. Basically leapfrogging the position that DRX holds in the early game and then playing in from that northern side. Now, it hasn't got them a huge amount of points towards the end games of Rankles, but it's kept them in the conversation.
Every single team in the top 4 has taken casualties here. As Vampire lose one of their players, they've taken another knock up on high. Schweppes is very, very low. Major Pride trying to claw some points back on this game after losing one of their players early. They managed to get all 3 of the engagement with MSJ. West continues to just pack in so minute. We're down to 54 players pretty early on. The next circle will to dictate the pace. I would love a shift up, George, but it's not going to happen. The teams were right to move down to this southwest side this time around, as the circle does give them what they asked for.
Yeah, West Coast is a big feature. I think if I was Mirror State John, probably moving further down towards and taking the central compound that sits on the coast, likely going to be your best bet going forward in this game. I think that they're concerned about teams coming in from the north, though, at the moment, instead of trying to push down to 2. Vampire's down to 2 players quite instantaneously. Despite having that Primorsk drop at the start of the game, Rough one. That is certainly a rough Vampire. And as Jason was saying, our angle yesterday, huge boon in terms of the numbers they're able to put up. Getting 2 chicken dinners on this map yesterday alone.
Federales for Harame Bro. Just, yeah, he's going to turn around. Not going to go for that fight. Too much danger for his liking. Just wants to get away with it. Gives up the point. Although, Rig is not down just yet fully. They could potentially go for a rescue mission if they can find a knock. And there's the spray down onto Eugene de Muerte. They've moved forward to try and deal with it. And out goes the roll-up. Potential for already enacting this res as well, as across they go. They know that that sightline was only 2 players. That's going to force both of those players not to have the angle, and up they go. In for the backup, going straight into the backlines. Yappy goes down first. Unfortunately, they get the spray down, but Pusher's there, looks for the shots over towards it, and holds his line against Harame Bro, and that will be 3 points picked up. A nice little turn for Harame Bro, but they couldn't find the shots. It looked like it was open season on De Muerte, but they managed to make it work.
Yeah, that doesn't happen without Fuchsman, though. He played pretty far back there, had this great off angle, which I don't think Harame Bro had any idea of existing. So when they made that full pelt push over towards De Muerte, they were just taking tons of shots towards that backline. Still awesome that they were able to get that res off in time, and he stood his ground even with the low HP he had. And even more spectacular is the fact that they get out of this fight with 4 players, which is a true test of resilience for a team like De Muerte down towards his south side, considering that they were coming in from the far east, John.
They've made a long rotate around to this location. As have a lot of other teams. I mean, Vampire bore the brunt of it. I mean, it's kind of the same idea as what happened to Team Spirit back in Sandhawk, right? It's just a lot of teams moving into your immediate rotational paths, and you just lose so much because of it. Fortunately, it's not a river crossing. It's not as exposed as Vampire, which means that they're able to hide away with 2, but it's that same sort of punishment. As they try and leave Primorsk, they just get scooped out, and there's 2 of their players now left standing, and they're surrounded by Major Pride, by De Muerte, and RSG across the road.
It's a strange circle in terms of the landmass that's still here. You have a lot of open space off towards that eastern side, but you have the fielded area that kind of cuts through. You can see it here with the circle heading up towards that north. You've got the fielded area that cuts through on that western side. You've got this plateau on towards the north, and you've got the swamps down towards the south. So a lot of really odd area to play, a lot of flat ground. So rotates towards this end game. You're getting a little bit more difficult with a lot of sight lines that are provided to a lot of our squads, and with that dead area that really is quite tough to play. Mirren St. John going for an aggressive push out towards the east here.
Spray down. Federales, last player to hold, and takes down Team Spirit. Major Pride, hot on their tail. We'll go for a little bit more aggression as well. Becker in danger, gets pulled out. The reload can come through for Federales. And now Evo station up for the fight. The nade's cooking. There's shots from a third party as well. The angle's cutting across, and Federales has the nade. It looks good, but it just goes a little bit long. Doesn't take the damage from it. Steps out, and the shotgun lands. That's Major Pride down and out. Our top 2 teams swept aside, but who can take their place?
Yeah, it's a good play from Bro Harame as well in those last moments. Maroon State Jung, though, crashing over towards Alpha 7. They know they damaged this team earlier, so it's a good follow-up onto what is a very diminished team here on Alpha 7 with just 1 player left remaining. Carrillo, though, no slouch, not a player to be trifled with.
And Erin, the third party from Zeus. Alpha 7 now in a 1v2 for Carrillo on the inside. Jae-Suk tentative, so is Final. They don't want to go in for this one anymore. They know the third party exists from Zeus across the way, out to that eastern edge, but Carrillo wants to fight himself. It's probably not the right decision, though. Turns the corner into 2 sight lines and will get cut down.
Yeah, had to make some kind of play. Couldn't sit in there forever. Sad that they lose Seiwu on the sidelines there from an off angle. And Muerte rotating back over towards the east. Again, a smart decision. They've already cleared this area. They know it should be fairly free. Not a lot of people should be playing down towards this south road. If anyone is, they've already made their rotation up towards that northern side, like DRX have. Zeus, at the moment, do you have prime real estate towards the center of this circle? Very, very nice position to play. It is a spot that you can lose quite quickly, though. But this is not going to be likely a position that's challenged out until much later in the game. But smokes will be essential. The team's likely going to slow things down a lot, understanding the lay of the land. And if that compound that Zeus currently controls stays within that circle, they will need to hold on to a lot of utility and try not to take too many fights early.
A lot of the east side of that circle as well is being controlled by DXavier. They're currently on a 2-2 split, and they are stopping anybody from really rotating around that way. That's where Demuerte wanted to go for a while. That's where BTR are potentially going to look to rotate across, but instead, it's going to force a north to south line of teams into this next circle. You can see there DXavier holding out that east side. They are sticking everyone down here, forcing BTR to look for the fight against Aura. That is a big shift away from this east side, though. And DXavier may have to relinquish that control. The south side looking still ever more treacherous.
Yeah, for DXavier, there's likely a crash in their future. I mean, they could play over towards that roadside potentially. That's likely the only thing that they'll be able to pick up going forward. Federalis, once again, the action is coming towards his way. I mean, that Shack did provide a lot of good control. He does find a pick off over towards Final. They stop short. He has done unbelievable work at holding down this position as a solo for Bro Harame. I mean, 3 limbs off the back of that, and I mean, fighting off versus Major Pride that moves in that way, as did Team Spirit. He wasn't able to grab as many eliminations that I think he would quite have liked, but still, it has been a phenomenal game from him on that side to stay alive this long.
I think from RSJ's position, they've got sightlines up towards Federalis' position, which means that it's really quite difficult to approach it. I think Zeus is just covered off by the high ground that sits to Federalis' east, but these approaches towards his position, most teams are looking at the hilltop that sits out to his east and not really committing to that shack. I think as soon as a team, maybe Aura, just decides to go for that crash, things change a little bit. But as it stands, he is fairly safe, even just as a solo, to get in towards those top 7, top 6 maybe.
Yeah, it's the reason why T-Spirit sent so quickly over towards that shack as well, because it's one of the few shacks in the game that actually has that cover on either side, and then it's fairly empty ground down towards the south and the north. So it does make it actually quite easy to hold your northern edge. Like you say, RSG do have sightlines looking up that way, but he never has to expose himself. As long as he's got smokes, which he should do, there's a fair few death crates around that position. He can always smoke off his south side and then just play off the back towards the north. So we'll see what happens going into the future. But I imagine there will be more crashes to come over towards that. People are very, very aware of that position.
And over by Quarry, teams are looking to dig themselves out of their positions here. Loops is the most northern team of this glut, but Demuerte have found themselves sort of paralyzed into this position. It's really unfavorable. They've been rotating around left, west, east. And it seems like now they're looking for this fight. And lovely off angle from DRX, though, makes it a little bit easier for them as Neil Zada gets taken down almost immediately. The Mini 14 next, and maybe Demuerte have another opportunity to make something work here. 3 of their players alive, and Eugene is resable here for Tresley. The nade's going to come through for Loops, but not going to quite connect.
Pretty much for Loops at the moment, it's time-based. It's time-based for them because as long as they can hold out for the next couple of minutes, the blue's likely going to be the thing that actually takes down Demuerte. I think that these nades right now are maybe somewhat unnecessary from Loops. It's not likely you're going to find this shot. And even taking this push was crazy from Nino. Do not like that at all. You just have to wait a little bit. Honestly, that's it. Just some patience. Look at them now. They're scared. Sat inside the warehouse. They're like, well, we may have over-egged the pudding there.
That is an unfortunate turn for Loops. But Demuerte, I mean, they're showing some real class in this match, I think. Their rotations, I mean, maybe sure they were stymied out over on that east side. That's maybe the one fault I'd give them right now. But they are being dynamic with these rotations, and they are finding those opportunities, navigating them well. So hopefully they can transition away from this south side. BTR, though, on the north, they have pushed in ahead of DXavier, actually, cutting in front of them in the queue. Not too polite, but BTR will take the points if they can get them. Satar goes down, however, and DXavier will not go out without a fight.
Yeah, DXavier currently pushed up against the blue. That is the main assistance right now that BTR has. Unfortunately, they are downhill. Ernst Jong finds Ninevete. That is along the way, and will find the flush as well, which is big. In the meantime, it's Loops versus Demuerte. It's a 4v2. It's a tough fight.
Ooh, In he goes, not going to quite find the connection there. BTR having a real tough time. I think DXavier may have just swept that fight over on the northeast side. Indeed, down go BTR. It's a really nice approach for DXavier. That blue zone not being a factor. Tresley on the off angle as we hop back over to this fight between Demuerte and Loops on the south side. Foopsman steps in, gets one. The shutdown is there, and Loops are just being taken down one by one. The death march of Demuerte. Able to do a lot of damage, and it will be the end of Loops.
That it will, and there'll be no symbiosis in this location with our Venom little event going on in game. Check out the movie as well. I've heard it's meant to be very good.
You love to see it, literally. Inko on the southeast side and push past Jae-Suk. Last player for MSJ. This mid game not as successful as they have had in the past. But not much more than that. Losing players to that Zeus off angle. And the nades go through. Inko still struggling against a solo who is very exposed from this western edge. I'm surprised that Hyunbin and DRX have not taken shots out this way. They may not have sightlines just down towards him, but in come DXavier. They're sailing straight for Hyunbin's position. DRX, their duo, may be under pressure now, and immediately they're just going to get rolled on in.
Yeah, DRX getting torn to bits there. DXavier making quite a bold push, actually. With DRX going out, they will take control of that spot. Very central position as well. And this is an interesting spot to finish things up with that high ground that kind of slopes up throughout the center of this circle. I think DXavier have a great chance in this game. And it's one thing that DXavier has always been very good at is controlling a large amount of spaces, open spaces at that. Their compound play is good, but I would say their open land play is even better.
Zeus still taking shots, though. It's traded back and forth. Maniac moved forwards. He is isolated from the rest of Zeus. Jae-Suk solo going up against Inko. Let's see if he can get the job done here as he's up to the wall of the shack. Has a little bit of cover to play around. Both of these players not quite stepping out fast enough, but out he goes and just about able to get the second shot to connect. Wancho stays alive for Inko, and they will play on this 3 on the southeast side.
Yeah, that's fairly sad. And some of the nerfs going through to the shotguns overall tags him in the ribcage, and because it's not a full-on registered hit, won't get the insta-gip on that. That's sad. I mean, Jae-Suk definitely has impressed me as one of the best fraggers on side for Mirin Sejong. Is this a... Yeah, this is a full reset for DXavier, luckily. And the circle does go down their way.
Really strong little dip here, and they have actually pushed up ahead of Alpha 7 into the top 3 now, Blank, and looking at Team Spirit with hunger in their eyes. Look at that. They are very, very close and primed to overtake them.
Aaron again. Good shots. I mean, Zeus is not a bad team, and I think they've been finding their footing with inside this lobby. They came from PMSL EMEA as a relative unknown, right? And did put to shame quite a few veteran squads in terms of the skill and the performance that they were able to provide in those finals. But it's a whole different beast to tackle coming over towards an international tournament. And I think they need to get used to the fact that there really isn't any feeder teams to go off the back of. And it's not always going to be just positioning based. If they have that position, they can fight other teams. I think the lucky thing, and I always say this, and if you've listened to mine and John's commentary for a long time, you'll know that I always say that mechanical skill is much harder to teach than tactical. I think Zeus already mechanical skill on, especially our player in Eren. He's really able to a lot of scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great to see his ascendancy. Last season, he's a rookie running through and actually give it a really good go here in Group Yellow. I think it's very, very impressive, even though right now they're in 4 tables are still it takes is one big game up and back in that conversation pretty quickly. See if they can find a little juice out of this game here, because they 3 players that they do need to push aside, but it's a little opportunity for them as Aura crest the ridge.
The big thing at the moment is it's 4 match days, right? It's not, it was only 3 though. A little bit spread here. Some mistakes in those first couple, bring it back around, but you averages up. So today's very important. It's not in terms of trying to get towards the top side of the lobby, but a middling position would be fantastic for them.
Absolutely. Harame Bro are finally fully eliminated. Federales can go no further. They did get spotted there. A little bit of damage done, though, to Aura, as they now are on 3 players. Which is unfortunate, losing Malik on that side angle. So 3v3, Zeus versus Aura on that north side. DXavier still on 4 players alive and into the top 7 now. The placement points will start to rack up as we climb up these tables. No fear. Trying to get that information, feed it back on over to his team. DXavier, the major roadblock for these north side teams.
Yeah, pretty much there was that instance where they went over towards that ditch, and that was the most dangerous portion of the game. Xavier, and there was just Zeus, the only one to see them on that angle, and they could take that full-on brawl, kind of in a 1v1. But now so many more angles have been opened up around the map. It's not as easy for Zeus to take these shots without those sightlines being seen. Vampires have been going on with 2 for quite a while, John, and they've been doing, honestly, quite good work with it. They've taking down more and more players, and now God, the final play here for RSG. And if they can flush him out and the circle does not head down towards that southwest side, unfortunately for them, but this is still a good position to play off the back of.
Zeus have just made a really bold play. They tried to rotate ahead of Aura based on the knock that they were able to achieve, but they've lost their forward scout. Darkin is down. You can see DXavier very much in nade range here. This is a very difficult fight for Zeus to be able to control, with Aura on that flank, able to get this res off as well. Sure, they're ahead, but they've lost that outpost, and it's going to make things so hard for the backline of Zeus, and DXavier can just continue to put nades down.
It depends how much they have left. I think that they weren't able to get through too many fights in terms of the death crates. Vampire's main goal right now is to take down God, because it's getting tough dealing with these angles on the side, as well as trying to deal with a player who is within the midst. So they're going to go for a 2v1 push, fully stimming up beforehand.
Steps in for the stunner. God turns the corner, doesn't connect with the shotgun, and looks for another chance, but his ankle's just a little bit too exposed there. Tony K sweeps the leg. And Vampire do manage to get the first stage of their task done. Now, can they transition with 2?
Inko, sightlines over towards Muerte. Not so much over towards Vampires at the moment. Pusher last left alive, but really, where's he go at this point in time, right? There's not many opportunities for him to make a step up here. Even for Vampires, I mean, heading over towards that northern side to try and break their way in. There is open season. Also these squads. Good shots from Inko, though. Inactive finding Lamborghini.
A really important pickup as well. Paragin is down. DXavier, they're on 2 players now, and they are splitting their focus. Eren stepping wide, but back into a nade, goes down. It's up to Rita now for DXavier, but there is an opportunity. 2 players for DXavier. Eren is down, and the blue zone is pushing, but I think behind that tree, he may have some cover. Inko is such a major factor in this position, as Levi's picks up another player, and it's Zeus going to start to crumble here. DXavier trying to stand the test, but Inko may have just been able to find the opening they were looking for. A spray down across the way. Aura are suffering as well, and Inko have command here.
Yeah, Inko has been playing a slow game on this southeast stage. They're doing a good job of it. Honestly, they've had a lot of positions to take command of and keep under control. Vitali picking himself a refresh on level 3s as well, which is really big for the end game. Nade sent across, Paragin down again. And it's tough now. You're really wondering when they're going to make a full commit over towards this position. I think they're still really worried about some of these off angles. Levi's nose is the player behind. Again, it has just been slow here from Inko. I mean, they have had good control, but when is that push going to come through? And they keep exposing themselves to this angle.
And now it's just Vitali. The nade's got to go over, but there's no players left behind that tree. They've already been picked up by No Fear. As Aura turned things around, they were a little bit up against it, but they've managed to restabilize, and now the nades come through. DXavier cut down to 2. Can Rita stay safe from these Aura angles here? Nadetzi and Paragin, 2 players for Rita. You can see he's dropping that backpack, keeping his profile low, knows that every single second that he can stay undetected is value, and more points added to the Zeus tally.
It's a miracle no one's really tried to assault DXavier's position. Everyone's kind of relying on grenades here. But yeah, I think Inko certainly had an opportunity just to send over the top. Up goes Rita. Adeti with the drop. That is real unfortunate. He knows he's forced in this fight. Aura's going to be coming over the top side and will pick up that elimination for themselves. It is horrid timing on that prone for Rita there.
Goodness me. Covered by Venom, the last dance on the banner there, but the nade did connect for Paragin. It's now a 2 versus 3. DXavier up to 10 eliminations. Blank, they're already into second place. They have pushed ahead of Team Spirit. And now it's only Major Pride that sit before them. They've guaranteed another 6 points at least. There's an Nadeti. And Paragin try to stand tall against the assault from Aura. Playing as 3, a nade over from the backlines. Looks pretty good there, does some damage, but doesn't get the knock. However, the health bars are a lot lower. Another one to follow it up, that might be good, but again, doesn't quite find it. The buggy roll down for 1. Paragin now in a 1v3. Tries to stay up behind the buggy, can't quite get it done. It's Aura to keep things going. The northeast side works out well for them. They're fending off fight after fight, and they make their way through.
DXavier still put up a fair many points in that game. Realistically, it kind of felt like towards the end game that no one wanted to fight that team at all. Everyone was just willing to sort of pinch the points from the sidelines. DXavier technically come out far ahead from anyone else just because they made that aggressive play. I think that they played that game very well. Some very neat maneuvers and a good fortress essentially set up by them over towards that ditch where they really had nowhere to play off the back of it. A lot of moving parts that game towards that end game, but it really just was just catching players off guard here and there and teams unwilling to make that push. I think if Inco, after those couple knocks over towards DXavier, made the push knowing that there is cover in that ditch, maybe it's a different story ahead of them.
DXavier couldn't quite hold their nerve. Zeus not allowed to get the value from the position that perhaps they deserved, and it will be a victory coming through from Aura as we head back over to the desk.
I almost forgot we had a team from Nepal playing in this group, to be honest, with how kind of passive Aura have been throughout these 2 days so far. But hey, the passiveness pays off here as they get themselves a chicken dinner and a desperately needed, considering they were in 14th place. They were considered to be out of the group and having to go back home if we ended things off before this match. But this is a big win, honestly, that they needed. I think just for the mentality state of the team as well, it kind of gets some nerves shaken out of them, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean, you can see those nerves were definitely out because I think I saw them throw about like 30 smokes just to move up. Like, yeah, 30 smokes just to move up like 5 feet. That was pretty crazy, you know? But hey, it worked. And it's a game like this that could definitely kind of boost your confidence for sure.
For our non-North American or American viewers, 5 feet is more like 2 meters.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, somewhere around there.
I was like, what? How far? I was like, how long? I don't know. But yeah, ton of smokes to make it.
It's baby. It's miles.
But their rotation, of course, they drop in Yasnaya Polyana. They got all of the loot over there, so that explains why they had like so many damn smokes to begin with, is because they looted all of Yasnaya on their own. They don't have to fight with A1 like they were doing back in CSA, so they're enjoying that right now, free looting time. And very slow rotates, and a lot of the teams, because of how the circle kept shifting to the western side towards the late game, were fighting each other, and it just allowed them to play very passive on the edge and wait for that opportunity to send it at the end for that win. So it's not like a big elimination game, it's just passive game. Sometimes you've got circle that comes your way, and you can use that to your advantage, leverage that circle to get the win. Though, I do have to say, Hodrix, taking the conversation over to another team, Inco, I think this could have been Inco's game, man. I don't know how you feel about it. It could have been an Inco win.
Yeah, it could have been. I'm surprised they didn't make that push later on in the game, right? They had the knocks, they had the opportunity, but they just held back. And I think that's what is like literally holding Inco back in general, is indecision, you know, like that lack of just immediate execution. Because if you look at a team like Alpha 7 and some of these other squads, I mean, even Major Pride, they look to be like, whenever the decision's obvious, they all move instantaneously. And Inco, I just don't think they've really got that yet.
I think just like Blank was talking at the end of that game, once they got the initial knocks onto DXavier, I thought, oh, that's like the prime time to send it in that position.
Yeah, just go.
As you said, indecision, right, Hot Jukes, and then they didn't go for it. But I hope they can look back on this game in particular, be like, we should have been more aggressive. And that's going to be the, you know, the big kind of a click they needed to try and start performing there. So yeah, Inco definitely some good moves, but just a little bit of a fumble at the end when they could have maybe got the game.
I mean, what about DXavier though, right? They didn't have necessarily the easiest path to get into where they eventually finished off was, because they had to fight Bigatron, then they crashed onto DRX, completely overwhelming them and setting themselves up nicely for some points. And considering the top three teams are already out by that point, it was a great catch-up game for them to kind of, take away from that lead, potentially push themselves into top 3, which is, again, if you guys aren't familiar, top 3 from the group stage here goes directly to the Grand Finals.
Yes, sir, indeed. I mean, yeah, CG Xavier like hold that little ridge line so beautifully, a nadeable position, right? But they were still able to just hold on and get some straight up eliminations. That nade from right there on the Inko was just perfectly placed. Look at that, 16 points for them. But of course, you gotta get other flowers. 7 points, we'll take that all day long.
Yeah, no, really good match here from Horror. I'm so surprised, actually, Jason, we saw Xavier get to that central position against DRX without losing a single player.
Yeah.
I think you brought it up at one point in that game. Like, that is just absolutely wild. And even before that, it's not just they went for that rotation and were passive until that point. They won a fight versus BTR that I can talk a little bit about that BTR fight. It was a little bit odd. The BTR went into the dip on the road against Xavier that were right behind them, and you had Zeus to the west of them. They were kind of creating a really bad situation for themselves, but Xavier see the bad spot, take the fight, win it, don't lose a single player, have even more cars to pull off that rotation and just send it, and got a little bit lucky on the circle that ended up going their way, and we're definitely happy that Inco were not willing to fully push them, but yeah, a risky push that ended up being super worthwhile for them, so good for Xavier on this match.
We've got to talk about loops, though. Towards Corey, they had a fight up against Muerte, and then I believe another team eventually came in to finish everything off. Getting 0 eliminations from that position felt like a horrible result for them, considering I feel like they had the zone position, they had the positional advantage completely against them, and yet they couldn't hit the shots when it mattered.
Yeah, I mean, look at the leaderboards here. Of course, Major Pride's still going to be up there, but looking at that Quarry fight you're bringing up, Jason, I don't really want to focus too much on like Loops fumbling that one. I more want to focus on Demuerte and how good they played that position, which is they sent Tresley to a wide angle to the eastern side, and all Demuerte had as free real estate in that position were 2 warehouses, which, as we know, very nadeable positions. You don't have too many strong angles you can peek from with third-person perspective, and Demuerte knew that, so they went for these wide angles and just kind of suffocating all of Loops in that warehouse, and then they just had no escape route. They had no angles to be aggressive with, and Demuerte just completely obliterated them, and then were able to initiate a rotation in the southern side of the circle. So yeah, I think Demuerte had a really good fight there, but Loops, we're still waiting to see something from this team, right, Jason? So they are definitely a bit silent now.
Mir and Sejong, I got to give them credit as well. I mean, for a team who is coming into this basically qualifying as one of the last teams, for them to send it into Alpha 7 and win the fight, I guess, relatively cleanly, I think kind of shows that they don't over-respect anyone, and they're willing to take fights that maybe some other teams wouldn't, or they're willing to take like the proper fights. And I really wanted to give them credit for that, because they did win out on that one. Obviously not having like the greatest finish at the end of things, but it's a good sign for this team in general and the mentality they're bringing into these matches.
I really want to use that fight, Jason, as like the definition of a crash. Like, they just full sent in the building, and they even had cars on the roof in the swamp area. It was absolutely massive. But no, I feel like they're willing to take some really important fights. They were maybe a little bit unsure on day one, but day one is always a little bit, all over the place. Day two is the true day one, as we said yesterday, Jason. So they're very comfortable now. It's still, I want to see a win from this team. That's where they struggled a bit back in PMPS. It will happen eventually, I believe, but they need to get over that hurdle of actually getting that chicken dinner.
I mean, at least with the way they're playing at the moment, they're set to qualify. I should say it a different way. They're set to make it into this.
Yes.
Which is more reps they get, the better they're going to become. Because as we talked about before, only Hoxie really, in terms of their starting roster, has played at this kind of level before at PMGC last year. So for this team to already be playing this well with such little experience, I think is a really good sign for them, and I'm curious to see where they'll get to at the end of this whole shebang. But as we transition to talking about maybe Vampire a little bit, because we did talk about them coming into Erangels as being one of their better maps, you have to kind of give them a little bit credit for them lasting so long, and I kind of wanted you to go into that, Max, because it was Schweppes and Tony K as the last 2 surviving.
Yeah, you need to have a big change of mindset, Jason, when you lose players early. Like, it happens to every team, even the best team in the world. Sometimes it happens. You lose a player, lose 2 players, like, oh, rip, that wasn't quite what we wanted. Let's try and adapt. And here, Vampire, like, you know what? We got 2 players. We don't want to fight. We're just going to stick to the western side of the circle, which we know because of the plane path and how the circle kept shifting. There's not too many teams to the west. Teams are going to be on the southern, the eastern, or the northern side of the map. The western coast is going to be relatively free for the mid to late game section. And they just hold on to the west, avoid fight after fight, and they get like so far in the match. I don't remember how many placement points they got in that match. I didn't check it out, but they got so far when really Any other team, I think, would have kept to try to go for these strong positions and would have died doing so. Vampire know they have to be respectful. They got it's 3 placements they maybe would not have gotten if they were getting too aggressive. So I love the mindset change of Vampire during this game. And just shown again that they respect the lobby, they know what they can do, and they know when they can't do some big plays, so they're just going to play a bit more silent.
And just give credit again, like 3 points. We said so many times, I feel like this last year, that 1 point can make the difference. They are 1 point right now from getting through into the Grand Finals directly, where Team Spirit's currently sit on 61 and Vampire on 60. So every single point is going to matter, and that's why I was kind of surprised to not see more snakes. But speaking of snakes, Jaesuk from Mir and Sejong, he did a phenomenal job surviving as long as he did, and almost even got pulled off the 1v3 against Inko.
Yeah, you wanted to see snakes, Jason, so he was like, you know what, just for you, Jason, we're going to snake it up.
We had a discussion, right, while watching the game. It's like we haven't really seen too many snakes happen as of day 1 and day 2, and I think the general vibe I got back from you and Hotchix was that teams are kind of realizing we have to go all in for these fights. Even if we're going to lose it, we kind of have to commit to it.
That's true. Is Jukes back? I heard him say, yeah. Oh, he's back on.
Okay, so just you and me, Max. What Hotchix was saying was he really loves Max and I. He feels like we've been doing a fantastic job here. He says we deserve a raise, and yeah, it's appreciated, Hotchix. But we are about to head into our second Erika here with 30 seconds left. Bigatron Inko, man. I mean, well, even ignoring Bigatron Inko, can we stop getting zones towards Corey? Like, there's other parts of Erangel to be played out, guys. Like, come on, RNG, give us a different zone. But I want to see if Bigatron Inko are going to be, well, I guess Inko more so, going to be hard-headed yet again, and we might see a clash happen.
I actually did not hate what was happening here because they've been a lot more respectful. You're seeing Rozhok being taken by BTR and Garden of Rozhok to the east of Rozhok and like area of school apartment being taken over by Inko. That is fine. If you want to have the same kind of drop area, but you just don't clash, that is completely okay. So like, for me, 2 thumbs up, Jake. You can't see on camera. 2 thumbs up, Jason. For what's happening between Inko and BTR. So yeah, like 1 for both teams. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got you. If you said 3, I'd be a little bit worried, you know. But obviously, as we are about to head into the air and go, I mean, Alpha 7, they're kind of waiting for their moment to strike, as they did go down to Mir and Sejong before. But obviously, Miramar is their big playground yesterday, where they had their massive comeback. But all in all, you know, with day 1 kind of already being 2 matches in, we've seen Horror already be able to step up where they've been extremely quiet. I still want to be kind of critical of them, even though they did win the last match, because the passive style they've been playing is not going to work. The sweeping edge, it's not going to work out well for them. But hey, they got the win nonetheless. Maybe they get some weight off of their shoulders, and we're about to head into that second Erangel, our third of the day, with John Allen and Blake.
That is right. We are back once again as we go into match number 9 of our 24-match set for Group Yellow. This time the plane path from the northwest side going over Georgia Pole down towards the military base. Blank, we just cannot get away from the southwest side of this map.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit of a problem now for a lot of our teams. I think they've played a smaller map than Sandhawk at this point in time. We are literally just around Gatka and Quarry. So hopefully we get something a little bit different. Though players may be getting quite practiced at this part of the game, honestly. And it's nice to see DXAV get so far into that last game, you know, after we talked about how we quite like their northern approach this one, where they leapfrog DRX's position in Gatka and then play down from that north side. I think it gives them a lot of options, because they are always in the best of positions to pick up a south spot in Quarry. But we'll wait for this first circle to hit on our screens and see exactly where our teams are going. Alpha 7, though, not having very good day at all. Not showing up where we'd expect them to. I mean, you can still see the gun skill is there, but some of their rotates just aren't quite working out. And I mean, fair enough, they are probably one of the furthest away from that southwest side, playing up in North Georgia, and they have to rotate through a lot of teams to get there.
I will throw in the caveat that, of course, it's only been 2 matches, right, so far today, and it's kind of what we saw at the start of yesterday, and they ended up in the top 3. Same for Team Spirit. These 2 teams seemingly in the same boat when it comes to definite potential, but right now not realizing it at the start of this day. BTR not going to find a pick just yet on towards Major Pride. I'll never say never, but right now they have not been able to find anything, and it seems like Inko aren't going to hot drop them either. So teams have figured out this drop, and I mean, that's the advantage of having such a frequent return to this location. is that you get to know exactly what's going to happen. You get to know the pace, and it's very likely that you see more teams get through unscathed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that with some of these teams tightening up those rotations, tightening up those positions on the map where they assume players might be coming through, yeah, it's getting more and more difficult as time goes on. But we don't go down towards the southwest side, John. We head up towards the north here, with Alpha 7 maybe having a better run of it in North Georgia to start things off. They get a ton of loot on board with Carrillo, even split looting over towards that north side. There is a knock and a flush coming through from Vampires over towards Zeus right now. So Schweppes pretty happy to pick up that one. Close encounter, I would say, with how low he's got.
Yeah, he's still going to be able to wrap a couple of the bandies around the quarry position. Oh, I thought quarry was just in the circle, but no, we're not going to go back to quarry this time around. Maxman celebrating over on the analyst desk about that one, but we're just about cutting it out this time. We're going up to the northwest side instead.
With a lot of teams here, it's going to be interesting because we haven't seen a lot of these northern rotates over towards Severny, which is going to be the difference maker, I would say, for a lot of our squads in terms of showing off some of their skills when it comes to those rotates, because they just haven't seen how a lot of our other teams perform. Marin Sejong finding an initial pickoff over towards Major Pride, and again, it's Evo Station to go down first. Tough luck for Major Pride of these last couple of games on Arangol. And I think both times it has been Mirin Sejong to deal that first blow.
I mean, they lost one of their players, one of the Major Pride players, to BTR last match, and it's just been a real tough time for them. Unfortunate. But for DX Xavier, it's been pretty nice. They're on 69 points, and they are looking to keep going further. They're currently dropping in Pachinki and look to transition away. There's not too many players near the start of their rotation, so they can gather speed to be able to figure out where they want to go next. The rotations around Everest in general can be quite tricky, but if you can transition up towards ruins or one of the compounds in the foothills of Everest, maybe even the top of Everest itself, which could be prime real estate, it is a big opportunity to leverage that into the rest of the game. However, the top of Everest generally quite contested.
Yeah, and always is. Always is. Major Pride, they're going to try and pick up box compound. A little bit more awkward when you're playing as just three because you can't hold on to all four of the buildings, which just means there's a crash point available for them. That was that replay, and it was definitely a close encounter indeed, down towards that side of the map. I think Darkin actually just dropping over towards the north side of Quarry. And it's an interesting pickup there for Schweppes as well, because usually that is a full-on drop over towards the west side and Primorsk. So likely a little bit of a change there from Schweppes. He's feeling himself. He was confident from yesterday, getting, I think it was 6 elims in one match, and he was the only guy getting the elims on the team of Vampires. So he saw the parachute and decided, you know what, I'm just going to take this fight. It's a solo.
Yeah, for now, stays alive. So Vampires already off to a better start than their last game, and even then, they were able to do pretty successfully into our top 3 now, and it is still very, very hotly contested for these top spots, right? You've got DX Xavier on 69. Major Pride, currently the only team that I don't want to say safe, but is very unlikely to drop out in the next 2 to 3 matches of this top 3. However, you can see that with a big game, anyone down to maybe even 8th place, right, can find that jump up. So it is a really, really tight table still as we go through to our halfway mark on day 2.
Yeah, it's been frustrating for some of our teams towards that top side, like Vampires, Team Spirit, Alpha 7, purely because of their not so great matches at the start of the day of these first 2. It has allowed a lot of our teams to kind of catch up a little bit over towards the middle side of the table, where it is just that one game away. Like you say, they had that buffer there before, and if they'd been able to get even just like 5 points per game on those last couple, it might be a different story. So kind of tough. But this does mean the competition is firing back up again.
BTR, they've moved up to the north side, close by Soora. Not too close as to start to worry about it. You can see the oversight they've got down to the south coast. This is a little bit of a gamble that it's going to go to the north side, because if it does, they've got great angles and a great hold to position for the shooting range hills towards North George. There's a lot of transition options, but getting back down south could be a lot more troublesome for them. I wouldn't be too surprised to see BTR leave a player back towards the river and retreat if there's a team that encroaches from the south side, so that they have that information, that potential route to go back down to the south.
Yeah, there's a chance they do that. I don't think this is a horrible spot to play if you are BTR and where they started in the game. On this northern side, I mean, you have the rotate down towards Box Compound. You can even cross back over Rozhok Bridge. There is potential to move. It's just a question of how hot it gets, because even Sunken is potentially a place that they could go in the future. I think this is what makes it quite nice, with teams taking more advantage over multiple positions of the map. Again, it has been odd for me, though. There has been a real focus, almost determination from these teams to play on the south side of the map, which we're getting a lot of clumps of squads all sat fairly close together, uncomfortably so at this point in time.
It does seem the way things are shifting. Peregrine. Oh, he's got so much loot sat around him, but he doesn't need any. He's happy. He's already decked out. He's got the goodies. DXavier taking a ruined split right now and peeking in with Levi's towards the compounds in the foothills of Everest. Currently, the top of Everest, I mean, it's a lot less contested than I thought it might be, but Team Spirit potentially are looking to change that. Looks like they are headed that direction.
Yeah, sending it. I mean, with this circle up towards the northwest side, it does make life very difficult as you move out towards the ocean, getting a lot of water involved here. I think a lot more teams would want to confirm over towards that northern side of the map, which means there's going to be a lot of these eastern rotates, these wide rotates. I personally think that we're going to see a lot of teams getting caught up, tangled with one another in these coming moments. It's not going to be easy. It's really not going to be easy, because we just cut out a whole lot of landmass in stage 2.
I think that it's probably not unwise for a team like Aura, maybe even BTR, to head all the way out to the Zaki side of this circle, try and get out of it. But we've seen a lot of times where the whole lobby has kind of read that same approach, and it's forced out a full shift for everybody to go out to that side, as Doran does lose his life to our RSG's roll-up on the south side. They still have to go for the cross. This crossing, though, is really where a lot of metal is going to be tested, Blank, and we're going to see who's going to melt.
Yeah, because this game is hammering away, and these swords will not be forged easily. And some will break in stage 2. Let's see one is sharper, which can stand the test. DRX currently up against Vampires as they do taken down. Couples down to just 2 players now on their position. Loop's taking a wide rotate on that northern side of the map past Severny. I think you're BTR as well as Horror. You're more than likely just going to hold these positions, though. I think you want to be in a strong spot as opposed to pushing out towards Zaki. You can hold these positions. You can actually keep people fairly away from these spots as well, purely because there's going to be a lot of angles coming down from that south side who want to take shots towards these teams. Team Spirit, though, rotating in very close to Harami, bro.
Swinging around on a wide back rotate away from that Everest position. Now coming into the back of the queue on the east side. Loops moving up along north coast, potentially one of the more secure teams now in this location. I like what DRX were doing. They're forcing teams to go into that east side. They know that Alpha 7 is holding on the east side of North George. They sent someone to scout out over the bridge. MSJ might hold them out, and it might be very difficult for them to get that next rotate, but I think they're going to trim down the lobby by virtue of just being this blockade in the way of that West George bridge. Vampires forced to go into the water instead, and they might actually be able to get the full swim across here, because not many teams breaking out full west side.
Yeah, if you're Maroon St. John, you're more than likely going to just be picking up the apartments, right, and just playing a safe game from this position. I think a lot of teams would assume that Alpha 7 is not going to take a wide split over towards North George. They're rather going to hold over towards that eastern edge, which actually has options towards the end game. That's the difficulty for Maroon St. John right now, is that options are a little bit limited when it comes to rotating out. I mean, the best thing they could probably do is leapfrog through this urban environment over towards where Alpha 7 is playing and just not team up, but essentially play off the back of one another to get a higher placement in this game. Luke's made a smart choice. I think it's reasonable. You take this northern compound, just the Isazaki is a strong spot to play that has good sightlines over the field on the south side. But with this shift on the circle, it's likely going to have to be a push over down towards North George or to one of the shacks that sit on the north side of this forested area in shooting range.
I mean, you could potentially transition up towards the bunker on the southeast of where Loops sit right now. Currently, Aura occupy the divot that sits on the southwest of that hill, but the hill itself actually fairly uncontested. I think Loops are going to head over there now. BTR and Zeus currently in the saddle that sits. You can see just on the minimap there, Loops encroaching on the northwest side, Zeus on the east side of it, and BTR trying to stay alive in between the two high grounds there. But that east side is so much more dangerous. Muerte are there, Team Spirit are there, Inco as well, a little bit further south, could all cause problems for Zeus.
It is a really tough stage 3. I mean, going down from the southwest side in Quarry up to here, I don't think it's really got that much easier for a lot of our squads. There is that ridge side that you can play over towards the eastern edge of North George, which currently DXAV is currently holding in. Great sightlines from that position, but you do have to hold towards the north and the south. Can get a little bit tricky. Zeus, though, making a mad dash as there too, towards something playable at least, alongside RSG.
I mean, they lose one on the rotation, but maybe give themselves a little bit more leg room in the match as a whole. There's still 16 teams remaining, and we are still in stage 3. Only 13.5 minutes have elapsed so far, but this circle forcing everyone to go for dangerous crossings, crunching everyone together. Again, just cutting down our numbers prematurely, potentially here, but a lot of teams have found a little bit of sanctuary, and you can see RSG, they can't really go for this fight. They know if they do, Alpha 7 just wipe them down immediately. Team Spirit need to go for a crash. The Xavier will bear the brunt of it. 2 players on the inside. Paragin immediately going in for that off angle for that. And there's the nade downstairs. Effect goes down first. Levi's hops out. They know they've got the high ground. Lamborghini, Paragin. But Lamborghini goes down to Muerte on that further north side. Team Spirit, they're in. But Effect is the next to get knocked.
A tough spot. I mean, DXAV responded insanely quickly. Adeti is in. They have to jump off the res here. In assistance from the stairway.
Kitsune just confirming the flush, and Adeti goes down as well. So they've managed to fully crash in here, but Matic still needs to. Muerte are pushing in, shifting out to this eastern side as well. There's such a bot for teams looking to move in that they have to be thinking that they are in a lot of danger right now. The nades come through. Muerte keep Foopsman right around the wing, but Paragin has to turn tail. Slink away. The last player for DXAV. Team Spirit want that second place spot back.
I think the real question right now for Muerte is how long can they stand to be out here? Foopsman does send off, because he needs to go assist the rest of the team with BTRs coming in from that northern side. I think DXAV respond really quickly over towards this position, but I think because they were holding that wide split, unless they were able to capitalize on a couple of knocks, that was a bit of a struggle to make work. And so DXAV actually gets pushed down in that situation. I think Team Spirit pretty happy with what they've been able to achieve here. Still assuming there's a player inside this building, and not sure if he's actually pushed off or not. Wasting maybe a little bit of utility on that.
Only losing Effect on this crash, I think, could be classified as a success for Team Spirit. Loops and BTR, meanwhile, on the northern side, Loops have been slowly moving their way in. BTR a little bit tangled up there in the buggies, and Loops don't want any part of it. They're confused about the knots that BTR are tying themselves in. They actually try and dip back through, but will be turned away. A little vault. Nino takes him low, and Aura down the hill now, going to be turned onto the wall. They've been in this compound for a while, and it is going to be Loops crashing down. BTR not going to try and third party. Want to transition further into this circle. Dear Loops, that is a bad time all round, as Aura picking up a decent chunk of points for it.
Yeah, and this is the difference between BTR as well as Aura here, is that they both selected positions that they could actually have more options down towards the south side of the map, and Loops was left with not the greatest of position, but one that will work for the time being. But if it moved far down south like this, they were always going to find themselves in a really difficult position. Now, BTR coming up against Muerte, and Team Spirit have already had some impact in towards this fight. It's a question of whether they want to third-party this or not, and they do desperately need some elimination points to maintain their position towards the top side of the lobby.
Tell you what, Muerte have been switched on so far today. I've been enjoying watching their gameplay, but it may just draw short here in this match. Lepar, though, the last to stand for BTR. The roll-up not going to plan. Team Spirit maybe now look to flex out, but BTR are fully down. Team Spirit, can they have an impact? Because Foopsman is down, and they may look to transition, take control of this hillside. In the meantime, on the north edge, Oro have tried to move down south, and Mirin Sejong has started to put the thumb screws on as the knocks come on through. 2 players down. They've lost Seiwoo, but there's still 3 players active.
It's not bad. It's not bad from at all. There's a shot from Matic over towards Foopsman. Good stuff. They needed some impact on that fight. There was already a knock that went through, and they desperately don't want to be fending off the position. If they get rid of the Muerte, they've got a whole bunch of space to play on this eastern side.
A lot of space indeed. There's Major Pride, they're still on North George, but trying to find the last player of Loops. Evading their sightlines for now and actually dropping a nade, dropping some damage. 2 players for Major Pride still alive. The circle goes slap bang on top of Paragin, the last player for DXavier, and there's no one near him. He's taking shots. He's taking shots out to try and third party the fight over on the east side. As Muerte go down to Team Spirit, MSJ conclude the fight with Aura. The north side is tidying itself up a little bit, so now Paragin's going to start to have to worry. The hillside on the southeast flank right now, though, I think is going to be a pivotal location. Inco currently control it, but Team Spirit could transition down there as well.
Yeah, it always is a nice spot to play in. I think with it being slightly far down towards that south side, it's going to have a little bit less impact. Realistically, looking at teams just tying up their loose ends over towards the edges of this circle where they can still confirm fights with one another. I want to clear out these buildings. Loops do have one last player still in. He's wanting to send over towards Major Pride and hopefully strike an alliance.
Major Pride still haven't been able to find him. Loops getting cheeky, hiding on these angles. Becker and the nade there, and Alpha 7 continue to march in. If they can keep Loops on the ground floor, that means that they're going to have to face Alpha 7 first. Or, well, he is going to have to face Alpha 7 first. So if Major Pride can just maintain the top floor, that's all they need to do. But that is a good nade to bounce onto the vehicle. Now Major Pride need to take care of Alpha 7. 4 versus 2. And immediately they're just getting out of there. But spotted by Mafioso. Not quite able to get enough damage to find a knock, but will put the fear in them as he advances. With that auto shotty, the Mini 14, not quite good for the spray down in the open yard. The burn on that door frame as well. Going to slow the approach for Alpha 7, but the nades keep on putting pressure against Major Pride. The burn down will slow down soon, and there's the nade, there's the burn. And Alpha 7 are able to take down Major Pride as well. So, 3 eliminations on the game, and they will continue from North George.
Yeah, there's really no more spots left for Major Pride to play in. Alpha 7 do a fantastic job of clearing out each floor. I think what they were hoping is the teams down towards the south side would maybe have a little bit more impact over towards that northern edge, but in the meantime, RSG has been very much on fights here. As Alpha 7 now think about what their next plan is. Wow, that is an incredible spray down coming through from Robs and Coops.
Twisted Minds managing to get into a decent oversight position on the entirety of North George. They are probably the team that should, by rights, outlast this west side engagement, which means that Inco is going to be the major threat to them moving forwards. Team Spirit as well. They've been a little bit slow. I feel like they could have transitioned down south a little bit earlier, taken on Inco on that ridge line that I've been talking about, but it's a difficult rotate to make. In RSG Go to try and get the remnants of Zeus dealt with their 3 players. Is it going to be a match? Maybe not, as he goes in, steps through, and has a little bit of danger sent his way, but finally Rita is eliminated, and RSG can look to get the res. Alpha 7, though, going to continue to put pressure on from that northwest side.
As Circle pops over towards Paragin, Team Spirit, Inco, Alpha 7 all need to move, but Mirin Sejong actually have a very nice ridge line to play off the back of. with multiple angles to be helped, because they can move over towards the north side of that ridge and play down towards the south. I don't think they realize exactly how much space they currently hold. Nomi on one hell of a scouting mission does get up towards this ridge side on the south. You wonder if Inco's probably heard him in the vehicle.
Inco moving out this way, I think it's a bit too bold, and look at that, immediately Team Spirit, they transition down. Nomi does get knocked, but that's Reserble. Only one player from Inco in position to try and get there. Matic a little bit late on the regroup here, but Kitsune can hold it down for the time being. A 1 versus 1, that's in his wheelhouse, and now Matic is here for the backup. Needs to be careful on a split approach, and Inco cannot move in to back up their player here. Vitali is on his own against 2 players from Team Spirit, and Matic sprays him down. Kitsune holds the line, they can get this res. This is the transition I wanted from Team Spirit. I think Inco leave too much in the wings, and they've given up so much ground here. Sure, they might get a couple of points, but they may have thrown away the game.
I mean, they had to hold someone on that back line. I think, though, for Vitali, it's a case of, right, I need to go regroup my teammates and let them know that there is a team off towards our east, as opposed to thinking that he could potentially 1v3 there. But, yeah, really nice play from Team Spirit. They play it nice and slow and effective. To confer, they didn't want to go into a one dramatic there. Alpha 7, though, again, fantastic. And then back and play Mafioso.
Where's that nade come from then? Carrillo on the off angle there finds an actually nade outdoor, but not quite in time to connect. 3 players from Alpha 7, 2 on the back lines for Inco. They still need some healing on through for Nenebete, but he's more preoccupied with Lloyd's in. The ordnance goes back and forth. Wancho up into the window. A nice high bounce there. That should seal the deal. No, it's going to find the knock. McGrath continuing to move forwards. Carrillo onto the inside. They're scouting from the top rope, but it's not really going to matter too much. He goes and spots Nenebete feeding back to the back lines, and they know what's up. And the nades should find their mark there. A nice bouncer around the corner, just goes far. Revo breaks out wide. In short work there. Team Spirit, though, still have oversight on this south side.
Yeah, Mafioso actually had an incredible impact during that fight, where he was able to get one shot and a knock over towards Team Spirit, in which case they were forced down to just one gun on that ridge side, and they couldn't really afford to take another knock there for fear of Alpha 7 immediately following up. But it meant that they could go hell for leather on that fight, on that southern compound, without worry of any of these off angles coming through from that ridge side. So yeah, if Mafioso wasn't in that position, he wasn't able to get that knock, it might have been a different story where they opened themselves up to some shots coming through from Team Spirit. But again, a good thing that Mafioso still played back on that line.
These 2 counterpose ridges, and the shift goes up to the north side for Mirin Sejong. This is good news. Team Spirit on that south ridge did have a lot of oversight. Paragin, by the way, has been surviving for so long for DXavier. Really looking to hold on to that second place spot to keep Team Spirit at bay, but the race is on. A lot of these teams are towards the top of the tables, Blank, so there is big potential for a big shakeup, right, at the top of the tables based on these placements, and these eliminations still yet to come.
Yeah, for Team Spirit, I don't know. It feels like maybe a 4th place here for them, because they are on the fast side of the circle. Alpha 7 can move back up towards their anchor point with Mafioso and play the slow side of the circle and just kind of wait Team Spirit out. For Team Spirit, they need to get a strong push over towards DXavier, basically take down Paragin, but he's been waiting. He knows he needs to pop a really fantastic nade. It's a question of who moves first here. And again, Alpha 7's got so many vehicles still in play. Head back over towards the Wizard Tower.
This is a pretty open rotating. Team Spirit have a broadside. They're going to take so much damage if they don't find some cover soon. You can see they have to draw short. Sure, they've moved up further onto the west, but they are really pressured in now. And Mirin Sejong has such great angles too. Mafioso goes down first. Hoxie able to layer that. And with Alpha 7 drawing the attention of MSJ, now's the time for Team Spirit to try and make their approach. Hoxie gets a response over towards as well. Gets that flush coming on through. Team Spirit mounting up, and they go for this crash. The nade's out. They are trying to snake past them all and get across the roadside. Matic taking a little bit of damage. Nomi up to the ridgeline. But Alpha 7 not going to have a say-so on this rotate either, with them already being backed off. But there's the Molotov. Paragin doing a lot of work here. Matic needs to be very careful. It's getting hot.
I mean, it's a good Molotov. Keeps him at bay. Next one goes in from Nomi. Both sides. It's so close to him, but they can take control of this compound. Actually, it's not the worst thing in the world, but they do not know where he is. Molotovs go up towards the front side of the building. Alpha 7 do a fantastic job to stay in line, but they need to get rid of this play, and I don't think they realize it's just the one on the backside. Hoxie might have some influence here, though. Should be able to see him on the backside of this building soon if he steps up.
To an extent, they don't really need to fully commit to this push blank. They have a little bit of the circle. Alpha 7 don't. If Alpha 7 make the move, MSJ's attention is turned. That's when they can go a little bit more aggressive. We saw that first approach to cross the road, capitalizing on exactly that. But Alpha 7 hunkered down. They slowed their pace, which means that the threat was a little bit lower, and MSJ had more influence to this eastern side. Now, they're biding their time once more, but Alpha 7 going to have to move first.
He's curious that Maroon Sejong don't put more pressure over towards that western side. Good shot onto Revo. Should be a confirmation. I mean, he's so incredibly low. They'd have to tag him immediately. With the blue pushing in, I just don't think it's possible to get him back up now.
5 seconds until that push in. Maybe able to just get that res, but it's dangerous.
Maroon Sejong, they have played this game out very well. Good understanding of the terrain around this area, moving back up towards that north side again off the back of a good rotate over towards North George and those apartments, and then slowly working their way back out again. They did slip through the net a fair few times. This is what I'm talking about in terms of the crash coming through. Jake's got a lot on his shoulders, but is able to weather it, which is very good work for him.
With Final down the hill, there's no way that crash works. McGrellan trying to cross open ground now with smoke cover as his only friend. That tree sure is there, but Final knows exactly where he is. It's going to be a nade trade. Who's going to find the knock? Steps out into the smoke, waits for the peak Alpha, and in the meantime, as soon as that attention is drawn, Team Spirit, they go forwards. They take down Paragin. They don't take a knock in response, and now Hoxie's under pressure. We're down to 2 players. It's those north and that south ridgeline both coming into play, and there is that first knock over towards Kitsune, but Nomi still has the off angle. Final not going to be slowed down on the approach. Matic has to hold down for his teammate here as Jae-Suk turns his attention out towards Nomi on the off. Hoxie, nade on in. There's no way you get that player back up. Matic out on a broadside, will not be able to get a trade, and it's all up to Nomi in a 1v.
Yeah, it's tough. Nomi, this is, we've said multiple times that he's the greatest talent out. But yeah, push for him. One. Probably going to try and confirm it, but that's the best he can do there. I don't know if he quite got it there, but many more eliminations as possible is good news for them. But Maroon Sejong, after coming so close to a chicken dinner multiple times throughout these 2 days, finally picked one for them.
That is what you want to see, right? They have been able to finally transition out of that mid game successfully and play a strong end game. The control that they had from that north side was really well juggled. I feel like Team Spirit did the best they could have done from that location. They made some great rotations, but they were pipped to the post, and Maroon Sejong take the chicken dinner away from them.
Well, I know one person who's going to be extremely happy about that, saying it was destined for them to eventually pick up a chicken dinner. But Max, did you expect them to do it here in our 3rd match of day 2?
It's too soon. I'm not ready. Wait, what? I didn't prepare. I didn't have my confetti on everything. Yet. No, it's not. I didn't make the banana bread for them, man. I need to make a white one. Oh, no. But what a game, really, from MSJ. I'm so happy, Jason, to see them wrap up a game. I talked about it a bit earlier. Back in PMPS, they struggled to wrap up the games. They could get no 2nd, 3rd place finishes with a bunch of eliminations. But an actual win here in PMGC, Hot Jukes, like, I'm sold. Please, more of that. I am so happy to see MSJ finally get it.
Yeah, and it wasn't like, the win we just saw in the last game. These guys weren't just big chilling. No, they got active the whole way. Look at that. A dozen eliminations ready right here. I mean, Nomi, great job of him just to kind of like shut down and deny that point. But still, I mean, MSJ, what more could you ask for here? 12 elimination chicken dinner? That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
It's a little bit scary, actually, because Hoxie, like we saw yesterday over towards Corey Max, he likes to be aggressive. He likes to flank teams. And I mean, when it works, it's great. When it fails, it's questionable.
he's the backstab goblin. You know, he's like, oh, you're solo, you're dead. He just likes to get involved in fights. If he sees someone split, he's gonna punish
King
it.
of the bins.
That's me, okay? I'm king of the bins, okay? Don't get calm down.
That's his
But,
name.
we were talking about Northern Georgia right, at some point, Jason, during that game, about how you had so many teams to the western side, and we thought they would just get fed into Alpha 7 like in a meat grinder and just pick up easy eliminations. MSJ was a part of that group of teams, but they were super understanding that, okay, we got teams to the east, they're going to be the main threat to our game plan this match. We're just going to wide rotate north. We're going to clear Horror. We're going to clear Loops. We're going to clear Harame Bro. They made so much space for themselves in this match. Like, as you said, Jukes, I think you perfectly broken down that they were just so proactive this game. They were active from start to finish and doing work to get that win. So very well-deserved chicken dinner for sure.
Absolutely. Look at that team spirit hanging on there towards the end. Beautifully done. One of the teams, though, that I got to talk about is the squad we're looking at right now. Inco Gaming, dude. This is a game that they could have actually won this game. This one split players over teams, and it just all fell apart after that.
Yeah, it's inactive that's always super split from his team, and it doesn't really give too big of an advantage. Initially, he was in a compound north of Everest. Was successful, but it was a lot of wasted time, in my opinion. And then they go to that hill about it. We just had that ridge hill top of the river.
Yeah.
And literally gain position. And instead of that, they sent Twisted Minds, Jukes, and it partied by Team Spirit because they still crossed the mines and the mountain. Twice they get so close, and just one mistake just impossible.
Yep. That's what it is. Just that one mistake. You know, you go and you send Vitaly out there to by himself. You split up all that power, and you get punished for it. But man, Maurice Sagent, look at that. 22 points here, Jason. Let's go.
Yeah, a massive victory for them. I mean, I feel like we've seen a lot of victories with high eliminations, but for Mir and Sejon proving again they can take these fights, they can win these fights. They're positioning themselves so well. On top of that, they're definitely seeming to be a pretty complete team as they're trying to, I guess, surprise the world. If they somehow finish top 3 in this group and go straight into the grand finals, I think they would have surprised everyone out there, and it would be completely unexpected. To go back quickly to Inco on that push against Twisted Minds, I wonder if Twisted Minds would have been able to hold on to that fight and potentially hold on to the crashes that happened thereafter if Lord didn't end up nading Coops and Robs.
You're not just nading anyone, Jason, right? You're nading Coops and Robs. Like, Coops in particular, like, that's the guy you want to nade the least, Jukes. I'm like, what gives it to you?
Dude, everything's going wrong for the squad right now. It's so rough to see. Only 2 points on the board. These guys are in last place. I mean, with how they performed so far, I mean, it's looking like, hey, just try to aim for top 11, because I mean, top 3 is going to be, it's going to take a good few chicken dinners, I think, here and now, if we want to have that conversation for Twisted Minds.
What about Peregrine? I did go back and check. He survived to 4th place. He was in that position for about 13 minutes. He was alone when there was 15 teams at least. I wasn't sure if it was 15 or 16 teams remaining, and he gets himself a 4th place finish. I thought that was phenomenal. And again, going back to what I said before when it came to overalls, 1 point could be the decider between you getting the grand finals, fighting the stage, wherever.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It just goes down to where you have to scavenge any little point that you can get here, and you know that's what PMGC is, like the tiniest of tiny mistakes. Make that's you get punished for instantly. Look at that nation, 700 damage. Great performance here. We got it coming up, Max, right? That you're looking at right now that haven't performed, expect to kind of pull in the second half of today.
Ooh, you know what? I see Horror keep building a little bit more conflict, some fights on the northwestern side, especially versus Horror. That was it. So again, Horror will not that much experience, so they are going to get there slowly but surely. But yeah, Horror, Jukes, that would be the one I'm looking at. Thank you.
That was really good to see, but also not only them, Dumorte had to fight from a real difficult position because they were sandwiched between Bigatron and Team Spirit, and they came out ahead taking out Bigatron, which is no easy feat. But as we take a look at our overalls, again, as I talk about like 1 point potentially being a big difference, You see there's only that 1 point gap between second and third place, and Alpha 7 hot on their heels as Mir and Sejon pushing up to 5th place here, surpassing Vampire.
Oh yeah, we got an interesting race for the top 3 here, Heltrix, and it could be completely different by the end of this group. Also, like on Sunday, this top 3 could be all over the place. You might see Alpha 7, MSJ, Vampire up there.
I'm getting scared. What was the prediction, Hotjuice, for Inko?
Yeah,
top 3, and they're in 8th.
Go, baby!
Did he find out this info ahead of time?
Elimination game, baby. 8 eliminations against the best team in the world, you know? That's it. Winko.
The fumbles, seeing them.
The fumbles, no doubt, they're all right. But the fact that they're I mean, Inko is in contention for top 3. Twisted Minds is not right now. You know what I'm saying? So that just goes to how well they're doing.
Correct. Correct. What do I say about that is like they are better than the last place team. Like, yeah, fact.
I mean, that's wild. Yeah.
Well, Reagan's Gaming, unfortunately, going to be sitting in 12th place. Loops have fallen now into of being knocked out of the entire event and not advancing through to the survival stage, as they currently sit in 13th place. Reagan's Gaming, for me, kind of a surprise, to be honest. Like, people always discuss and talk about how strong PEL teams are, but right now we're just not seeing out of Reagan's Gaming, and they're looking like they might be on a short trip back to China too.
I don't have really high expectations for RSG, to be completely honest. They got decent eliminations, like they are in the conversation when it comes to fragging potential. But I don't feel like they're taking fights, Jukes, that enables them to get to the late game. Like they take fights that if a team crashes them or something, like, oh sure, we'll fight you, whatever. But I think especially not this Orangle, but the previous Orangle, I think something you brought up, Jukes, or I know Seven was here talking with us, sorry.
Yeah.
And he brought up the fact that they could have pushed, they could have carved so much more space for themselves in that circle towards the late game, but they were just so inactive. They did almost nothing, and by doing so, you allow teams to get even better positions in the circle, and then you just kind of crumble apart. So I want to see RSG kind of proactive, trying to set themselves up for success and not just being idle.
I want to see RSG throw like 30 smokes just to move up a few feet, because that worked, right? That worked. Might as well just try anything at this point. Yeah, RSG, I haven't really seen anything from them that have like really made me just say, oh my gosh, you know what I'm saying? Like Major Pride, yesterday we could have been like, all right, let's see how they can, you know, push outside of circles into zone. They proved it to us in Sandhawk, right? So that's something. But, you know, RSG is one of those teams that I'm just still kind of eyeing to see them put themselves in that winning position. And it's going to be a lot more difficult now, especially as we're starting to get towards that second half of the tournament.
I mean, even second half of the day, because we still do have one more Erangel, but then it's Alpha 7's time with Miramar going to be coming up in back-to-back situations. You can see here, and that's where they shine very heavily. But look at this today. Major Pride, Hora, MSJ. Like, where's the Xavier? Where's Vampire? Where's Alpha 7? Like, where's all the top dogs that I had in my top 3, man? I'm getting a little bit worried. But you know what? We are going to be heading to a short break where we get things ready to go for our second half of the day. So we'll see you all in just a few.
Não? Troca aí, nem não.
हामीलाई चाहिँ फर्स्ट राख्नु
Going home early.
Alright.
Because
Halo guys, nama aku Satar dari tim Bigetron Night.
Nama aku Zuxi dari tim Bigetron Knights.
Hello, I'm Lord.
I'm Coops from Twisted Minds.
Salve galera, eu sou o Revo. E rapaziada, eu sou mafioso.
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई मेरो नाम मल्लिक कार्की हो
म चाहिँ आकाश राई हो र म टिम और स्पोर्ट्सको प्लेयर हो
र आज हामी ग्रुप येल्लोको 2024 PMGC प्रेडिक्सन गर्न जाँदैछौँ
Dimulai dari saya. Oh, dari saya. Bigetron. Gimana? Lewat. Nomor 1. Di sini.
Udah nggak ada ininya lagi ya? Apa bintang lagi ya?
Ya udah mau di atas. Udah jelas saya Bigetron, kenapa Bigetron?
Like we still have better teams in our group.
Você concorda, parceiro?
Concordo com você.
6 मा
I have respect for them, that's why in 6th.
D Xavier, they're underrated, but I don't think they're good enough to be top 3. So I'll put them as 4.
Yeah.
Top 4.
No, quinto. Eles brigam também pelo top 3.
Então beleza.
DXलाई 4 मा राख्दिने
राम्रै खेल्छ यिनीहरू.
Vampire Esports. They're one of the best teams on the world, so I think I'll go for first.
Iya, kayak lumayan. Vampire.
Segundo, porque eles é bom.
2 times WI champion.
Okay, and now Twisted Minds. I would go for third.
Why?
Better teams in our group, but I think we can manage to qualify to Grand Finals.
Sexto? É, sexto é uma posição justa. Mas acho que briga também pelo top 3.
Twisted main di region MENA. Ya pokoknya tapi dia jago. Tapi nggak konsisten, selalu nggak konsisten di PMGC. 10?
9 kayaknya.
Oke, kita taruh di 9.
Oh, यसलाई कहाँ राख्ने यिनीहरू पनि च्याम्पियन होइन? माथि राख्यौँ है?
Top 3.
Top 3.
Nah ini nih yang dulu segrup sama kita, tapi lu belum main.
Major Pride.
Iya, cuman rosternya udah beda nih.
Iya, rosternya beda.
Menurut gua sih di 10 sih.
10 ya.
Nah itu lah.
Oh, namanya.
हामीलाई चाहिँ फर्स्ट राख्नु हामी फर्स्ट हुने हो जितेर हुने
योपालि फर्स्ट हुने हो त्यही भएर.
I think they'll be going home early.
Alright.
Because
Não? Troca aí, nem não.
é verdade. Que tem lugar reservado.
É.
14º.
Loops. Acho que eles têm chance de brigar pelo top 5 também.
É, sobrou só o 8º, hein?
Não, acho que eu tiro a DX. Não, eu tiro
Tira MP.
Tira MP, coloca MP em 11º. Vou colocar em 11º. Colocar Loops. Ai! Acho que esse time aqui tudo vai brigar pelo top 4.
E o campeão do grupo amarelo?
Não, for sure.
A gente.
Taruh.
Udah pastilah ini. Nah, nggak bisa diragukan lagi.
Apa 7?
Tim yang paling konsisten lah sih.
Iya, gila.
Alpha 7.
Oh.
World champions, bro. Of course they're gonna qualify.
Yep.
Alpha 7.
Second.
Esse daqui é lá embaixo. Voltamos pro Brasil.
Inco.
Ok.
Yeah.
Nggak ada yang mau diganti?
Enggak, kurang lebih gini lah.
Ya kurang lebih gini lah.
Lah, deal?
Deal?
Deal.
Bom, galera, agora a gente vai falar um pouco sobre os times que a gente colocou aqui. Bom, a gente colocou a gente mesmo primeiro, porque a gente sabe que a gente é o time mais preparado. É o time que mais... Tenho certeza que é o time que mais merece estar aqui. E fala um pouquinho sobre a Vampire aí, Matheus.
A Vampire é um time muito consistente, eles estão em todos os campeonatos mundiais. Então ele só fica atrás da gente mesmo.
यो चाहिँ हाम्रो फाइनल प्रेडिक्सन रहेको छ र हामीले किन हामीलाई फर्स्टमा राखेको भन्दा किनभने म आफूभन्दा माथि कुनै टिमलाई पनि देख्दिनँ.
We put Vampire, DX, and BTR all in the top 5 because Southeast Asia, they're all strong teams. And I think they're the strongest region right now in the world.
It's not misconfidence. I think it's about reality. Like the both teams are better than us.
Oke teman-teman, kira-kira ini PMGC prediction dari kami. Kira-kira seperti itu.
Valeu.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome back to PMGC League Stage Day 2. I'm here with the Xavier Levi's. Your team has had an amazing day so far. I mean, you guys have been able to be in the top 4 every single match. Have you guys had to readjust at any moment to be able to achieve that kind of performance?
Ngày hôm nay thì các bạn thi đấu rất tuyệt. Hầu như là mình đã vào được top 4 trong tất cả các trận. Thì không biết là các bạn đã có những cái thay đổi gì hoặc trong những khoảnh khắc nào để đạt được cái kết quả như vậy hay không?
Nhờ team bọn em di chuyển và đi bo hợp lý và lấy thông tin, và nhờ sự may mắn nữa nên bọn em ở trong tất cả top 4.
It's thanks to us having appropriate circle movement and also team call out, and also thanks to luck that we got to top 4 in every match.
You got to sprinkle a little bit of luck in there. You know what? Let's sprinkle a little bit of pressure on you guys' shoulders, because you guys are one of the favorite teams to at least finish in the top 3 out of Group Yellow. Does that put extra pressure on your shoulders knowing that?
Đội của các bạn là được kỳ vọng là sẽ vào được top 3 trong bảng vàng. Vậy thì điều này có tạo nên áp lực cho các bạn hay không?
Bọn em cũng không áp lực ạ, thoải mái bắn tiến tới final đấy ạ.
Actually, we don't feel much pressure, and we play with a relaxed attitude so that we can get to the grand finals.
Oh, hey, that's what champions usually end up saying. Thank you so much for your time. By the way, Jason, I found people my height. Back to you guys.
environment. Is what I'm gonna say. There might be some talk happening in the background. We don't know.
Oh boy, what a crazy performance. I mean, yeah, look at a DRX right here. DRX did a great job on that Sandhound match. That Sandhound match was so impressive, especially from Major Pride. That early rotation. Inco, man, dude, I will say, I'm happy to see Inco where they're at. Considering, you know, how terrible they did during PMSL. I mean, they did have the most PMGC points. That's why they made it here in the first place. But I think they're doing a good job considering. What do you think? What do you guys think?
Ooh, depends if I want to be nice or mean, to be honest.
Well, be mean. Be mean. Like, what are you actually thinking?
I mean, when it comes to having the most PMGC points in North America, all you really have to do is just qualify for PMSL and you'll probably be #1. So yeah, I think they've definitely shown improvements for sure. They definitely are looking much better today than they did previously. I didn't have too much hopes for them when it came to day one with how they were playing out, but I think they're making some improvements. I think Max did point out, you know, kind of the splits they were doing were a little bit weird with Inactive being really far away from his team and maybe some slight decision making. But obviously when you're in the heat of the moment and we have the advantage of being able to see the map stream, right? So we know exactly where all the teams are. Maybe the decisions can be a little bit questionable, but in the end of the day, they're 8th place. Like they're currently safe to make it to the survival stage. Yeah. But obviously it's still going to become more tough from there where it's only top 6 are eventually going to get through into PMGC.
I think we can agree when looking at that team, at least Hot Jukes for Inco, they do have that fragging power. Like, just Ninibita alone, I like Ninibita as a player. I think he's great, and they can do some big moves here. So, no, I think that once they get those decision-making mistakes fixed, they can do really well. But looking at the top 4 fraggers here, gunslingers, man, Nomi, again, just keeps on performing today. Also, staying on top when it comes to damage output. Like, this guy is on fire, and I'm living for this. This is great.
You're living for this?
I'm living for only for this and banana bread, Jason. Okay, this is all I want.
and finding the One Piece. Hot Jukes, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to find it. I mean, it's been a long time and he still has it. That's tough, you know. But he's finding something. He's finding some 4,200 damage. That's a whole lot right there. So yeah, I mean, this player definitely going to be in that race for MVP for sure.
And even Hoxie, like to be able to stand out in a tournament of this caliber with players of this caliber is not easy to do, and he's been quite successful at it, man. I even look back to, again, as we mentioned before in the last match, like the willingness for him to just kind of go off by himself, get aggressive and look for some eliminations. He's been successful for it. He doesn't seem to have been punished too often. It's great. I feel like this is a nice era of PUBG Mobile where we're seeing so many new players, new teams come into the ranks that can challenge the best of the best.
I'm not gonna lie, Hoxie feels like an anime protagonist, Jason. He just never also gives up on his friends, on his teammates. He just even in Quarry, when his teammate was knocked in a super bad spot, he's like, I got you, puts him in a car, drives him into Quarry, reses him, and they played it out as a 2-man team. It was great. So yeah, Hoxie is definitely having some good moments. He's the, again, backstabbing goblin of this lobby, and he's getting some stats for it.
I was kind of actually hoping to hear a researched and developed laugh for what a backstabbing goblin is going to sound like.
I'll think about it.
I'll give you some time to think about it while I talk about the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official device here of PMGC 2024 with 120 FPS and 144 Hz AMOLED screen. You guys can pick one up and play like a pro. Max, no calls. We're in the middle of a show.
Oh, sorry. Now, I just got a call from Inco saying they wanted to send BTR back to Indonesia. Now, I don't know. I don't know what was happening there. Inco, kind of savage. Okay, calm down.
Hey, son.
I didn't know you knew like Portuguese.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I forgot about
Pretty sure Juancho speaks English. Pretty sure.
Yeah, I was talking to Juancho. Exactly. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course,
yeah,
of course.
Exactly.
No, I do like the little rivalry between those two teams, but unfortunately, we're not really seeing the hot drops. We're not seeing them really fight each other too often. I think it was maybe, as Seven said, 3 out of 6 times they did meet when it came to yesterday, but they've been kind of avoid each other. But hey, to be fair, it's been working out for Inco.
Hey, yeah, I mean, they've been putting up good points. I mean, even the game that we kind of hoped that they would win, they still put up 8 eliminations here. So that's a good game no matter which way you look at it. But it does hurt to see because, you know, for a team like Inco, I don't think we're 100% confident. I don't think anybody is, right, that they're just going to make the perfect decision every time. So when you get those opportunities and we see those like little mistakes, it just hurts because it's like, man, that could have been the game, you know, that could have been the one to really put yourself in that contention for top 3, but they're gonna have to continue to keep on working for it.
For Twisted Mind, just really quickly, not necessarily to bash on them at all. Do you think, Max, we're going to see Rob subbed out for Freak going into Miramar? Because that's when it happened yesterday.
Yes, I think that's going to happen. It seems like the strat they're going for here. If they change the strat, then like that might just happen. But I feel like that is going to be every time the rotation going into Miramar. And it's kind of like the almost halfway point of the day. So yeah, to that question, I would say yes, that's going to happen.
I do kind of worry though for Freak Hotchukes, because it's not easy to come in cold and come in for only 2 matches. I feel like as a player, you need that experience of seeing how the lobbies are kind of playing out in person to be able to be very effective when you do have to play.
I mean, I would completely agree. I mean, my normal like mind is just thinking like, what are you doing? Like, why are
as
you
opposed
swapping?
to your not normal mind?
Yeah, I mean, like, just I guess that's the best way I could put it. Is just because it's like, why would you be swapping players in PMGC? I mean, you should have done all that player swapping way before this, and you've got to have that roster locked in, and, you know, only swapping players unless, of course, there's an emergency or something like that. But, I mean, they're seeming to just kind of stick to that strategy, but at the same time, you're performing terrible, right? So it's like, if you're performing that bad, then yeah, I guess mix it up. But I don't know, just a bunch of question marks right now coming whenever I just even think about Twisted Minds. And that's for my normal brain.
Oh no. I feel like we haven't seen on a global level roster changes work well. Not roster changes, like subs. Locally, it's worked, right? We've seen it in PMSL with 4MV quite heavily. But when we get to like these global events, I feel like it hasn't been too successful. I can't really think of one off the top of my head that has worked out. But I'm open to being corrected.
I think we would remember if we had like a 5-man rotation.
Yeah,
like,
I don't.
I think Vampire tried some at some point. I remember Eastern Stars like way back in the day doing those rotations too. And it was more like to give experience to the player that was on the bench, just like in preparation for the finals. You're in PMGC, okay? Like you should treat every game like it's the finals, okay? So
Yeah.
you should definitely be prepared. So yeah, what's happening again? I do feel like there's some stuff in the background going on. I just want some kind of direction for this team. I think that's really what's lacking. I want someone to like just step up, be like, okay, this is not working out. I'll be the IGL for this game. And then pull a doc, you know, be an insane fragger and also be a really good IGL. And also stick at grenades at the same time. Just pull a doc.
I mean,
you can do
just
it.
to really like punch it home, like just to give you an example, if my team was 70 points ahead, I still wouldn't put my sub in, you know? I would still be like, hey, you know what, guys? Use this opportunity to practice for that main stage coming up around the corner. I mean, because at the end of the day, you need every second you can get in this game.
Every second, every point is going to matter. We're about to head into our final Erangel of day 2 before we finally jump into our back-to-back Miramars. So let's go back to our casters of Blank and John Allen.
He started with you this time around. He's changed the order. What's going on? I'm unsure. I like it though. It's kind of fresh. Going into our last Erangel of the day, we are into double digits on the match tally, and we are going across Erangel once more. Primorsk up towards shooting range.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep it fresh considering, you know, we're on our 3rd Erangel of the day. You got to do something to spice things up a little bit. And hopefully not a Western circle. But yeah, we're heading over from Quarry again towards shooting range. So we are still on that Western side of the map as teams head their way over. But I'd like to see something more like a Yaz circle over on the Eastern side. But I don't know if I'll be treated to it or not.
Maybe. Could be interesting. I mean, we were denied a military circle, so that could be fun on this game. I think it's a little bit past due now. I like to get them in early, like to get them in whilst the teams are still finding their feet. Can really shake things up, but we'll have to wait and see. Drops around BTR and Inco could potentially once again come into conflict, but it looks like BTR are diverging somewhat from Inco's drop location. BTR heading a little bit closer towards Roshok, and Inco further south. Plane now finished on its path. Twisted Mind still on that west coast split drop. I mean, it's not fully southwest.
Yeah, I mean,
kind of southwest.
It's like leading. It's leading to the east. I'll take it. Better than nothing.
It's got farm in. Wow.
Yeah, crazy stuff. I mean, that's where Team Spirit's heading right now, over towards farm. BTR have been switching this drop spot up quite frequently. I mean, they're in Rozo, they're in Sunken, they were on top of Inco. Not quite certain on the spot. I mean, for taking a Rozok, I mean, no one's in there right now. And I mean, the circle is pretty close to them. Not have to make a massive journey, so they don't have to head over towards Sunken early on. It's not the the worst thing for them. Twisted Minds, oof, 18 points. Yeah, they are certainly struggling at the moment.
We took a moment to talk to the coach of Vampire Esports during the break. Seven managed to catch up with Satani. I believe we've got a little interview to play as we oversee them down in Primorsk. I have to wait and see what they had to say. I mean, I've been told that the interview is
Here with
locked
the
in. Here we go.
legend of PUBG Mobile Esports, Sir Tanny, the coach for Vampire. This has been the best form that you guys have been coming into an international event. What has been the key factor to that?
I think it's all good. I think, yeah. Nothing to say more because yeah, you know our performance well, what we can do, what we good at it. So yeah, I think it's keep along with that.
All right. Hey, well, I like that. Schweppes has been absolutely destroying in Erangel. Hopefully, you can continue with that. Maxman back at home, he wants to know, what does it feel like being a team that's currently having to play outside of the circle so much, with so many teams being focused towards that center play?
As you know, Vampire is the Vampire. We don't want to play like anyone else. Just kidding. Honestly, we drop on the too far off the map, so we cannot play the too fast like other team do. So yeah, we still play the thing that we always confident and we playing on.
Well, hey, I love it when you guys play confident. We know what you guys have been able to do in the past when you guys are confident. Talking about confidence, I actually want to know, has anything surprised you after the matches that we have played?
I think the whole group team this tournament, they performed really well because some team I just watched them and I don't think they were good at it, but here come to play on this group yellow. Oh, it's always group of death, so that's why it's surprising that.
Some teams will definitely stand up. You're kind of being a little bit broad there. I want you to tell me which team.
Major Pride.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Well, Sir Tanny, thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Seven, for that insightful catch-up with Satani. I mean, he looks very cool, very calm, collected, but blank. There was one thing I noticed, is that Satani's wrist looking very bare. Let's get him a new watch. Let's get Vampire into those finals, earn that money, so he can adorn himself once more.
Hey, I don't got no watch on. I mean, I'm chilling. But I guess I do have a bracelet, so it kind of makes up for it, I suppose. My timepiece is not there. In the meantime, though, we will be looking back at this game. I mean, for Vampires, yesterday was not bad in terms of getting those chicken dinners, but it did look hairy elsewhere, right? And I think they're playing a hyper-aggressive playstyle over towards that edge clearing, which is interesting because not a lot of teams are taking up that mantle right now, and it's kept them in 6th place, 61 points. So by no means bad couple of days for them at all. Yeah, DXJV once again nice and central over towards Pachinki. First time they've not had to go over towards someone else's drop spot and take up that position. They can happily go sit in that compound for the time being.
Just maintain that space, see if they can just transition into the next circle. Twisted Minds, 2 of them in the same vehicle. I'm okay with that. I'm okay. So it's when you start to get 3 and 4 in the same vehicle, that's when I have a problem with it. But to be honest, only 2 vehicles, I mean, at this stage of the game, for Twisted Minds, I feel like they definitely want to be finding more and gathering those into the Armada so that they can send out as a fleet. Because they do start to burn away, right? As soon as you get into conflict with those vehicles, the damage starts to pour in, you lose fuel. It's a little bit dangerous. So I think that they do need to think about maybe gathering 1 or 2 more. We'll see if they're able to do that because they've drawn a little bit short, close to RSG. You can see Lightning's got his bike on board as well.
Yeah, they're definitely in the thick of it right now. And I think that's the difficulty with this position on the map where, you know, there is not a huge opportunity to get more vehicles from where they're playing because a lot of them have already been taken up.
Major Pride getting up the top of the hill. 2 players in their vehicle as well. Twisted Minds might just crash into this forward position. RSJ now, Lightning in danger with a bike roll up there. Feet off the pedals. Needs to burn the corner. Really nice Molotov there for Lightning to slow things down, allow his team to maybe give him some backup, but it's not going to work as Robs launches the nade out immediately with the pump action, and First Blood goes the way of Twisted Minds. They've got 18 points, but they racked up to 19 here. Is it time for them to step up a little bit further into this tournament? As Maxman would say, no. Could be something else, though.
Could be could definitely be. I think for a fair few of our squads down towards the bottom of the table, it is getting a little bit more distinct between that 10th down to 16th place as we head towards the middle of the table. And I think for Major Pride, yeah, they had that first great game, and from there, not much else has happened. They do have that central spot in the circle over towards the west of Pochinki. They have been getting quite deep in towards these central circles, but not exactly been able to hold on to those positions, John, which I think has been the difficulty.
That has been the name of the game for a lot of teams, finding success and transitioning out of that middle game position hold to be able to do so successfully and do so whilst maintaining the options to rotate into the late game. It's a really, really difficult task. And we saw that MSJ able to do it in that last match. Vampire looking to do it again here, pushing it from that southwest side. Luckily for them, the circle has not gone super far out to the west for the first time in a long time, which means that they have had a little bit of runway to gather speed, gather steam into the circle. They're going to exhaust that over towards Major Pride, already taking the point.
Starts off well then for Vampire, picking that one up. I mean, he was super split off from the rest of the team. Able to get into position. Again, that is the difficulty with making those kind of rotates, John, towards that dead central arena. Is sometimes some of your teams don't quite make it in. Circle seems hell-bent on moving this back over to Quarry, so that's exactly where we'll head. For some of our teams down towards that south side, it's not actually that big of a deal this time around because teams did shunt their way over towards that eastern side, which gives more opportunity to some of these rotations for our teams who set themselves up over towards the east. It's not all happened instantaneously if it confirmed down towards the southwest, but yeah, a lot of teams are now on their bikes.
Yeah. Getting a hoof onto the west side. I mean, it just doesn't stop going west. What is with these circles, man? We need to get some change up, but these teams, they're so familiar with this territory now. Little flip there. Oh, watch out. Dodges that one. Inactive. He's back on the road again.
I mean, he's fine. He's fine. He's okay. It's all right. They're just passing through Headshot Hills. It's a little bit of a difficult terrain to pass on, but they'll pick themselves up an airdrop on the way. Yeah, it's not all bad news for them. Mirren Sejong, once again, with a very nice rotate over towards the south side of Gekka. You know, I think that's all we've done all day. In fact, throughout this time, is just praise Mirren Sejong's rotations. It just feels like they're lacking in some other areas in terms of gameplay, but that last game definitely shored up some of those questions about the team in terms of the firepower. I mean, Hoxie, as the guys were saying on the desk, a veteran for the team, and basically solo held it down versus Team Spirit. It was a dangerous play, but it was the one that it was a gamble, but it gave them the most amount of success basically towards that late game. And I like the backstab he had over towards Team Spirit because he knew that as soon as they cleared out that final player on DXavian, they'd want to try and take control of that high ground. It was just very well done.
Coops trying to challenge off Nomi on the angle. Nomi has been a little bit bold with these peaks, but it works out this time as Coops steps into a hail of pain. That is a tough time, but they will be able to go for these reses. They've got 2-2 split for Team Spirit right now. Twisted Minds kind of in the middle of it with Zeus as well on that western edge. So surrounded, but very, very central. So safe for the time being.
For Twisted Minds, where they're positioned on the map right now, this is a game for them to get maybe at least something done. Team Spirit, though, on that high ground, not willing to let them get out too easily. It's a 2-2 split they're currently playing, but they have a lot of sightlines over that way. So Twisted Minds are pretty much locked in towards this spot. We will be heading stage 3 pretty shortly, actually. 10 seconds to go. Most teams have found themselves decently central. I think it's only Vampires who are assuming that the circle cannot go any other way than Quarry. Luckily for us, it does head back up towards that north side. So very much a fielded finish, which is where we'll see actually quite a few teams start to box and brawl going into the next 5 minutes for position.
RSG out on the east side, 3 players alive with DXavian to their north. That's not where you want to be, especially today. BTR, they try and move into Major Pride territory and get rebuffed. Satar the last to stand. These chopsticks not going to work out for BTR this time around. Evo Station holds his nerve. Major Pride, they lost a player early to their rotate. I think that went over to Vampire, if I'm not mistaken. So they have been playing as 3 for a long time, and this hold looks pretty solid, I'm convinced.
I mean, quite a few of their wins have actually come through from 3-man situations. I think that almost puts them on the edge of their seat when they play just a little bit better with 3 players. Marin Sejong have that 2-man split currently across the compound that sits down towards the south, as well as just having oversight towards BTR as well as Major Pride. There is a team that off in the distance, I believe that is Inco, swinging wide around their spot.
Ooh, he's got the nade. Marin Sejong could third party this as well, remember. Satar could have an impact. The smoke is there, puts the pin back in, actually just retreats here. And waits for them to push in through the smoke. I mean, moving back up along this chopstick isn't the worst idea. You get cover from these little stanchions on the side. And Marin Sejong unlikely to push all the way in, given that they have the buildings up top. So a little bit of protection afforded to you. The difficulty is you're very vulnerable from that north edge push. So if Inco decide to move south, if Demuerte try and move across, you're basically just done for.
Alpha 7 keeping things nice and calm over towards our western edge. Managing to loot a lot of these smaller compounds as we head on through, whilst having 2 players over towards the ridge side, getting some lay of the land out towards the east, where Demuerte currently hold a large space in the fields with that compound. In Gatka.
Ooh, effect. Yeah. What a response coming through. Nearly going down and will go down, in fact, to Coops on the off angle, but it may be resible. However, in the meantime, Bay will start to move up. Matic needs to hold this down. They are still on this 2-2 split for Team Spirit, meaning that this is so important to make work. Twisted Minds taking shots in the meantime. Effect crawling back. The smokes are there. They are just folding back away. RSG can't put too much pressure out this way. They can't overexpose. Here comes the backup. Team Spirit are juggling the aggro here, and it's looking pretty good for them. But look at that flex out on the off angle. A rotate comes in from the side. The nade comes through. The flush looking to try and put pressure on as loops have sent up to try and get in and involved onto this one.
It's a frustrating tag inside the smoke as well. There are nades been sent through. I mean, Twisted Minds took a couple of knocks there. In comes Team Spirit, try and collect the rest of their teammates. It was only a matter of time of how long they could actually hold this 2-2 split. Now they go for some more smokes. Matic doubles back. He should get this res through. They are right on the edge of the circle now and have to move further forward. Vampires actually get a very lovely spot down towards the south side as Zeus will pick up the final player of... Damn, that is rough for Matic.
Lamborghini moving forwards for DXavier, a new entrant into this fight. I think this is about 4 teams now have taken shots out towards Team Spirit, but that is their first full casualty. They have been weathering the storm up to now, but they finally lost their... Oh, wait, that was a second player to go down there, in fact. Kitsune and Effect now left as a duo. Bay falls, and that is RSG eliminated, which opens up a little bit more room for Team Spirit, but they are already down to 2, which is not where they wanted to be, especially with DXavier pushing in behind them, trying to contest for that second place on the overall standings.
You can understand why Nomi stayed behind to try and hold down that compound that they could move back towards. He was the anchor point, essentially. It's just so many teams come through all at the same moment. I think they may have been better off just regrouping as a 4, or even just regrouping a little bit earlier. I think they were waiting for this stage 4 shift before they made that decision. Again, with the way the actual compounds were set up on the north and south side, it wasn't likely they were going to get too much differential with the next circle. So yeah, the regroup might have been more necessary. Vitali, inside the blue, struggling versus DRX.
Nearly gets that first aid off, doesn't commit to it, instead steps out with the DBS. Through the windows, the second round goes his way, and the bell will ring for DRX. Inco stay alive. Still one more player, actually, for DRX, actually with Kaitse down on the southwest side, a little bit further away, but still in the blue. A knock over to Vitali comes on in, and now it's going to be tough. You can't get this res out here, which means that Juancho moving on as a solo. Vampire Caught up against it with Harame Bro. Nuzi goes very low to the nade. Range flexing out wide here as Rig is also in this scrap. The nade bounces just a little bit short. Vampire look to commit to this res, but the nade takes him down. Nuzi falls. The shotgun though for Schweppes keeps on sweeping, and he will make Harame Bro suffer under the boot. Vampire able to stamp down, but Nuzi goes out.
Yeah, tough stuff. I mean, for Vampire, they'll stay as 3, which is honestly more than they have had throughout a lot of their games to date. And 5 eliminations, they'll be very pleased with that so far. That still sits them in with the runnings. Xavier, though, continue to perform well, but this crash is starting to get a little bit more rough as they're able to find an initial knock. In comes the rest of the players, and Effect has to hold strong as Kitsune's already down on a knock.
Second place up for grabs, and Xavier look to defend it. Team Spirit fall, and they will still be in third. Alpha 7 potential to jump up into that third place qualification spot. MSJ as well, waiting around the corner. Who can be able to take it from them? MSJ close by, and the roll up for Xavier. Major Pride, top dogs in the lobby. They see what's going on beneath them, and Twisted Minds are here to play as well. Xavier gonna fall, but Major Pride as well. Cataclysm at the top of the tables as Twisted Minds go down for the fight, but it's MSJ to now take them on. 4 versus 4 as the two teams crunching from either side.
I mean, Twisted Minds probably the best game they've had all tournament so far. As Zeus finds Coops. It has been a horrendous amount of teams looking out this direction as we move further over towards that western side, and Zeus has got hell of a compound to work with, but could go either way with DRX currently holding that north side of the map, which is so open. Not a lot of teams can assault that position, and Foopsman basically has to play anchor for them. Yeah, for Twisted Minds, they definitely held this position really well for such a long time. And now down to 3 players. I think that res should go through though.
4 players active on both sides. This is a second game now where Zeus have a good, strong compound. This is the time where they need to capitalize, right? We've been waiting for a big performance from this roster. This is the game to do it. They have a lot of control over the south side. The difficulty is that there's so much open ground to try and navigate. So we'll have to wait to see if they've got more left in the tank, because they've only got 3 eliminations so far. As we're back on with the fight, another knock over towards Robs, a nade over towards Doran, and Twisted Minds are starting to falter under the pressure from Mirin Sejong. It's going well again for the South Korean strategists. Final, however, takes that knock. That nade comes in from Coops, and Twisted Minds still looking to put in the fight, but the nade downhill forces Coops out, and Twisted Minds fall. Mirin Sejong stay alive. Can they keep Final in the mix?
They have to pop him in the back of the buggy. It's really the only way they get him back in here. They can't afford to res him out here in the blue. Won't be able to get back up again. There's some long shots from Horror, and even longer shots back over towards him. Wow, did not expect the clap back to come through. Horror currently holding a really good position. Nice split on them as well, and Alpha 7 look to challenge it. And I mean, this is a spot that Alpha 7 has multiple times in the past over several different international tournaments has had to deal with. It's a circle we get quite often.
Yeah, that open ground towards the Gatka fields, the compound and the hillside, both counterpoised oversight, but dangerous edge positions. Demuerte here, I feel, probably have one of the stronger spots. I mean, that split on the north side, I like it. I like it a lot, Blank. And Demuerte today have been impressing me.
Yeah, honestly, if you're able to get that northern side, it's really strong, but it's absolutely necessary that you do hold over towards the west as well. So you have a bit of that high ground to support the rest of your team. Foosman does go down, though. Finding that knockoff is really bad because I think Eugene will have to assist. Likely put himself out in the open. But equally, Mirin Sejong is not in the greatest of spots either.
I mean, Pusher from Demuerte looks to be the one to go for the assist on towards Foopsman. He did have to reposition. His position on the west was in the blue zone anyway. So if you're moving one player, you might as well send them out there without a massive amount of pressure coming through from MSJ. As you said, not in a great spot here. But this is, again, their biggest hurdle that we've seen from Mirin Sejong is transitioning out of the mid game. And we're into stage 6 now, which is exactly where they start to stumble more often than not. Last time, it went well for them. Can they do it again?
Yeah, this is probably one of the cruelest circles in the game, actually. If you're Alpha 7, you really want to tie up this fight now with Horror because you want to set up the vehicle compound over towards the western side of the ridge on the low ground so you can take shots over towards other players inside the lobby. Alpha 7 understand just how influential this position is going to be in the future. So they start to just send a whole pile of nades over towards Horror. Sky, though, is kind of the... This angle is going to be so important. It's a bit key for Horror here. But he's not able to find too much out of it. It's a good Molotov through the window.
I don't think it's going to spread too far. That concrete floor restricting the impact that it's going to have. And allowing them to stay alive, despite it looking pretty infernous on the top floor there. Oh, they're stood outside the door. I thought they were inside there. But no. Okay, that's what's protecting them. That Molotov was very good, but they're still there. They're covering themselves with smoke. Alpha 7 looking to crest the ridgeline for the crash. Sky, so important to get impact here. If you don't get the value on the roll-up, it's basically a dead position. Tony K could also impact on the third party for Vampire on the south side. McGrellan leads the charge for Alpha 7. DBS in hand, 2 players on the doorframe. Unleashes 2 shells, but not going to connect, and goes down for a response. Comes on in with a nade for a second knock to Alpha 7, and there is no way you get up there. Oh, what a way to hold out. Ora, stay alive, but is there a third party? Tony K looking for Sky, and he finds the shot. Zeus doing a lot of work from the south side. They're flexing out in the meantime. Tony K now drawing the attention of Ora, and he won't even take Sky out.
It is impressive what Tony K was able to do there. I mean, dodging the bullets to begin with was kind of masterclass. Nade over high, goes a little bit long, but just about enough to take down Hoxie. There's 1 nade sent back in response, but it's only 1 player, and I think Seiru sort of has to give up the ghost on Hoxie here. But if we know Mir and Sejong, they're a team that likes to try and confirm the assists onto the teammates. I think at that point he should have just left.
He was trying. That run out, those nades were going long. It felt fairly intentional by Zeus, because you know that you're going to be tickling that damage in. You're investing 7 nades, 8 nades into that position. You throw them further back, it cuts off that retreat whilst also just slowly melting down the player, meaning that if you step back, you go into the full blast of a nade, you go down. If you stay there, you get melted by those gradual increments of damage. A really nice nade pressure from Zeus to be able to close out that position on the east.
And now Horror has set up that position I was talking about earlier with the vehicles over on that western side. But Malik goes down, which is unfortunate to say the least. And now with just 2 players remaining, I think Horror just took a little bit too many casualties. It's so sad because Sky played a fantastic position on the sidelines, basically gave them all the information they required for when the push-up came through from Alpha 7. So they could be massively prepared for it. But Tony K is just that limiting factor where it delays them just enough that Muerte is able to get into this strong position on that north side. With 4 players, it's going to be difficult to beat them.
Certainly is. This split has gone well. Unfortunate for Zeus that they lose Eren on the off angle, leaving it south, but they have now got a very central position with Maniac rotating into the middle. However, we have seen from Zeus getting into a too open position on this sort of a stretch out, on this sort of a flex, and paying the price for it. So if Maniac can stay alive, that's great, but we've seen this be a vulnerability for them before. This is the chance for Zeus to prove themselves. I really want them to get a strong game off the back, really get out of the blocks here, because this is a team that we've been watching over the course of the season, a big rookie roster, and it's their time to shine, but will they seize that opportunity?
I mean, equally for Muerte, some really good players on site here who, you know, not all of them joined the scene super recently, but I mean, Footsman was definitely one of the guys on the block recently that we have been talking a lot about. Otto finding 1 great movement around the smoke as well. How long does it last?
Oh no!
A second knock. And Muerte's chances might have just been ruined there and then.
And look at this flex out from Zeus as well. If they can get rid of Mr. Borrow, they've taken out so much danger in this lobby. Mr. Burrow picking up those points, confirming he's not going to go for the res onto Malik. That is going to go down. And Zeus with the flex out. 2 players moving over here. And Darkin stays out on the east side. But Foopsman has his number. He knows exactly where he is. The crawl out, but he's spotted. He steps up, gets that third-party peek from the back of the buggy. And Darkin does so much damage to them, leaving De Muerte on just 1. Mr. Borrow may have just won Zeus this match as 8 eliminations, 9 eliminations for Aura as they fall down. This is a great way to close it down. Maniac is down and Retro is very low on the opt angle, so still more. And Aura nearly find a second pickup on that angle, but it's not to be.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for Mr. Borrow, he takes that even further. And I mean, the fight versus Alpha 7 was also incredible. I mean, the position from Sky, perfectly coordinated, and playing on the outside of the building, knowing that Alpha 7 was just going to send everything in the kitchen sink at them in that moment was the smartest of choices. And you don't have money sightlines to work with when they're pushing, which is why you have Sky on that low ground. So I think for Horda, that is a fantastic match and one hell of a stand-up there coming through from Mr. Borrow right at the end.
Eugene, 1v3, outside of the circle. Unlikely. And with the scouting that they're doing for Zeus, they are going to know that they have pushed this player right up into the edge, that they are going to have to move first. Rita not getting too aggressive, just trying to fold back in. You can see the vehicle smoking. I mean, it's not unlikely that it goes up fully, but that would require a step up and a spray down, which you can convert on very, very quickly. This is wise from Zeus. I mean, they don't need to close it down right now.
No, they have a rough idea of where he is, absolutely. In come the shots. A pretty obvious position. They were just clearing all their angles first in terms of where the loot crate was and what the next step was for Demuerte, which was to set up an angle on that loot crate using vehicles. And they probably could have done a huge amount of work with a V formation on that loot crate, creating some kind of a compound in the fields where they could step up. But yeah, for Zeus, really good game from them. They had a great starting towards the compound on that southeast. They did move away from them, but they quickly cleared out the angles over towards their east, which I think was the most important part of this game for Zeus.
Yeah, rookies on the rampage for Zeus to be able to take that one down from the southeast side. They had a really strong compound to control so much of the circle earlier on. But to be able to convert that in the open field, really good stuff from them. The damage numbers now being borne out in the results. And the first chicken dinner for Zeus.
Not only the first chicken dinner for Zeus, but also being the only team in Group Yellow from Turkey. A good start here as they're looking to claw their way up the leaderboard, sitting in 14th place before this match did finish off. And obviously top 11 is what they're going to be gunning for if top 3 is just going to be out of reach. But Maxman, Hot Jukes joining me here on the desk once again. And we're starting to see that this group, as we kind of coined the group of death, really anyone can take it, it feels like, right?
Yeah, like the group of death, but not for the reasons we initially thought, which is going to be because of the big names, right? It's like, no, the underdog teams are competing on a fair level right now, I'd have to say, Hot Juke. So I'm really happy to see them just giving it a hard time over to the top teams that we expected to do well in Group Yellow.
You're right. I mean, this was a perfect game for like teams on the second page. I mean, you got Zeus going in and putting up some points. This is a big chance for them to catch up. And I wonder just how far they're going to rocket launch themselves up these leaderboards. I'm not going to be surprised if it's quite a bit there. I mean, look at that performance. You got to be able to take advantage of it. And that's the one thing I love about this stage. Yeah, and you said it. I mean, Group Yellow has proven that they are the group of death because any team, if they get the right opportunity, they're going to win it.
I mean, the question for them is, can they continue to do this throughout the rest of the day, or obviously with the next 2 days to come? It can't just come down to that one match, can't come down to that one day if you want to be able to get straight through into the grand finals. But again, a lot of the teams are just trying to focus on making sure they can make themselves into a top 11. But for Zeus, I mean, them and MSJ, Mir and Sejong, playing kind of center here for, I feel like, a majority of these matches. Whereas if you looked at like Hora here, going for edge play and very slow passive play, but for Hora, it's been able to kind of work out for the fact they're able to get another top 4 finish here.
It's like the tortoise versus the hare, you know what I'm saying? And just like Hora's just slowly but surely just knocking away some points here and there. They got a chicken dinner already today. I mean, who knows what could happen? That's what I love about PUBG Mobile esports. It's like there's so many different ways you can win. Yeah, we see metas and we see things that are just super successful, but there's different methods to the madness. And you know, all it takes is that one good zone, and you could, no matter how you play, you know, as long as you're able to hit your shots, you can put up some serious points.
Yeah, and especially because it's only 4 days for this group, right? One game, realistically, one game is a pretty decent portion size of your total matches. So it can be really impactful for your Zeus, for your Horrors, etc. So it is going to be quite important for them to get these big games every once in a while. Though looking at the replays now, man, this hold against Alpha 7, that was an impressive defensive position that they were playing around. And Alpha 7 just came in crashing, and they were out. Like, that was a really good defense from them. So I'm happy to see that Horror, I was just sure they didn't take the fight like themselves. They got crashed, but they are winning fights now, which I'm stoked about that, Duke. So more of that, yeah.
Yeah, take it. We'll take that to the bank all day long.
Everything. I mean, that was also a 3v3 too. Obviously, they did have a fourth player, Sky, who was playing a completely different position for them. I think it was like southeast of them by himself. I'm not sure if he did apply much pressure from that angle, but again, for Hora to be able to go head to head and toe to toe with the best team in the world. Like, you look at our power rankings, they're number one for a reason, and obviously the winners of PMWC. But we can see 19 points for Zeus. We make our way down. Hora, another 14 picked up for them. Demorte, Demorte picking up 12 for themselves. And for these teams who are in 10th, 11th, 14th position, this is a good amount of buffer for them to climb up the leaderboards, maybe get a bit safer going into the final day.
It's going to make things more challenging at the bottom. That's for sure. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath for 11th place here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath, I have to agree. They're actually talking about De Muerte also real quick. They were in 11th place before this game, so they were just on the cusp of maybe getting kicked in the bottom 5, which of course that means you would be directly eliminated after the group stage. So this is a very clutch game De Muerte got. Sure, it's not quite the win, but it's still going to put them a bit more comfortable position in the rankings. Though at the bottom, we have BTR here, and I think Hot Jukes, when it comes to early rotations, one location I don't agree with going too early on is going to be Chopsticks. I think it's a very mid to late game position to go into because you kind of locked it down in that spot, even fighting Major Pride. So kind of odd to me to send it so quickly there.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those locations that in end game, if you're forced to like find a spot, take it for sure. But early on, it's so hard to leave. That's the problem, because you're just a straight flatland all the way around, unless you try to go to that one little complex through that little bowl that's right next to it. But still, tough decision. But you know what? It's okay, right? It's okay. BTR, they're still in that mid range. They could still fight for top 3 as we look at the overall rankings here.
Hora 7th. I mean, not saying they're a bad team, but they didn't really wow me in PMSL, Max. And they're in 7th right now.
Hey, one game at this point. You know, we're just getting there, and one game can help you jump up significantly in your rankings. Again, just like we talked about some other teams like yesterday, Major Pride. Are we going to see a continuation of that? Major Pride, that was a yes at the start of the day. Hora, sure, you had a good start today. Are we going to see that continue heading into Miramar? That's the big question right now. But again, group of underdogs maybe right now for Group Yellow. It's looking good.
Wow, so
this is in it.
Yeah, and with De Muerte, as we just talked about, being 11th place, needing that game to create a buffer, they actually don't really get out of the buffer. They were tied with Reagan's at 11th and 12th, and now they fall into 12th because of Zeus' victory. So for De Muerte, the climb still needs to happen.
I thought they were going to be more comfortable, but yeah, it was Zeus behind them that, because they won, actually overtook them. So it was a good game for De Muerte, but Zeus are like, no, sit down. You're not ranking up any higher right now.
Taking a look at a head-to-head here between our first and second place teams. I mean, Limbs. I never would have thought. I know I keep saying this, but it's just that amazing that Major Pride would be the top on eliminations, especially comparing to the likes of your Alpha 7s, your Vampire, your DXaviers, your Team Spirit. I could keep going on, but I'm not going to. But they are putting on a clinic here. Obviously, placements are starting to fall a little bit behind as DXavier is being a little bit more consistent, as you definitely see the top 4 rate. But this has been interesting, very interesting. And again, going back to the uncertainty of who the top teams are going to be or who the winners of these events are going to be, it's just filling right into that storyline.
I would say, Jukes, the top 50%, the top 50% of the time for DX, that's a really insane stat, right? Like in this lobby, that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, want to know another crazy stat? 100% win rate on Sandhawk. How about that stat?
It's pretty decent.
What do you think about that? That's
Max
crazy.
will have more of that.
I'll get more of that, please.
We only play it once a day, and they've won both of them. That's so crazy. I mean, we're going to go into Miramar, though, next, right? So I think we got to talk about that a little bit, boys, right? Do you think Alpha 7 is going to kind of do what they did yesterday, Jason? What do you think? What are the odds? What are the odds?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a me kind of reply. What?
Now that's 100%. That's what I like
and
to
I'll
hear.
have more of that. If you take a look here, though, at Nomi, as you talked about Max being such a dominant factor, he has 12% of the points contribution for his team, which means obviously the like Matic, Kitsune, and Effect are also playing really well here to allow Team Spirit to be top 3.
Yeah, I mean, Nomi has been so impressive. It's kind of interesting because he's dealing with 3 players of Major Pride for the top fraggers. Like, oh, come over here, just 1v3ing the stats board for Nomi. He's so impressive right now, but they are slowing down, and Nomi is creating a little bit more of a gap for himself. But my team's to watch it. I'm looking at Zeus, and I did not even know they were going to win this game here, Jason. But like going into Miramar, they got some really solid rotates on that map. I really like what they were doing to the southern western side of San Martin yesterday in Miramar. So more of that Zeus thing.
Let's go.
Just put it on a shirt. and sell it at the
More
Grand
of that,
Finals.
more of that.
I went with Alpha 7, probably for the obvious, right? They did well in Miramar yesterday. Can they do it again? They're kind of going to need to if they want to breach top 3. But I also put Team Spirit and BTR here just because I feel like they've had a really kind of slow day. And you can't really afford to be slow if you want to be top 3.
Yeah. And that's why I got Twisted Minds right on my team to watch, because I mean these guys have been slow like crazy. Hopefully we can see them bust out something big. You know, Inko is going to stay on there because I like the fact that we're seeing a good performance from them considering just how rough their PMSL was. I like to see, you know, the underdog story for sure. And then, you know, I got Vampire on there because Sir Tanny. That's why.
To be fair for Inko, it kind of gives me some hope for Guild going into the Grand Finals because Guild was atrocious when it came to PMSL EMEA, and be able to see a team like Inko in a very strong region be able to come back into PMGC and a performance like this, it's definitely possible. But as we do make our way here into Miramar, what are your expectations for some of these teams? Obviously, Alpha 7 is a big talking point. Maybe we'll throw it over to like Miriam Sejong, obviously, as we talk about the group of underdogs. I know you were kind of critical, Max, of some of the rotations, or at least one of the rotations yesterday. Yes. But I feel like what we've seen, at least in Erangel, their scouting has been pretty damn spot on. Either it's Jaesuk or it's Hoxie able to get information and be a pivot point for the team to rotate to.
Especially Jaesuk, I'm really happy you bring it up. He's been quintessential to how the team is rotating around the map a lot of the time. He's almost playing an RTS. He's playing a different game. He's on a high ground position, scouting and telling where his teammates to go. It's been working out great so far in some of the matches. But when it goes down to MSJ, they are so good when it comes down to terrain knowledge, I feel like Hot Jukes. No matter what kind of circle they get, sure, maybe they win fights, sometimes they lose fights, but they instantly know what is going to be a good position in this kind of terrain, in this type of circle. And that map knowledge, especially heading into a Miramar, for me, is so important. So MSJ could be having more of that.
Yeah. It's,
Jesus.
It's critical. I mean, what, they were in 5th place before they're going into this Miramar match. So yeah, they definitely have been crushing it here. One good game, I mean, they could rocket launch themselves into that top 3 position. So I mean, it really is getting to that point of do or die, because this is just these 2 matches left, Jason, and then we're halfway done with Group Yellow.
Yeah, we are going to be halfway done. That's kind of crazy, with obviously Group Red to come up next week. If you're curious, go take a look at the teams that are participating there. But thinking back to our first Miramar of yesterday, we had a little something happen in a little place called Picati, or also known as Picado. We had a hot drop, Max, and Harami Bro didn't work out too well for them.
Yeah, it happened once, so that was a positive. Harame Bro went for the trash loot, and Inko, just give it to Inko at this point. I don't fight them. I like what Harame Bro are doing. You're having the same rotation path as if you were dropping in Picado, while not dropping in Picado, and actually you have access to more cars technically, because you drop next to the roads around Picado and you get all of the cars for yourself. So I like what Harame Bro are doing, Jukes. No dodge Inko, get decent loot, center of like the entire map of Miramar. I dig it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the right strategy. I mean, there is like this little itch in the back of my normal brain that's just like
this again.
Just thinking,
more of that,
just thinking, you know, like you're in 15th place, Harami Bro. So honestly, maybe getting active a little early could be a good thing, especially if you're able to win those fights. But honestly, like considering that, it's just too risky. You know, just play it safe, do what you're supposed to do.
There we go. Our top performance from Miramar. I actually love this. It's really nice to see. You can see Nomi, obviously, with his 9 eliminations and 1,800 damage done. When Team Spirit played this yesterday, they had a 2nd place with 14 eliminations and a 5th place with 8 eliminations, whereas Alpha 7 had a 2nd place with 4 and a 1st place with 13. So definitely 2 teams looking to do fairly well when it comes to Miramar here, Max.
Actually, one thing that's quite interesting looking at Alpha 7 in particular is I think we talk a lot about Alpha 7 here, Jason, saying, oh, Revo Mafioso are the fraggers. Carrier almost like an IGL can frag out, but this tournament, especially yesterday, Carrier was a standout, like not only on the IGLing front of things, but also stats-wise, like he was bringing the damage, bringing the knocks, bringing the eliminations too. So sure, Revo Mafioso are the fraggers, but Carrier, he's demanding respect at the start of this PMGC. He is up there. If you'd have not just 2 fraggers now, Jukes that are popping off, like now you have 3, dude. Alpha 7 on Miramar, they're going to be deadly.
Look, Carrillo's a fragger, all right? Let's be real, all right? He really is. I mean, he could definitely pop off. I think he's definitely kind of positioned himself more in that kind of like support role recently. But I mean, when it comes down to it, in a 1v1 fight, it'd be hard not to put your money on Carrillo. That's for sure, Jason.
I mean, he hits his shots in game and out of game when he shoots them. But one other player who definitely needs some respect when it comes to Alpha 7, McGrellan. Like, obviously, Alpha 7 have not had a global title until PMWC. And the big change to that point was McGrellan being on the roster. And we were kind of curious, would he continue to play with the team? We know supposedly he's going to be on the out at some point. But I feel like he deserves a lot of respect within that roster to get them that first global title. And he's been able to adapt to what the teams needed coming in as their pivotal fourth player.
Yeah, just explain also on top of that, right? Because it's theorized, Jukes, that Squash might be coming back on the team. He's still part of the squad, but like he just hasn't played yet. So McGrellan is approaching that like thinking, I need to deserve my spot in the team. I want to stick around, so I'm going to just pop off. And he has been like so important in the entirety of the full season, it seems.
I mean, that's what you got to do. I mean, you want a championship with the rest of the squad. I mean, he signed the jersey that I got hung up here. That says World Champions. You know what I'm saying? So I think you definitely want to just don't fix what's not broken just yet. So I want to see McGrellan continue on the team because Senatexa, the player that left Alpha 7, he was with 9Z and they didn't perform that well. So it just goes to show, like, hey, stick with that core squad. Just fix out those issues. I mean, Miramar's coming up, so I don't think Alpha 7 is too worried.
Yeah, and speaking of Senatex, actually, he's a free agent now as he's left or dropped from the 9Z team. And if Alpha 7 do somehow, let's just imagine a world where they win PMGC here, Max. If McGrellan ends up leaving the team and Squash comes in, McGrellan's going to be the most sought after free agent probably in the world.
I am Brazilian Paraguay. I demand $10 billion for me to be on your team, yes.
Yep, and someone write that check and sign it.
Well, speaking of writing that check and sign it, we're going to head over to our Miramars now as a man who I'd like to give me money. John Allen and Blank, take us away.
What? No, you can't have my money. That's my money. I need that for skins and PUBG Mobile. Goodness me. Or for an Infinix GT20 Pro, you know? These are valuable things that I need to get, and you can't have it.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get into
to go
this game.
see Venom for the 4th time.
Oh, that is true. I have only seen it 3 times, and I feel like the 5th rewatch is really where it hits that sweet spot.
Yeah, I like how you skip from 3 to 5 as well, like the 4th.
Well, yeah, so I need to get through the 4th, you know?
Yeah.
That's, I'll be honest, the 4th, a little bit of a lull, but then you get to the 5th, and it's so much better.
Oh, actually, this is pretty good again.
Yeah. Absolutely. Campo Militar to Ladriera. We are going across the north side here. I wonder if Twisted Minds are going to swap out Robs, if he's just a sub for Miramar. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, honestly, I think you were sort of on the money with that one from yesterday. However, the Twisted Minds, things look to be a little bit better on that last match. I don't know if they want to change too much, but I could absolutely be wrong here. I think that... Is he in?
Yeah, I can see him.
Oh,
Look,
yeah,
in the middle of the map.
Yeah, okay. So probably momentum-based. Because from yesterday, I think that sub was not a bad idea. And I think that you described it well as in terms of, like, Rob's being more of this close quarters fellow with Free being able to mix him back with, like, this long-range gameplay. We are heading down towards that southeast side of the map. So a little bit different from what we saw yesterday. We saw a lot of northern gameplay, which was mainly dominated by a lot of the high ground that is involved in that area, and we're heading down towards that urban finish in Los Leones, which is certainly a possibility with this circle, but also that coastal area over towards the eastern side, which kind of cuts this circle up a little bit, where you can have all these engagements happening over on the western edge and very much isolated fighting down towards the east.
Definitely going to shake things up here. It's going to force teams to either choose to go into Los Leones or move around the outside of it. A lot of treacherous terrain around that area, so it'll be interesting to see how this is navigated by our teams in the coming minutes. But for now, we're still in that loot phase, still early on the drop. Only 2 minutes elapsed so far in the game. So plenty of time to make those choices. But getting there early can be profitable. It seems like RSG are going to do just that. They are sending into the north side of Los Leones and will have first pick if they can get through their loot phase quickly.
Yeah, I mean, for RSG, having complete control over the loot in Los Leones is a big deal, John. I think that you can get a huge amount of loot on board, and a lot of teams have already confirmed over towards that northern side of the map already in terms of their drop spots. So RSG will have a lot of time to get exactly what they need, the amount of utility they need, and also be able to set themselves up in a position, maybe on the outskirts of Los Leones, to make that rotation if necessary, if it moves away from there. So for RSG, it's a rotate that comes with some risks, in which case, you know, it could be a fair few other teams make their way down here early on. However, it's all worked out wonderfully because no one else thought to even try that.
Yes, it's a rotation that, as you say, is just amplified by the lack of anyone else doing it. Hey, blank, no hot drop. It's good. Let's not mention it again.
Yeah, I mean, they stopped yesterday, which was nice. And I think that was because RSG was like, this is really not worth our time at all. And opted just to send away. It has somewhat crippled them on this map because it means you don't have your original drop spot. So your rotations are a little bit more wonky. But I think it was the right choice. Again, in the finals, there are some teams you don't opt to pull off from a hot drop until day 3. So I think for the fact that RSG just decided in the moment on day 1, it's like, this is not worth our time. Let's go elsewhere. You know, we lost the fight pretty firmly last time. So it's not worth it. Let's head elsewhere on the map. And I think that's something you have to do. Again, these adjustments have to come through quickly. Yes, I was saying earlier that 4 matches is a bit of a boon to these teams, especially in the group stage where you have slightly more time to figure things out. But yeah, still need to get a move on.
Zuxi taking the bench here, bringing Hans in. So we'll be joining his twin in taking a step back from this BTR roster, but we'll be back, I'm sure, tomorrow. Zuxi has been pretty decent, but it seems like on Miramar, they're just trying to get that sub back on in for some experience. 9th place on the overall tables and fairly close by. Could still definitely jump on up there. So happy to see that. A little bit of a tumble, but it's just like, no, that one's broken. I don't want that vehicle anymore.
Yeah.
It's no good.
Not sure on that one.
Maybe fuel?
Maybe. That would make sense. But still, at the end of the day, it's just getting in same vehicle. But I think it must have been fuel. It must have been fuel. Because if it really was the case of like, the wheel feels off.
Yeah.
Engine doesn't sound right.
Yeah, no, something's wrong with this one. Definitely wrong. But they do grab another vehicle and get on the road again. Vampire moving past MSJ over on the east side. Currently MSJ quite split. Vampire closer together. J-Sook very close by, but will not win the trade. Doesn't have the backup either, and that's a very fast flush coming on through. Schweppes and Nuzi there. Nuzi very low. Vampire losing a player early. It's not a good way to start your Miramar.
No, it is not. Again, for Vampire, it has been horrible today, but again, the points are coming quite slowly. Remember, you need to be in that top 3 to get a guaranteed invite. And right now, Major Pride is the only real team that has a little bit of a buffer to keep them ahead from the rest of the squads here. Team Spirit with Murin Sejong moving up the rankings. They're at 75 points with Alpha 7 taking a little bit of a step back here, down to 71 in 5th place. But as we all know, this is their favored map.
Can they convert into a day 2 of success? Because right now it just hasn't been Alpha 7's day. Luke's gonna move up. Final gets away. Rafinha chasing him away, making sure that they've isolated this fight. They want to be the ones to fight Major Pride, but not too sure if you want that, to be honest. And Loops, they seem to have read that as well. They're like, oh, actually, no, we're good. We'll see you guys later. We've got something else to do.
Umpires send a little bit of ordnance back over towards Twisted. Wow, that's unfortunate. Good picker from RC. Again, this is what I was talking about earlier. They had so much time to loot in Lost Leonis that they've been able to set themselves up nicely on that high ground, with the circle just kind of confirming further down towards that southeast side. They opted to head towards the east of Lost Leonis, and it's already paying dividends for them. Schweppes wants a bit more. I don't think they're getting Newsy back up, though.
They with the oversight on all of this. I can't believe Robs has done this, to be honest. That's the only reason they've gone poorly in this engagement with Twisted Minds, right? Surely. Let's see if he can pick up the pieces. Because, I mean, they are looking for some reses. Maybe just the one, but if they can get up to 3 and stay alive for a little bit longer, could be alright. Could be alright. Salvageable.
Yeah. Vehicle smoking. Take it into a garage. Maybe get it sorted on this game. Yeah, now their position's known, honestly, RSG doesn't really have anything else to shoot at all that much. They're going to be locked in towards this position.
Tin cans off the fence there. Those Twisted Minds trying not to rattle too much. Tony K wants the res, probably needs the res as well. We'll be able to do it. Twisted Minds, I mean, the fact that RSG have such great oversight on this means that Twisted Minds can't just flush away the vampires. Next circle is going to pop soon. Blank, it was a hard southeast shift for the first one. Let's see where the second goes. It's up to the north side, but keeps almost all of Los Leones in.
Yeah, I mean, back out now, RSG. It's time to head back over towards the west because this looks a little bit terrifying. Alpha 7 down towards that south side. We'll have to move their way up. Again, it's quite a few teams that have to move through, and it is that high ground on the south.
It's very, very difficult high ground to navigate. Yeah, on that east side of Los Leones, the south side of this next circle. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a wrap or two up towards the northwest side. Zeus have actually pushed into a really strong spot on the north side of Los Leones, up towards some buildings, some high ground there that they can occupy, and will challenge Inco for it. I feel like this is probably one of the safer spots in the lobby, given that no one seems to be actually trying to go for that west side rotate.
For Horda, you know, actually, it bodes quite well for them with this shifting back over towards the west a little bit, because they'll be able to send in over towards that western side of the map and get themselves at least some kind of position to play. But they are running on borrowed time right now whilst these teams rearrange themselves. I think if I was to look over towards BTR, though, taking that knock early is not nice, but they should be able to bring them back up to speed pretty quickly. And Alpha 7, yeah, caged on this south side, but still in the circle.
Alpha 7 just about on the south edge. I'm surprised that we're still at 16 teams here. The teams crunching themselves in, but we'll see what goes on. Ora just staying out in the blue and really reluctant to go too fast into this circle. I mean, Malik definitely not putting full speed onto the buggy either. They're just idling their way over towards the circle, then they'll be met with probably quite stiff resistance if they opt to go south of Los Leones.
I mean, there's so many teams down there. I think that's the difficulty for a lot of these squads. And it isn't through the nicest of terrain either. So for Team Spirit, you can see they're already struggling trying to figure out their next move because it's not the most simple of jobs right now to scout. You can't even pull out the binocs because they're likely going to be completely blockaded by the mountainsides around you. Similarly for Alpha 7. But I think Alpha 7 at the moment are actually doing quite a good job in terms of scouting towards that northern edge while staying somewhat undetected by DRX. And this is what they've always been very good at. I think Max does say this quite frequently in terms of Alpha 7 is just able to hold on through a lot of these nasty scenarios, at least on Miramar. They just have this fortitude that you don't quite see on other teams.
Northeast shift. MSJ, big split. Need to regroup here, I think, at this point. It feels like they're reading into that final, and J-Sook going to readjust as the flush comes through on towards Foopsman for Loops. Maybe we need a fight between Loops, Foopsman, and Coops. And that'll be a nice little tongue twister.
Yeah, maybe we don't need that. Maybe we don't
Actually,
do that at all.
Yeah, no, we don't have that. That's a good idea.
Derek's finding the Muerte over on this eastern edge. Quite an important pick-off as well between that fight. Especially considering Demuerte is currently on that northern side, and DRX would like to make that move up towards the north and kind of swing back round towards La Bandita. Mirren Sejong, though, once again find themselves a decent position. I think they're going to play another 2-2 split here over out in the fields on the north, as well as this position that sits on the roadside. Smart decision, in my opinion. I don't think that they would assume there's going to be a lot of teams over towards this north side. And if they're able to hold this out throughout the entirety of Stage 3, they have two really strong spots that they can divert between.
Nice opening knock there. 2 found for Team Spirit. They're going to go in for that flush as well. Effect Looks a little bit greedy for it, but maybe going to pay off. Drawing attention with Kitsune. Sky has to step out for the peak. 2 players on the front. Going to go down. That's a flush confirmed for Team Spirit. No fear as well still there. Effect really wants to make this one work. Matic with the burst over towards Sky, but Mr. Boro on the off angle may give him a little bit of trouble here, but behind the smoke, he's got cover. He's got backup from Kitsune on that off angle, scouting information. The blue zone, however, not as easy to deal with. It will not negotiate. Team Spirit going to have to reposition around it. Still, more to play for, and they are going to get out of it. There's another knock over towards Sky. There's Alpha 7 taking a fight on the south side as well.
Yeah, it's typical Alpha 7, right? They managed to get ahead of Harame Bro, which was so important for them early game, and actually be able to take this one out. And it was purely because of some really great scouting over towards that north side that went completely undetected, which was very stealthy from Alpha 7. And then they just burst out into the open.
They get that door flung open, you bet they're going to run straight through. Or even a window, anything. They're going 2 feet first. Alpha 7 up to the east side, but Major Pride in their way. RSJ, in the meantime, now clashing with Team Spirit, who did manage to get away with all 4 players, but that might change. RSJ, they've been on this high ground for a long time. GZ with a challenge here. Does need to be careful. He is right on the back of their extended line for RSG. And if they go down here, if GZ goes down, it's going to be nasty. This, I mean, what can you do? It's MSJ all day, baby.
Yeah, again, I was talking about earlier, it's just a very nice setup from Mirren Sejong. I think that we've kind of reached this era recently where teams have stopped putting as much stock in a 2-2 split. And Mirren Sejong is definitely bringing it back a lot. And, you know, Max was saying alongside with Jason, they just have this fantastic control over like the knowledge of the zone, knowledge of the terrain, what are good spots to take. And it feels like this team is extremely drilled in terms of that factor. And that's basically a top 5, just off the back of some very good setup from Mirren Sejong.
Yeah, they have now regrouped up to that north side, so the 2-2 going to recoalesce, but at this point, this is wise. Again, they are entering their danger point of the match, which seems to have been addressed more and more commonly now, and we'll probably have to stop calling it that at some point fairly soon if they can move into the late game of this match. But over on the west side, things are not so easy. BTR, Zeus, both going to have a little bit of a clash, and Zeus definitely coming out the better of the 2 on this one so far, with BTR dropping down to 3. Eren looking to confirm this, and BTR may want the rest of this fight as well. A cook on the nade, and if he lands this, this is BTR split in half. A roll up and the monster truck goes fairly slowly. A nade to the back lines, the shotgun to suppress the ridgeline. There's backup sprays as well from the rest of Zeus. And BTR gonna really suffer here. Darkin has such a great angle to back up his teammates. Eren has taken damage, but he's already enacting that healing. You can see the first aid coming on through, and another knock goes through to BTR. The nades up high don't connect, and more knocks go the way. Zeus handle it perfectly.
Yeah, even with the sub out there from BTI, it didn't seem to change too much. I mean, they were fighting uphill still, but again, Zeus just kind of handle whatever they threw at them. There's a nice nade as well to start things off from Eren, really weakened a lot of that squad. Team Spirit definitely heard some of this happening, likely wanted to maybe get involved. I don't think they expected the fight to basically end in one breath.
They managed to duck the pressure from RSG, who are now engaged with Major Pride on the southeast side and trying to get past one another. So Team Spirit getting away from that with all 4 players, I think, is a great maneuver from them, but their transition from the northeast point of Los Leones is treacherous. We'll see if they can make that work. Twisted Minds and Vampire a little bit caught up in it now as they are together on that south side. Tony K and Schweppes, 2 players alive for them. Twisted Minds on 3 players, and Team Spirit potentially actually look at a third party here instead. They've been looking for that opportunity, denied it against Zeus. Do they find it here against Vampire and Twisted Minds?
Vampire's down to 2. It's a nice shot from the sidelines. And Tony K's already down. I mean, Team Spirit can get involved in that, and that's actually perfect for Team Spirit. One player from Twisted Minds hitting the deck. Now Team Spirit can fully get in on this without really too much of a comeback coming through or retaliation. But it's RSG actually from the back lines.
This could be another excellent turn of events for Team Spirit if RSG lose players, which they do. A nade over finds Bay. The spray down is there, and Lord is going to get caught up in it as well. Twisted Minds fall, RSG are flagging, and Team Spirit have just had one good turn after another. They have been absolutely perfect on this approach. It's really played out well for them. And this is a brilliant third-party situation for them now. 2 players on the inside for them to deal with. Nomi up close, but low on the HP bar, trying to shred through them. And it will be Matic to step up against God. Lightning now, the last to go. And Team Spirit, 6 eliminations on the cards, with Major Pride already going low as well on 1 player alive. Kitsune looking to try and challenge around, doesn't even go down. And Effect will be able to put the final nail in the coffin. RSG down, Team Spirit on the south side.
Yeah, it's perfect for Team Spirit because not only does that give them a whole bunch of eliminations there, but it really clears out this south side of the map, and we are heading back up towards that northern edge. So again, for Murin Sejong, I really don't see a world where they don't at least get a second place. There could be some insane crash that comes through in the next few minutes, but for them, this position is just so strong.
There's so little you can do about it. I mean, the fact that Loops have that position out to the east side of the road is probably going to play well for them until DRX come to join the party. If they want to go out to the east side, I feel like that might be the rotation that they should look for here. Zeus trying to move in on the north side. You can see how minimal the cover is, but it's the open field plays that you're going to be familiar with if you've watched a lot of Miramar here in PUBG Mobile. It's from shack to shack, from hay bale to hay bale, trying to move those vehicles in. This is where you spend vehicles, right? It's where you have to spend vehicles to try and make something work.
Yeah, inside this, again, like you say, spending those vehicles means basically blowing them up to create some kind of stronghold. I think quite a few teams would rather wait until stage 6 so they have a little bit less zone to work with, where they can figure out, right, this is where we make our last stand, essentially. Yeah, DRX as well as Major Pride down towards that south side. And again, the top side of the lobby has taken a fair beating. But Team Spirit still up as 4. Getting 7 eliminations on match does mean they overtake DXavier with only 2 players left.
And with Major Pride down in, I think that was 8th place there, means 1 placement point, 3 elims, 4 more points. 97 is their total as it sits. So Team Spirit, we're going to try and chase that down. Currently sat on 85. Definitely doable for them if they can get 2 more elims, chicken dinner. But they're in a difficult spot, right on the edge of the road. You see MSJ shots out towards DXavier and towards Team Spirit a little bit further south, but still so much open ground sits between them.
It's rough. I think the best thing for Team Spirit in that last fight as well was the fact that they got basically delivered a whole bunch of vehicles coming through from RSG. You really haven't had to move all that much from their position in Los Leones, so that's a massive help for them into the future.
Uh-oh. DXavier, last player out in the open, not going to work out. I feel that the same is true for Team Spirit in the very near future on that southwest side. May be able to crash to Inco. I feel like that's the thing that they have that DXavier just didn't, is a potential crash location close by, and they're aware of this position as well. But if DRX make that move second, or if they wait for Team Spirit to make that move first, rather, it's just going to be impossible. So Team Spirit need to deal with DRX on their east.
Yeah, that is essentially it, because they need to make this wide wrap over towards the eastern side, and facing off against Inco is basically fighting for potentially a losing position. I think with this next circle, it does give it a little bit more hope potentially towards Team Spirit, but it's who pulls the trigger first. Is it DRX? Is it Team Spirit? Matic right now does take a few shots off the back off. It's a bit of an awkward position. Needs to get that first aid kit off first, just in case he takes a stray bullet. If he gets knocked, it's going to be bad.
The blue zone is going to push in about 5 seconds, so needs to be healthy for it, because they will have to transition on that southwest side. Zeus have been fighting in the open ground on the north, and actually navigating this one fairly well. It's Loops who are on the roadside still, causing a lot of problems for everyone trying to move.
Yeah, I mean, Loops is set up really well. I mean, on this 4-man split, it's really good for them. They have this ridge side to play, and it's basically what everyone wants right now. If it wasn't for the fact that Inco is down towards that northern side, it might have been a different story. This is an interesting approach coming through from Team Spirit. They keep all 4 players up on the approach. It's actually quite good for them. I think they've realized that there is way too much turmoil down towards that south side for them to get anything done. So they make a gamble towards the northern edge.
But this draws Zeus into a fight, right? They are really calling out Zeus at this stage, and you can see the regroup comes. Zeus are ready for it. They want to take this fight, facing off in EMEA. They've got the practice here, and Matic takes down Nomi with a vehicle explosion. That is going to be resable, but the nade over the top from Rita could seal the deal on this. That nade looks good. The arc looks perfect, but it doesn't quite get the knock onto Matic or the flush onto Nomi. The res can come through, but Kitsune's down in the meantime, and Zeus are so ready for this fight. It's just a little bit too bold for Team Spirit. There's the re-knock onto Matic, and Nomi in effect now the last two to stand against 4 from Zeus, and they haven't even had to step into the sightlines. MSJ clipped the back lines of Team Spirit. The nades flow on through as well. It's all up to Nomi now on the forward position. He wants to look for this res, but Maniac is there. The spray from MSJ in the middle, MSJ, sorry, in the middle is going to find them, and it's going to be plenty of salt in the mix for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it absolutely is. That all kind of comes from an explosion on the vehicle. I don't think it was intentional. I think the vehicle was exploding at that point anyway, and Nomi maybe got a little bit too close. But yeah, you can see how one simple mistake can lead to the entirety of your team going down. There's Kaisei heading it off. We'll be leaving our match there for DRX. Again, they made it a bit longer, the DRX at least, you know. It's a struggle. It's a real struggle.
I feel like I wanted DRX to go for that sweep onto loops a lot earlier, and they just instead decided to commit to the west side. It's not gone well. They're out on that south edge. But all credit to Zeus. I mean, really confident play coming through.
Yeah, again, for them, like you said, it was a call out. It was a call out towards their position. They know they had to hold on to it. This is likely one of the few positions on the map that it can contend with. Mirren Sejong's position towards the center. Especially this next circle pushing loops. They basically go over the top here on the ridge side and get faced by the guns of Mirren Sejong.
This is something's wrong here. This is Mirren Sejong. This is not Major Pride. So why are they getting the circle luck? What's going on?
I mean,
this is not in the script.
They definitely set up. They set up for this position. I mean, it is
Loops are set up to go.
Cool that it's so central. In comes Loops. This is what they had to do. I'm curious that Mirren Sejong had absolutely no control over this, though.
And then more concerned about Zeus, right? Seemingly. Probably rightly so. If they can get a nade, if they can get a knock on this initial approach, but it seems like it's not going to happen. Loops have managed to break first ground, and now they're going to regroup Rafinha into the backline as well. So all 4 up and into the circle. A compound scrap, and Zeus could capitalize on this. There is an opportunity now to third party. Do they want to move in, or do they want to stay back, stay at arm's length, and take pot shots at this fight?
For Zeus, it depends how many vehicles they've still got up and running. Technically, they could get to the other side of the compound, in which case, that's why Final's playing so far back. There is plenty of positions to crash onto. But for Mirren Sejong, as soon as that circle moves over towards the western side, I think you should absolutely be focusing over towards that ridge. There's not a huge amount of cover to be had for Loops there, and they could have at least get 1 or 2 picks on the run-up. Instead, their focus is way over towards that western side, in which case Zeus has an even tougher time getting over this edge here. So yeah, for Mirren Sejong, they absolutely do give up the position.
Maybe it's just a sneaky trap. They're allowing Loops to think they've got it, and then bang, 3 nades, they're done for. It's exactly all as planned. Loops.
It could be.
Yeah, well, not too likely. I feel like Zeus kind of did miss the opportunity to go for this crash now, and it's going to really rely on Loops going for the fight, but they don't need to. Both of these two teams can just sort of say, okay, look, we're getting first and second. You guys fight over third and fourth.
Well, Zeus has to move. Equally, Loops looking for some more points in this game. They've only got 3 elims, so anything extra they can get here is ideal. They know Zeus is in a position where they have to move out into open ground. Don't really have much choice with the circle pushing them in here. Inco's done a pretty fantastic job to sneak their way up on towards this south side from what was one hell of a precarious place on the map. And it's sort of allowed to happen just because DRX played a very lukewarm endgame.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of did just force DRX and Team Spirit to branch out around them or go down to the blue at the back. And that's exactly what happened to both of them, right? And Inko managed to stay alive through it all. Zeus mounting up, the smoke cover's there. The crash coming. Inko do have angles on this. MSJ don't have cover. It's the broad side of that concrete, which means there's no windows to peek through. But Inko can still have an impact here. There's the shot through from the sidelines, and Maniac does go down first. Potential to res, but Rita finds Nenebete, and that's going to slow Inko down.
Which is super important. I mean, it was unlikely they're going to get too much closer, but it's a good catch. It's a really good catch there. And that's so many things for Marin Sejong to keep their attention on. And yeah, nice nade over the top there. Does take down Zeus. Leaves him with just Darking, but Loops will pick up that point. I don't think Marin Sejong cares too much, though, as long as they're staying safe.
They cannot, in fact, peek out towards this side with Eren on the back lines as well. Inko covering off the flank. Loops bearing down upon them. That's a brilliant pickup for Zeus, though. Again, Nino just keeping things together. As Inko suffering through the windows, MSJ have those angles out towards this south side, and finally Inko fall. This gives a little bit more leg room for Zeus, potential to get these reses to come on through, in fact, and maybe get Rita back into the mix, but no, he's just a little bit too far away, out of reach, and Eren goes down next as well. Rafinha has the angle between those hay bales, and it's all up to Darkin. MSJ spotted. Loops may be able to wheedle their way into this one.
Yeah, a lot of damage done over towards Marin Sejong, and with now Zeus taking out the situation with 12 limbs, no less. Very well done. Loops can start worrying about Marin Sejong. And that is another knock over towards final. That is very, very important, taking out Rafinha on the sidelines. Now 2 players from Loops up against Marin Sejong.
3 players alive. Hoxie, Seiwu on the forefront. Jae-Suk moving around, but Hoxie wants the fight. He steps out. A bold push, but there's a P90 to deal with. Is he going to escape the spray? Yes, he is. He wants more as well. Hoxie takes him down with a bold push out. And that is how you close it out. Marin Sejong, I mean, it was their game from the get-go. Loops gave us a little bit of a nerve-wracking performance there for them, but it is once again the South Koreans to take it down.
Yeah, a really good game from them. Again, it all stems from good rotations at the start and then a strong 2-2 split to give them a fantastic anchor point and just understanding of where these other teams are playing. So someone's been doing their homework in this team, that is for sure. I think the best thing about it as well is the fact that they seem to be moving away from this idea they can get everyone up and keep them up at all times. As one player goes down, and instead Hoxie just goes hell for leather straight over towards Loops.
With 5 limbs, first with 12 limbs, fourth with 4 limbs, and Marin Sejong are continuing to dominate the day here, as you heard me rattling off some numbers talking about how their performance has been across the day. A couple of, I'd say 2 okay matches maybe, but their last 3 matches so far have been insane, and I wouldn't be surprised, Hot Jukes and Maxman, if we see them actually in top 3 now.
They went 4th before this game. Like, they were up there. They're going to be up in top 3. I am such a big fan. Hot Jukes, I think I've never been rambling about, like, rotations, movements of a team and how they play a specific match, like, as much as this game. This is by far my favorite game this PMGC season. We're only in Dota 2, so, like, still early days, but the moves from early to mid to late game Hot Jukes from Marin Sejong are just second to none. Absolutely beautiful this game.
Yeah, literally perfectly played. I mean, they did exactly what they needed to do. They secured this awesome position and they defended it against so many different squads. So a well-earned chicken dinner, and it's their second one today. Say woo. Woo. That was horrible. Sorry. That was good.
No more of that, please.
That was good.
Okay, I'll stop that.
No more of that, please. They woo, 5 eliminations, man. 741 damage. Look at that conversion rate. I mean, MSJ are getting hot right when they need to.
Exactly.
I mean, we have to bring it back, right? Because of how the zones kind of played out. Max, we were talking about this while watching the match. With the shifts we had, there was a huge grouping of teams down towards the very south side of the zone. And every team was trying to avoid as much as possible Los Leones, and even took a picture and sent it to us of like how much space teams were avoiding to make sure they don't play from that position. And Mir and Sejong were just like, all right, we'll sit towards the north because we know there's not going to be a lot of teams up here.
Yeah, they had this also amazing 4-man split up in the northern side, Jason. And it's just like clockwork. It's not only their terrain knowledge that also Blank mentioned at one point during that game. Sure, it's amazing, but the timing in particular, Hot Jukes, where they go from 4-man split for phase 1, phase 2. Phase 3 pops, go into 2-man split into the 2 best options in the circle. Phase 3 pops and going into phase 4, regroup into the better compound, which ended up being the winning compound. I absolutely love when teams play that way, when the timing is so on point that you just react instantly to circle pops and you just take the best option available at the time based on what compounds you have already overtaken. I could do like an entire monologue about this game, Hot Jukes, but the early strats to get that compound were on point.
Forget a monologue. What about a video for Pandemonium_news?
You know what? Oh. I'm doing it. It's happening.
I'm doing it. He's like, I'm doing it.
More of that.
Well, Jukes, yeah, more of that. That's a second first place finish for them. However, we do have to talk about the pushes out of Loops and of course out of Zeus. And I know you guys were actively discussing it as it was happening. And I want you to kind of walk us through what you thought of it.
You want to take it, Jukes, or me? I'm going to go on. You might as well
Jukes,
jump into it.
Yeah, I mean, man, look at that. I mean, when you're talking about Zeus, right? Just run that back for me one more time, Jason.
I just discussed the way like Loops and Zeus played out the final push into like the compound that Mir and Sejong was in, and of course how MSJ responded to the aggression.
Yeah, I mean, that's all about timing in that particular situation. So you got Mir and Sejong in the dominant spot. All the teams are looking right at him. And, you know, a lot of these teams are going to be hesitant to take that engagement first, because if they do, that third party's coming right after. As a matter of fact, when we saw Loop start to make that push, I was screaming. I was like, Zeus, Inko, what are you doing? Like, just, it's wide open. No one's even looking at you. Just start running towards them and start making that happen. And we saw Zeus park just a little bit too early at that hay bale. I think, Maxman, you were kind of upset that we didn't see him just full set it on that building, right?
I was hoping for Zeus to just go in and just smite down the opposition, but no, they got smitten around that little hay bale by nades. It was very unfortunate. The crashing angle they took was rough to engage fully into that compound. So Zeus, I think they could have sent a little bit earlier and full committed, but they were a bit indecisive. And because of the indecisiveness of, and like also Loops and Inko struggling to go on to MSJ, Seiwoo being the MVP of our game here with all of those 5 eliminations. And really what I loved this game in the late match, like really in that that 4-way fight between all those 4 different teams at the end. MSJ don't try to just hold the front line of that compound. They move back, let Loops fight Zeus, and then get himself one of the biggest games that then pushes them up in 2nd place in the rankings. Maybe gunning for the crown here of Major Pride. They're going up there.
I can just hear Klaus in the back of my not normal brain going and discussing our South Korean overlords coming into PUBG Mobile, right? DRX, he didn't expect DRX to do what PMWC, he thought about D plus Kia, and DRX surprised, and now another team from South Korea surprising 2nd place. If we ended off right now, you would see MSJ in the Grand Finals, which is crazy to see how well they've been able to play considering how recently they qualified for this as well.
It's crazy.
I'm so excited for this, man. This is the most hype I've been for a Korean team, right, Hot Jukes? Ever since D+, this is like the resurgence of Korea, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And right on time, too. Look at that. Right now, you got #1, the final, making the final countdown right there when it comes to survival time. I mean, MSJ are playing this perfectly right on time. I mean, we got 1 more game still left to go, so anything could definitely happen. But, I mean, just a beautiful run so far. 2 more days left. All they got to do is hang on.
I didn't quite catch it. I'm just waiting for it to update on our side. What position was Zeus in? Did any of you guys catch that?
I was just looking at MSJ, to be honest.
Yeah, I was saying that's why I'm kind of like, we're gonna.
Because they had a good solid jump. Yeah, where did they go?
They were 14th.
Because they just got to 11th, right?
Exactly, 14th to 11th, and I'm curious to see where they're at now. I mean, they pushed BTR, who was in 9th, down to 11th. So this has been a massive step up out of quite a few teams here. That honestly, this is the perfect time to really hit your stride, especially going into day 3 tomorrow. But our players. Oxy with 23 eliminations. I mean, yeah, he's still a bit behind damage from Nomi, but he's been able to put in some serious work, and I can't really think of a single player on MSJ who hasn't really been putting in that work for him.
They've all been doing so good. I think the comms during that game, Jason, were just, Hoxie, don't leave the compound. I want to fight them. He just really wants to get involved as much as possible. But yeah, the whole squad has been putting in so much work. Say-Woo in particular, sure, he was top player of this game. Thank you. He was top player of this game in terms of stats, but he is really calling the shots so well when he has the information. He knows exactly how to move around a specific area of the map to get themselves late into the game, maybe even go for the win, which they've done twice. And I said it right, Hodgix, at the start of the day, that they do tend to struggle to get those wins. Like, they can get to the late game, but the win, that's a different story. They did it twice, so I feel like they got over that hurdle, and now we're looking as confident as ever going into the rest of this PMGC.
Dude, they straight up destroyed that hurdle. Yes. They broke that hurdle in half over their knee in today's games. And that's going to give them so much confidence going into tomorrow and the day after. So I'm going to be interested to see in these next 2 days, Jason, because there's one thing that's really, and it's really bad in Americas. And I want to know if it's the same thing for you guys, at least in your opinion. Teams playing with the leaderboards, all right? It hasn't happened, right? We see so many squads in Americas just play the same game no matter what the leaderboard looks like. I want to see that change here in PMGC. I want to see squads that, hey, guess what? We are 30 points away with 2 games left. We got to go crazy. We got to get so many eliminations. We can't play it safe.
Don't open
right?
this can of worms with me and Max.
Nah.
Dude.
No, because I'm thinking to myself, like, you know, when you really have to play harder, just play harder. Like when you need to get big games, just play harder. Just like double point days, you just got to play
just like
doubly hard.
Yeah.
I get what you mean, right? It's about like, when do you decide that you have to switch things up? Where's that kind of limit? How many matches left? How many points behind? At least for teams who are towards the top of the table, it's like, just keep doing what's been working for you. Obviously, you need to make sure that you don't stagnate your gameplay and become complacent. You need to be able to keep adapting and read into how other teams are playing. But with the presence of MSJ and the continually improvement and continued I guess like awareness around the map, they are proven to be one of the strongest contenders. But I do worry about this, gentlemen. Think about Alliance at PMWC. They would do these often 2-2 splits. They would often do these positions where they can get a lot of ground on some of these zones. And then when we got into finals, everyone knew about that. They knew how to punish them, and they fell by the wayside. So for MSJ, that's one thing I will worry about as we get to that point eventually. But we need to be able to see that next level of play from them. But if anything, they have been staying at center quite often, playing from center, and they show they can kind of play from edge as well if they need to.
It does scare me a little bit. They bring up the comparison with Alliance. I'm having flashbacks. I'm like, please, no, not again. I've been hurt once before, not twice. But it could happen. But I do think that MSJ, with the way they're playing, I think they're respectful. I think Alliance back in PMWC got away with stuff that in the finals that will never get by those top teams, right? But I feel like this playstyle, the fact that also this is the group of death, I feel like we were all agreed upon. The fact it's working now is a good kind of setup for the finals if they do make it, right? So I'm hopeful that they can maintain this kind of consistency throughout the entire tournament, but there is a bit of that fear in the back of our minds, Jason, that maybe things could go awry if they maybe get too comfortable in this current playstyle.
Jukes, let me ask you this, because this was something I talked about a lot when we were at PMWC on the desk, especially when there was the likes of Falcons, 4MV, etc. playing not so well.
I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Esports. As we approach the 2024 PMGC, 10 teams will represent the EMEA region. Teams qualifying through PMGC points are Team Spirit, Brute Force, Virtus Pro, and IWNRX. Teams qualifying through PMSL rankings are Twisted Minds, Digma Galaxy, Zeus Esports, Rectum Karya Bra Esports, 77, and Natus Vincere. Today, let's highlight 4 standout teams to keep an eye on. Let's start with Team Spirit, a squad with absolute strength built around one standout player, Nomi. Nomi began his professional journey in 2020, and it didn't take long for his brilliance on the PUBG Mobile battlefield to catch major attention. Kitsune, off the back of his old team parting ways, saw the potential of Nomi and his teammates, and together, they formed Team Spirit. Matic, a seasoned player with 5 consecutive PMGC appearances, also became part of the roster. Thus, a new era for Team Spirit was born. As the team's playmaker, Nomi's off-angle play has propelled Team Spirit to success in a short time. In the 2024 PMSL EMEA Spring, they secured 5th place, and by the 2024 PMSL EMEA Fall, they surged to claim the championship. Nomi even earned the Week 2 Terminator title during the fall season. Their diverse strategies and adaptable playstyle have allowed them to surpass even veteran teams on the big stage. But don't think that this is their peak. At the 2024 PMGC, they're ready to show the world what absolute dominance is and what it means to unleash the spirit. Let's witness the history made by IWNRX, who ranked 11th in the power rankings with 421.36 power points, solidifying their dominance in the EMEA region. Their success is a testament to their outstanding teamwork and the brilliance of their star player Frozen. Frozen joined IWNRX at just 16 years old, and together they claimed the 2021 PMGC League West Championship, showcasing their talent on the global stage. However, their journey wasn't without its obstacles. In 2022, they faced controversy over their performance and missed qualifying for PMGC. Yet, this setback only fueled their determination. As a team centerpiece, Frozen led IWNRX back to triumph, winning the 2023 PMPL EU Championship Fall and securing their spot in the 2023 PMGC. This year, they're more formidable than ever. Not only did they secure 2nd place in the 2024 PMSL EMEA Spring, but they are also set to return to PMGC, aiming to reclaim their place at the top of the global stage just as they did 3 years ago. Now let's turn our attention to the rising star, Regnum Karya Bra Esports, ranked 29th in the power rankings with 135.03 power points. They've been making waves on the global stage at an impressive pace. At the heart of this rapid ascent is the pivotal role of star player Silas and his talented team. Silas is one of the few players who has competed in the PMGC for 5 consecutive years, starting in 2020. Let's rewind to 2022, a year that truly belonged to Silas. He first claimed the Finals MVP title at the 2022 PMPL Turkey Fall, then led his team to victory at the PMGC, earning the prestigious title of Global Champion. As the team's in-game leader, Silas showcased his calm demeanor and keen attention to detail, masterfully devising and executing strategies that propelled his team to success. Although he didn't reach the championship podium in 2023, Silas never lost hope, knowing the right opportunity was on the horizon. That opportunity finally came this year when he joined Regnum Karya Bra Esports. After quickly establishing strong synergy with his new teammates, they secured back-to-back championships in both the 2024 PMYL Spring and Summer seasons, setting their sights on a serious challenge at PMGC. For Silas, it's a chance to prove himself once again. And for Regnum Karya Bra Esports, it marks an unprecedented golden era. Finally, let's dive into the world of Twisted Minds. It's hard to believe that Twisted Minds, as we know them today, is a team with completely new rosters. But with Lord and Coops as former partners, their synergy is undeniable, constantly elevating each other's performance. Lord, a prodigious talent from Iraq, entered the professional scene at just 19 years old, quickly winning multiple championships in the PMPL AR and competing in the PMGC for 4 consecutive years since 2021. Meanwhile, Coops, also 19, is a global star who has consistently earned MVP titles in both PMPLNA and PMPL AR, solidifying his status as a true sensation. The remarkable chemistry between Lord, Coops, and their new teammates has paid off in a big way. As a veteran organization in the Middle East, Twisted Minds' claim to fame came from winning the championship at the Saudi E-League 2023 Season 1, but they had yet to reach the PMGC stage. Just 3 months after forming their new team this year, they secured 2nd place in the 2024 PMSL EMEA Fall and earned their coveted spot in the PMGC for the first time. Now, they're fully geared up to make history. The battlefield is set, and their future looks bright. Here's hoping that all the teams can prove themselves in the 2024 PMGC. Good luck.
The stage has been set for the 2024 PUBG MOBILE Global Championship. The groups have been drawn, and now all the teams know who exactly their enemies are going to be and who they have to beat to get through directly into the main event. Let's take a look at where all the teams currently stand. So to start things off, Max, we've got to come to a conclusion of who we think the group of death is. So let's start to take a look here at Group Green.
Yeah, I mean, Group Green, you got some good teams like 4MB, you know, our boy Doc that we're going to be looking at here. Back-to-back champions of PMSL CSA in 2024, so that's looking great. D+PR also have done some good stuff in the past in global events, so they got some good ones.
I mean, you have Stalwart in there, which obviously did have a great performance at PMSL. I think they're a good team, but worthy of calling Group Green or Group of Death? No. Take a look at Group Red, though. You do have a lot of heavy hitters in there. You have Alter Ego, who got through off PMGC points. We've seen them play in the past at PMGC without too much great success. But then you do go into, like, for instance, your Falcons. But then you look at, like, TJB and Tiamba, not really ranked highly in our power rankings. However, at PMWC would say quite differently. But Red, yeah, definitely closer when it comes to skill gaps. Yeah. That leaves us with Group Yellow.
For me, I'm going to have to say, got most of the heavy hitter teams. Of course, you've got Alpha 7. Not only now the champions of PMSL Americas Fall 2024, also the #1 team in our power ranking here. It's not just a small lead they have in the power ranking too, Jason, right? It's a massive 200+ point lead they have. So like catching up to them by the end of the year, it's not happening. But Geek Xavier and Vampire too, like there's so many big names in Group Yellow that it kind of is going that way.
So for me, Group Yellow definitely should be the group of death. Which 3 teams from each group will directly qualify to the Grand Finals in your opinion? Let's start off with Yellow.
Alpha 7. Undeniable.
Yeah.
PMWC champions, I mean, what do you really want to like contest about that? But I'm going to go for 2 SEA teams after that. I'm personally going to go for Geek Xavier that just have this tendency to always reach the finals. And then my final team is Vampire. Tony K is just such a good contender for those MVP titles globally, especially after how he performed in SEA. So those are my 3 picks.
So for me, it's exact same 3 teams.
But moving on to Group Red here, Jason, we got like some teams I think you're going to have to go for Falcons here. Disappointing PMWC, but I feel like it's a team that is capable to question themselves when things aren't going right, aren't going their way. So I'm going to have to go Falcons.
Cool, so I have Falcons as well on my list.
Yeah. Looking at one of the PL teams this time around, I'm going to have to go for Tiamba. I think that they showed some true promise, especially for some players that played for the very first time over at a global tournament. So Tiamba's going to be the next one. Don't say anything, okay? Let me pick Altrigo. They're going to be fine. Trust in Rosemary. He's going to be okay.
I had Tiamba as well. Like QZZ played extremely well. One of our top 10 players at PMWC. Putting TJB in there as well. I feel like they're already focused in. They already know what they need to do to qualify. So Falcons, TJB, Tiamba for me.
Group Green. I do think the 2 Brazilian teams in that group here of Team Liquid and Influence are going to make it, right? It's not just 2 random Brazilian teams. They're 2 of the most aggressive and teams in Brazil, and also they've got that background of playing globally so many times for so many of the players on their roster. So because of that, Team Liquid and Influence Rage, I expect to make it that far. And the last one I think we can agree on, 4MV. From how they played in CSA, we're looking good. If we can see more synergy around Doc in particular, that would be great.
We saw some other players really stepping up in fall and PMSL, so I think they should be able to get through definitely as one of mine. I had Team Liquid as well, and then D+Kia. They have the experience. I don't know what went wrong for them at the last Global, but I have expectations they should be able to make it. Who is our top 5 at the main event, the Grand Finals of PMGC?
Alpha 7. Pretty obvious pick in my opinion to go for that. 4MV, I think that they took a lot of lessons from PMWC this time around. I have Falcons as my next one. Geek Xavier also is going to be up there. I mentioned it in the previous question. They just tend to do well in global events and always reach the finals. The final pick is going to be Team Liquid. So that's going to be my final pick here for the top 5.
So for my picks, I think we have really similar picks, right? Alpha 7, I don't need to explain. 4MV, Xavier, Falcons, all those 4 I don't really need to touch on more than you did. Though I will say this, it's got to be Tiamba for me. Like again, they perform I think better than I expected at PMWC. I wonder if they can bring that kind of fire with them at PMGC off the back of the experience they got at PMWC. So I think Tiamba for me is going to be my 5th pick. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here for us talking about how the groups did play out, and of course, our expectations of who will potentially take home the trophy, at least the top 5. Make sure to tune in, though, on October 31st is when the group stage will be kicking off, and that's over in Kuala Lumpur, where all the players will be playing on land. Going to be sick to see. Make sure you guys tune in, because you're not going to want to miss this year's PMGC, because we also have that awesome trophy behind us.
Hello PUBG Mobile fans! The 2024 PMGC is kicking off with Group Yellow on October 31st. In the first week of the 2024 PMGC group stage, 16 teams in Group Yellow will battle to secure a spot in the top 3, guaranteeing a place in the Grand Finals in London. Meanwhile, those who place 4th through 11th will move on to the survival stage, while those finishing 12th through 16th will be eliminated immediately. Dubbed the Group of Death by casters and fans, this lineup includes fierce competitors. Alpha 7 Esports, Xavier, and Vampire Esports are ranked in the power rankings top 10 globally, while Alpha 7 Esports, Bigatron Knights, and Vampire Esports are world champions. Group Yellow promises intense battles ahead.
Not retreating, he's advancing. This is a
why would a
scary,
Frenchman
scary
retreat, like?
prospect.
Why would a Frenchman retreat?
I don't know, you tell me, you hate.
Oh, whoa! Hate's a strong word.
Oh, dear me. Anyways,
this is causing trouble.
15 seconds till we get into our final Miramar of the day here at the 2024 PMGC. Man, it feels like yesterday we were doing 2020 PMGC. Kind of crazy. But it is our last Miramar of the day. Let's see if Mirror and Sejong can keep things up. Somewhat of an unfortunate remake for them, considering they had such a strong position over towards Puerto Paradiso and Impala. That would have been an awesome start for them.
All right, no prank. In the plane, we go into Miramar. Final time today. Los Leones up to Campo Militar. Are we going to get another carbon copy circle, or are we going to be going somewhere else on the map? We'll have to wait and see, as our plane has just reached the start of this plane path.
Towards Campo Militar as my cat attempts to destroy my whole setup, as usual. The classic. But yeah, I think for this kind of plane path, it actually is one of the more awkward ones, considering it's so heavy east. Makes some of the crossings over towards the western side of the map kind of difficult. You know, you will have to go a bit of a distance, grab some vehicles on the way.
Team Spirit with two teams to their south. Xavier and Zeus could be in trouble. Team Spirit, yeah, they're just going to head over to Shumasera, stay out of it for the time being. DRX in Puerto Paradiso very much alone right now. Looking out for any other hot drops, any other trouble on the horizon in the early game. MSJ alone in Impala. Hard south circle blank. Keeps Partona in. This is good for teams like Xavier, for Zeus as well. Team Spirit a little bit more exposed to the Los Leones crowd, but still should be fairly safe as well.
It's different, which is good. We like a little bit of a different circle, but it does give Team Spirit a bit more of a hope here. But to be honest with you, even on Chumacera circles, I don't really feel like it gives Team Spirit an advantage too much. So we'll see what they go for during this game. I think we have an interview coming up soon with Mafia Ninja from Hora. So we'll let you know when that one's ready to go.
I'm excited. You're going to be hearing from the team from Nepal. I mean, we saw in the VT just before the game. They think this group is called the Group of Death because they're in it. I think they've got to back that up, but right now, they're doing okay. They're 9th on the tables overall, 59 points in the mix of it all as well. Currently on the map, they're over towards water treatment, potentially moving out further. They'll have to rotate down soon as well. So potential west side rotate for them if they're able to get out of this in just a while. Major Pride, near Alpha 7. Let's go on the windowsill. Look at her try and swipe Becker away from this one, but Elementrix is there for the backup. A twofold fight, and he doesn't have a helmet or much armor to play with. Becker able to do a lot of work there. And that is going to be the first point for Major Pride as they add that one onto the tally. But we are going to be hopping in with Aura very, very shortly. We're talking to Mafia Ninja as well, as Blank was talking about earlier. I feel like I've waffled on long enough. Blank, what do you think?
I think let's go to the interview. Gadget interview.
Activate interview. Interview. Not yet. Just a sneaky little Miramar joke.
Sesame interview.
Is there an interview?
I'm ready I'm ready to get into this interview.
Oh, maybe we're gonna jump on over. Okay, we're on board with Horror. on the observing feed, which means that it's quite likely we're going over.
Here we go. Hora Esports, Mafia Ninja, one of the coolest names. I do have to say that out there, man. So far, you guys started off the day in 15th place. You've been able to just crawl your way up the leaderboard, even being able to get your first win as well. What has been the biggest change?
So basically, the vibes on the team have changed from yesterday. So we were in a bad mood yesterday, but like today, the vibes chill. So we had a call yesterday with the owners, and they asked how we wanted to end the league stage. So basically, the players are giving the answers on the battlefield.
Oh, all right. I like that. Well, you know what? Let's continue on talking about that, because the ultimate goal, at least for some of these teams, and hopefully for your team as well, is being in the top 3. What do you think you guys have to do, or the team has to do, to get you to that next level, right? To be in the top 3?
So we just have to be consistent. So yesterday did not go our way, but today we've been like doing well up there. But the last game did not go our way. So hopefully the next game we can like score points and be consistent throughout the whole league stage.
Well, hey, you guys have been consistent for the most part today. That has been Mafia Ninja from Hora Esports. Back to you guys.
There we go. They're hoping it's going to go their way, but right now they are in the middle of the pack and need to distinguish themselves. Still with half of their games left to play, as with everybody else in the lobby. Could be treacherous. But this South Circle has pushed DRX away from Puerto Paraíso and pushed them into the hills and along that coastal road. Zeus are trying to control the bridge mouth. Team Spirit as well, breaking down south from Chumacera. And Zeus and DRX could clash here, but Maniac has to send for the water.
I know, straight downwards. I mean, Zeus have climbed magnificently up the tables up to 7th place after what had been a disastrous day 1. Really well done to them. And they do get a pick off over towards DRX, which provides a little bit of space for them to play. That's coming through from Aaron. Yeah, it's a good rotate down towards the south side. I think a lot of teams do try and confirm over towards some of these compounds or these positions on the south side of the map, because that staging can be incredibly useful to rotate around. And getting a position there early is fantastic, especially if the circle does move down there. It is slightly premature. Oh, look at that. Hovercraft.
Fun. You love to see it. DRX, they take a knock, but they get that res on, which means that they can keep themselves alive. A 2-2 split here, and as you say, looking to confirm on these south side compounds. And they've got a lot of control over that south road rotate. So Mirror and Sejong, for instance, who may look to push in from this direction, will have to contest against them. Vampire pushing in from the northeast side with loops out to their southwest, and Major Pride further in towards Los Leones. That will be their main contest on this north side.
I did sort of enjoy the way that interview went, to be honest with you. Because a lot of times we try and speculate, like, what went wrong for that team? Was it the rotates? Was it communication? And I do like the Mafia Ninja is just like, yeah, we had a bad day. We just weren't having a nice day. You know, we woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Breakfast wasn't great. And what went downhill from there? Sometimes it can be just as simple as that.
That is true. It can be real tough to get back on to the mental game, if anything else, right? Like you just lose that step, and all of a sudden you can't really catch up. It's really, really tough stuff. But that is where a strong coach, a strong team around the players really steps in, right? It's where they give them that confidence back. It's where they bring them back up to par to make sure that they're performing at their peak, because that is what a coach is there for, right? Obviously, you do need to have that analysis side of things, but what a coach really shines at is where they keep the team together. They act as the glue between the roster. So definitely something that Aura are going to need to rely on in these coming few matches.
Especially coming in from that northwest side. They got a long rotate ahead of them. They definitely have looked better, though, in terms of positioning, in terms of gameplay. Mr. Borrow overall has been quite a standout for that team. And up to 59 points, you know, 9th place, and they are in striking range of a lot of our teams. And with a lot of squads towards the top side of the lobby, maybe not having the greatest of days today, not able to put up as many points as they might like, we've had such a big amount of catch-up going on, where the leaderboards are a bit more tight. I think the big difference between all of that at the moment is probably Harame Bros or Twisted Minds on 29 points and 25, which is where you do get that big drop-off, which allows more of those points to be siphoned elsewhere in the lobby. Oh, Mirin Sejong, of course. Yes, yes. Circle. Circle on you.
Yeah, well, yeah, just...
Why not?
Just give them another excellent circle shift. Look at that. Down towards Mirin Sejong. Obviously, you've got DRX as well still on that coastal side. All the way on the south, just out to the east side of that bridge from Partona. And it's those compounds that they confirmed too early. They're really paying out now, Blaine.
Yeah, they did. They tried to make it the best of a bad situation, which was where they were all the way over towards that eastern edge. And a lot of teams have already flowed through Los Leones and from Minas del Valle, so you are cut out slightly. That circle will definitely ease up any difficulties for them. Team Spirit's making an aggressive bulldozer maneuver through the middle of this lobby. And fair enough to them. I think they realize that there is going to be a packed amount of teams down towards the south side, considering this is one of the places you'd like to confirm a spot over towards in the early game. So they know that realistically, over the next 2 minutes, that's most likely where they're going to get the most amount of movement done without it being too impeded.
Nade over to the back, but doesn't find Vampires, who are trying to take on this scrap. This is on the southwest side of Los Leones, on the north of this central set of teams that have taken up residency early, and Vampire are looking to just take control and play towards this edge. I mean, we heard the interview earlier with Satani, right? They are willing to play as Vampire, not like the rest of the lobby, and take these edge-style gameplay decisions, and sometimes it has panned out for them. So far today, it's been a little bit less impactful than we saw in day one, but they're still up there. They're still in that conversation on 71 points, and getting on with things. Will be going up against RSG, although they disengage slightly. BTR, though, very much willing to get in and stuck into the fight, still giving Zuxi the bench treatment, but it's going to work out for them this time around against the opener to DX Xavier, but two of them have gone down in response. Both of them are getting rezzed almost immediately, though.
Yeah, I mean, for PTR to get back up on their feet, and DX Xavier actually have to regroup, reset on this one because they took a fair amount of damage, but making this into a 4v3 does make life a lot easier. Lamborghini has a tough role for himself, though. He's going to have to try and catch off one of these players, but an immediate re-knock, as well as a knock over towards Levi's, is horrendous news for DX Xavier.
They wanted to close down Dave 2 in that top 3, then this is not the way you want to go about it. Still, these off angles are going to be a massive impact on every single engagement now on these hillsides. You could see how full that southwest side is, Blank. Oh my goodness. So many teams all looking to squeeze their way in, and not too many of them going to be successful.
Well, players over by the roadside looking for a lift. Head further on down, hitchhiking a little bit, and they certainly will need to in the future.
Oh,
in the old bus, Lamborghini gets away. It's not quite a Lamborghini, but we're getting where he needs to go.
In the next circle as well. Only just, and I think that BTR are going to have to move out that way as well as we hop over to Zeus. Mirin Sejong trying to make their way through. Still all 4 of their players alive, taking one of Zeus down. Rita can't stand up to J-Soup. The nade downhill from Final, and there's so much damage pouring in. Maniac goes low, and they are looking for the knock, finally finding one, but the damage is done. In comes Seiwu as well, as Mirin Sejong get the best end of the fight. In he goes, leaving the last player of Zeus to fall to the off angles. And that is them out for the final game of the day. Zeus climb quite far up the tables today, Blank. They're up into 7th, but no further will they go.
I mean, Mirin Sejong with that, take first place. Twisted Minds on our screens, they have lost Robs already. Did we really need the remake then? Lord also down.
Oh dear.
And Horror. Oh, the Horror, John. It's just not going well for them, is it? As a lovely nade is sent in.
Go on the back lines on this engagement as well. Twisted Minds with 2 players still alive. Coops just getting away, saying, Doran, you've got that, dude. I trust you. It's only Inco, right? Come on. Just send them back. Send them back to Brazil. They just get booked their ticket home. But Doran, going to be tough to make that one work. Coops is giving it a little bit of help, but not going to be too much there. Doran stretches out. If he goes down here, he goes down. That's the decision they've made.
He's going for a wide wrap. It doesn't work out, but gives Coops potentially the time he needed to get set up in his vehicle and move further inwards. Twisted Minds 25 points. This has just not been great for them. I think that, you know, although they were able to step things up towards the end of PMSL EMEA, they just haven't been able to continue that performance. That's the real difference maker, and I think it's because they need more time. That team needs more time in the kitchen, quite honestly, and it's quite important to take note of the fact that they were able to get into PMGC in the first place with this relatively newly formed team. I'm fairly happy with it. I think they should be happy, even if they're not able to get to a position where they go through to the survival stage.
Here's the thing as well, right? It's as Max was saying earlier on the desk, it just feels like a lack of that IGL specialist, because we've said it throughout all of EMEA. It is a team made up of high potency fraggers, and in general, that's what we've seen them succeed on. But it's just not as coordinated as it needs to be in terms of rotations, in terms of engagements on those fights, as Hot Juke's highlighted as well. I mean, it is unfortunate because every single one of those players is special in their own right, but it's just lacking a little bit of guidance. And I could see them up. Team Spirit, they've got the long-term guidance of Kitsune on board, but Matic not going to be super powerful in this situation right now. He's already very, very low. And MSJ, they are on a tear today, already up into first place, and you can't connect that spray. That's going to be painful for Nomi.
Yeah, if he was able to get that actually prizes open this fight a little bit, and there is certainly going to be teams looking over towards this location very shortly who would like a strong position in the circle, and Team Spirit is somewhat forced into this fight now because they need to win it. They need a location to play.
This rooftop for Kitsune is so dangerous as well, right? Because as soon as someone crests the high ground behind them, he is just completely open and exposed, and there it goes. Immediately starts taking damage, has to drop back. So we hop over to Inko. This is on the west side of the circle. BTR still struggling against them here. Inactive and Satar. This is, I think, one player alive for both of these two rosters. Satar does have a teammate to potentially res if Genfos can survive for the rest of this fight, but I think Inactive, yeah, he's just going to confirm that. Grab that point for Inko. Rightly so. Rack that one up, but one player alive for each of these two teams.
Look to just give up the ghost, send away, but Satar somewhat unhappy with the ending in that one. Looks to maybe chase. There's BTR's overall stats at the moment with an average elim of 3.1, damage of 762, which is not bad actually overall.
Certainly not. 6 limbs already found for BTR on this match. Definitely need every single point they can get. Currently hovering around the full elimination bracket, not even up towards the top, towards those top 3, but just getting into those survival stages may be a challenge. Loops taking a knock, but they aren't going to let that slow them down as he steps in. That might slow them down a little bit though, as the spray goes well for Yappy. Unfortunately, there is a trade-off.
Rig from Harame. Looks to go assist his teammate Yappy underneath. Nilzada up top side. It's a good Molotov actually. Could cause some serious problems.
Oh, nearly connects on that spray. Gets a lot done, and in fact will take them down entirely. Really nice Molotov there from Nilzada.
I mean, for Nilzada, it was an awkward situation to be in. The fact they're able to finish them off like that is a real stinger for Harame, bro. In the meantime, Mirren Sejong and Team Spirit, their fight is slow to a crawl. Both teams accept their fate that they're going to have to deal with one another for the next 5 minutes. DRX does have a strong spot down towards that south side.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say it's a really strong hold that MSJ and Team Spirit have towards that northwest side where Major Pride are, where the positions out that direction sit. And it's going to make it difficult for the teams out in the east with Vampire lining that east side of the circle. I mean, it's going to be a pretty interesting set of developments, I think, in the next set of rotations.
Yeah, it's a hard fight for Team Spirit to win. 3v4. We've talked about the overall prowess of We're in Sejong in terms of team fights and how we weren't too impressed with it on day one, but coming into day two seems like a lot has changed for that team in terms of the mental game. And the momentum they're coming off today certainly helps in that regard in terms of being able to pick up those eliminations and play more confidently into those matches too. Schweppes picking up a knock over towards Mafioso as Alpha 7 still struggles into the day. I mean, 5th place, it is good. But it is off the back of a couple of big games, essentially.
In general, those games haven't been incredibly impressive. I mean, the last game that they were able to win, probably a little bit more so, but in general, not massively breakout for them. 2 performances there. Sorry, 2 players still remaining. Coops goes down as the roll up from Demuerte. And again, today, I feel like they have been a lot stronger than we've seen from them in the past, but they have sort of faltered now a couple of times. And a couple of times too many. 3 players alive, looking for that res, but it's all the way out on the back lines as well, as Loops will fall over on the west as they try to rotate past Major Pride. Still competing for that top spot. 5 eliminations for MSJ, 4 for Major Pride, and that puts them dead even, Blank.
For Major Pride, it's a really strong position they currently have, and it's a good split they're holding too. It's really difficult to get through on that northwest side, so for Major Pride, this is more about locking down that northwest edge of the map. They start working their way through onto those roadsides. Inco moves on through past BTR, those 2 solos we still have remaining, and Alpha 7 in a rough spot. More than rough.
Get rougher.
Yeah.
It's going down to the nades from Vampire. They might have taken the PMWC title away from Vampire, the 2-time returning defending champions. Had it taken by Alpha 7, but this Miramar, not today.
Venom all day today, mostly from different teams. Able to strike with the fangs. Some of these squads. Major Pride now looking over towards their next target in RSG, who are heavily split up. AZ does take a knock though, which will slow them down, you know. Keep them at bay for now. I mean, RSG desperately need to regroup and rethink the scenario. I'm pretty sure Team Spirit and Mirin Sejong, basically they're both like, look, we're going to get top 5. Let's not mess this up for each other.
We could get so many points, dude. Just chill. Just chill out,
dude. Just wait. Just wait this out.
I mean, it's kind of true, right? Because the fact that they both hold in this compound here, they've got a lot of successful presence out towards the entirety of the south side, which takes up most of this, and the rest of the hillsides out to the northeast are going to be really treacherous for the multiple teams that currently occupy that area. So they don't need to worry so much about that, and they can control everything else between the 2 of them. So definitely a top 3 for both of these 2 teams.
It's going to be funny when a squad tries to crash that position and they're met with like 7 guns going their way. They're like, what do you mean? Like, how is there that many guys in there? They're all facing us at the same time. So I think for teams trying to crash that position is going to be more difficult. This is part of the game, right? You know, you both know you're in a strong spot. You calm it down between the both of you. It's sort of like this gentleman's agreement that goes towards that end game. And it's a smart way to play. It's absolutely a smart way to play.
It is symbiosis in the game, of course, with the PUBG Mobile X Venom The Last Dance collaboration. Seems like they have been paying attention, MSJ and Team Spirit, both with a little bit of Venom on their hold. Maybe they went and watched the movie earlier today. Wouldn't be surprised. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, I can replicate that. I can do that.
Absolutely.
I think this definitely makes Major Pride's push even harder, though. And although they've played that northwest side very well, there is way too many sightlines looking at them as they cross this road. Getting further into the match is going to be difficult. 5 elims on the game, though. I think I'd be fairly pleased with that if I was Major Pride. From the position that they held, like they had to fight off against a fair few teams and hold quite a few different angles. They're a team that typically plays on 3 players, though. Which is curious. I'd like to see them as a full 4 for once.
They have Major Pride have managed to get 5 eliminations now, drawing level with the elimination tally this game and reclaiming that first place spot. But they've got to cross the road and into MSJ, right? This is a battle for... Actually, all top 3 teams are on that northwest side. And RSG, the currently lowest ranked team alive in this game, could also have a third-party impact.
It's probably more important for Team Spirit right now as opposed to Yurin Sejong and Major Pride. Purely because both those teams, they have that buffer between them and 4th place, whereas Team Spirit just really does not. And going into tomorrow, if we're met with another couple of bad games from Team Spirit at the beginning of things where they went down very early, twice in a row over on Sandhawk into our first Aaron goal, you don't want teams just clambering over the top of you again. It has been a difficult day to try and reclaim a lot of those points that they lost at the beginning of the game.
Next circle shifts a little bit away from the compound. Team Spirit more in than MSJ, but they can regroup to that side. I don't know if you caught that, but Lamborghini, the solo for DXavier, is holding out Demuerte with a little help from Vampires. Now DRX are moving up from the south side to clash with the Vampires on this northeast edge. Vampires lose a player. The nades continue to pour on over the top. Stone goes very, very low, but an answer towards Hyunbin takes him equally down on that health bar, and the hovercraft to move on forwards there for DRX. Schweppes needing to get res. Stone gets the heal off. Hyunbin gets knocked. Kaitse with a nade up high. This looks good. Could be troublesome, but goes long. A bounce. No, not going to connect there.
Yeah, that nade was way long, and Schweppes kind of runs straight back into the next one, which goes in the exact same position. And Newsy gets caught out next. So although the first grenade wasn't great, the next 2 were pretty on target. And DRX is very happy with the way that fight goes down. Although Hyunbin as well as Kaisei go extremely low, neither actually falls to their knees, and they can quickly get themselves healed back up and back into the game over on that eastern side. And that means they claim the majority of the eastern edge. So for DRX, this is a game that could absolutely start to pop off for them.
Definite lack of competition in this area, but Demuerte, they're sort of stretching out with the remnants that they've got. They've got 2 players remain. You can see Pusher actually moving out to the east side and will be under a lot of dangerous threat from that eastern edge with DRX moving through. Major Pride still trying to get across, and Final goes down first. Team Spirit are actually finally breaking the peace accords and going over to that western side and picking up a point for their trouble. They're still on 3. MSJ on 3 players as well. Major Pride back on into the fight on the north edge.
They have nothing. These poor fools. They've got no stims, no smokes, no utility. What a rough time this is for Team Spirit. They essentially need someone to crash and then they win a consistent fight off the back of that. And it looks like they are pushing up. Fair enough. They need those crates. They need the crates.
And they managed to find 2 of them. Immediately finding 2 knocks and quick flushes in response. Bay has to keep his head down here, but needs to move for the blue zone as well. The circle shifts out to the northwest side, keeps these compounds in for Team Spirit and MSJ. Major Pride sweeping through, and they're up to 7 eliminations now, Blank. They are making this one work. You said you wanted to see a game where Major Pride didn't get the circle and made it work. Well, here it may be for you, presented in the last game of the day.
It's nice. I think they'll struggle coming down off this hillside, but they have more util than potentially Mirin Sejong as well as Team Spirit. It's a good initial shot there from Hoxie, though. We'll find Elementrix, and again, they are outside the circle just about.
A lot of pressure being forced in now. MSJ having to move a little bit more than Team Spirit again. Once more have the inside track, but the outside area controlled by DRX. This is the big threat in this lobby right now. And there it is. Hyunbin strikes over towards Nomi. Kitsune has to go for this res in the little nook that they've been able to sequester themselves away in.
Well, now Effect has to deal with the entirety of Major Pride himself. There are nades as well to be sent down. Good backstab from Bagel. That's 2. They need to confirm off the back of that. Is another solo to take him out. The DXavier. Damn. Now DRX comes across. I don't think no one knows that there's 2 teams here. That's the best part.
That is still pretty crazy. I mean, DXAV with their last player alive, just outlasting the lobby time and time again with solos. Team Spirit not getting the flushes on towards Major Pride is really unfortunate. A nade up towards Foopsman. Does connect, not getting the final blow, but more nades are flying over the top as well as Elementrix spots Lamborghini. So the last player for DXAVia is dealt with as Major Pride are back up to all three of their players, Blank, but they're trapped on the inside. This is dangerous, but they fight through.
I'm not doing a horrid job either. I mean, it's going to get tough
leaving
this building, though. As DRX should find that last player. I don't know how he survived there. I think Team Spirit might be able to steal away a couple of those, but it's actually Hyunbin to pick up one. In comes Hoxie, though. His effects already found.
Oh, and goes flushed as well. Another up for the next. It's Kitsune and Nomi on the inside. The duo for Team Spirit against 3 for MSJ. Hoxie's cleaning these angles away, but the stunner goes out. A big peek there, but not going to work out as Kitsune goes down first. It's all up to Nomi. Still in a 1 versus 3, but it's not going to happen. They are down and out. Team Spirit swept aside. DRX trying to control MSJ from rampaging out of it as well. But 2 of their players are down, and MSJ are finding openings left and right. So is in the smoke. Doesn't have any hard cover. Seiwoo on the low ground. Hoxie on the backlines. With the shotgun, he's been plenty efficacious, but at range, not so deadly. Seiwoo now the last to stand. It's a 1v2. Can he make it work for the South Koreans for a 3rd time today? Claiming the top spot. It's their big challenge. Seiwoo around the side of the crop duster. So is breaks wide, but it's not going to be this time around. Their brethren from South Korea. It's DRX to take it down.
I mean, they had an easy game from that eastern side, and it was very well cleared out. An easy goal after that point. Looked a little bit shaky towards the end there with Mirin Sejong finding something in them I don't think they had at the start of this tournament. A little bit of bravery to push on through, even as 2 players. Unfortunate on the reload that had to come through towards the end there. Otherwise, you know, there might have been a chance there for Seiwoo. But what a game. What a game indeed coming through from a lot of our squads here. Team Spirit's able to get a pretty late finish for themselves, so it's not all doom and gloom for them. And Major Pride, yeah, they play a good game up until the very end, where honestly the bell had to be rung. There was nowhere else for them to go.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the breakdown on that game with our analyst desk.
Man, 50% of the matches today won by South Korea here. DRX coming in and at the very end. Mirin Sejong, though, coming in with the 2nd place. And honestly, kind of funny the discussion, Max, as you asked Hotjukes, like, who do you think is going to win this one? And I believe Hotjukes said Mirin Sejong. And Max, you were DRX. And I kind of want you to go into why you chose DRX, Max.
I wanted to pick Mirin Sejong, but I was like, had to be realistic for a second there, Jason. Mirin Sejong had to leave their little compound and fight team to get to that place. So that will, of course, make that whole transition way, way tougher. But this whole game, Hotjukes, DRX cleared the 5 versus Vampire. Like, they actually were super proactive in the mid section of this game to get that high ground control behind where you can see they were in this replay. And they had so much information that they knew what fights made sense at that point in time to just maneuver their way into a top 3 position to then get the win. It was close. It was very close against Seiwoo, but like, the mid-game plays they made versus Vampire was so important here, Jukes.
Yeah, so important indeed. I mean, yeah, I was in the same boat. Looking at DRX, I mean, they had the position to win it, and they almost lost it because that was a crazy play there by the end. A good couple of knocks. If Seiwoo would have gotten that 1 knock through the smoke, I think it would have been had it. But you know what? Good up on DRX. I mean, look at that. 5 eliminations. This team showing up right here towards the end is beautiful. And this is it, folks. This is the set. This is the first half for Group Yellow. 2 more days left. And it's crazy to see these teams start to point sponge a little bit, right?
Yeah, Jason, I think Kalaris is going to go crazy for this. He's like, I should have been here. Why is South Korea's popping off in PMGC?
I'm kind of happy he wasn't here, actually, because for all of you who obviously aren't here listening to what we're saying when we're not on broadcast, it divulged into Hotjukes and Max Penn going, woo, 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 woo.
We said say woo, so we were saying woo.
Yeah,
we were saying woo.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kalaris would just chime in and that would just never stop. We would be in the middle of the segment still going woo the whole time.
He'd get a jingle, you know, we'd have to ask him for it.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have to pay him for that one, though, I think. But still, like, honestly, a ridiculous game, too, because Mirin Sejong, they took that compound really early in the match by taking out Zeus, and they just sat there for the rest of the game. And Max, you're talking about a symbiotic relationship, not between Brock and Venom, but more so between Mir and Sejong and Team Spirit.
Who would be the Brock and who would be the Venom in this relationship? I don't know.
Mir and Sejong, clearly, because Venom's the stronger of the two.
Oh. Okay, yeah, you know what? Good. Yeah, okay, you win. But no, it was so good because they even started to fight, right, Hotchix, at one point. I think it was around phase 3, 4. They started to clash, and I think they just had that little light bulb moment, like, wait, this fight makes no sense. You should tell that to Inko.
Yeah, what are we doing? We should be neighbors.
Yeah, let's be friends. You know what? Shakes hands and like, yeah, let's work together until the circle isn't quite favorable for us, and then we'll have to engage. But look at that. It helped these two teams to reach a good top 5 situation, right? Sometimes you have to work with your foes, become frenemies for a little bit, and then you can work out.
Yeah, just sign a little temporary lease, a little temporary, because I mean, it is for the better. I mean, you got to realize that at this level, like, oh yeah, we're taking this fight. Wait, if we continue this fight, we're going to get third partied and both of us are out of here? No, right? Let's just tie it off a little bit. You guys look that way. We'll look that way. And then at the end, we'll finish second and first place. And that's a smart play. I mean, you got to be able to make those decisions.
What about
one play, though, to ruin it. Yeah.
What about Major Pride? I mean, we didn't really talk too much about them so far. We didn't really see a ton of them necessarily, but they did pick up, actually picked up like 7-8 eliminations. They had multiple times where they're able to reset in the midst of having 2 players down when they only had 3 alive total.
Points. Wow. I didn't even see much of Major Pride there. I mean, I was so focused there towards that end fight, but Major Pride, I mean, they are putting out those points. I mean, it was so crazy to see this last game, of course, of the first half of Group Yellow, like all top teams right there towards the end, soaking up these points. It's going to be crazy because now top 3 is going to be that much more difficult to get.
Wait a minute, Max. Mir and Sejong got 13. Major Pride got 12.
At a 1 point difference.
There was a 1 point difference. They both have 2 chicken dinners.
That's right.
This is the first time I feel like in a very long time we're ever going to see the tiebreaker go into the next level of breaking, which typically starts at chicken dinners. And then I believe it goes placement points now and then eliminations, where it used to go eliminations and placement points. So I want to say Mir and Sejong should be our new number 1.
You go down to all like the tiebreaker stats, is like number of smokes used at some, you go really far down the line. But it's gonna be between those 2 teams for sure. I want to see a new team photo because we've seen Major Pride literally the entire first 2 days, Jason. Sure. I'd like to see someone else for the first time. Though actually, going on to Miramar here as we wrap up the day, Jukes. Alpha 7, not really to be seen.
Ooh.
Like very.
That's true.
Okay, Jason, calm down. Not really to be seen on Miramar, which is again like their map, but they were contested so early on by Vampire this game, and I think that Alpha 7 maybe got a little bit tired at the end of the day with Senjux. Like there is 6 matches per day, maybe they got a little tired.
Yeah, it happens. Fatigue is definitely a thing. I don't care what anybody else says, it's a factor, right? And then towards the end of the day, sometimes like your brain just reverts to what's comfortable, right? And Alpha 7 aggression is super comfortable for these guys. So like towards the end, I'm not surprised if they just kind of just go like, all right, let's just push. And all of a sudden they're wiped, right? It does happen. So I hope that, tomorrow, the day after, Clearjax, the coach, and the rest of the team just kind of like, hey, all right, guys, none of that. We just need to focus up and make sure we make it into the top 3.
Take a monster. Yeah.
Yeah. Agree.
More of that. Yeah.
Yeah, more of that.
I knew you would say at least 1 point. So again, if you have that on your bingo card, we do have a new leader, and it will be Mir and Sejong here with having 9 more placement points than Major Pride, even though they're all tied up in total points and chicken dinners.
I'm so happy to see them up there, man. It feels so good to have a South Korean team in first place. But still, we still have to bring it up, right, Jason? Major Pride are still up there in terms of elims. Like, they're just fragging out, and I have no idea. They're just like, oh, we're just going to get like 8 eliminations this game out of nowhere, even though we don't get many placement points. What?
A team from CSA going for elims only? Last time we saw that, it was the PMGC winner.
You know what that means? Major Pride don't have high hopes for 2025. It is not. No.
Whoa. But roll that back. That means Major Pride winning PMGC, and then have a non-existent 2025.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Let's take it back a little bit further.
yeah, less of that.
I feel like, you know, in some games you have like predictions, you have like pick'ems, right? Of like who you think is going to win events, stuff like that. Whoever out there had these 3 teams as leading at the end of day 2, I want to shake your hand and then go play the lottery, because I don't think anyone out there could have predicted this order of teams. I mean, Team Spirit, maybe not too crazy of a prediction, but for Mir and Sejong and Major Pride to be here in 1st and 2nd place.
Yeah.
I can't keep saying this enough.
Jukes, I think you go to the Korean talent, they're like, we didn't expect it either.
I mean, literally. I mean, that's like winning a March Madness bracket. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's so ridiculous to predict, because none of us saw this coming. And to see, I definitely didn't predict Major Pride to be so efficient in these games. You know, like moving so early, being the kings of Sandhawk, and putting up points on the board no matter what the situation is. It's just beautiful PUBG Mobile, man. I mean, there's 2 more days left to go, and there's already quite a big gap when it comes to 1st place on down. But even 3rd place is starting to get a little bit of a point buffer as well, Jason.
I like how you said March Madness, which probably like 1% of the viewers know what that is. So I don't know what March Madness is. It's when college basketball teams all play in a giant bracket, and you have to kind of pick out who wins what matches. And we're talking like a 64-team bracket. I would say the equivalent maybe would be like the World Cup for football. And that's soccer.
It's so hard to predict that I think there's like $1 billion prize pool.
Yeah.
And that's how difficult it is. No one does it, you know?
Oh, we can see here our MVP of the day, and why wouldn't it be this man, Hoxie, with 2 chicken dinners, again playing like the off-angle role. The really aggressive role out of him has netted MSJ so much success so far here in this group stage.
Yeah, every player's been doing so well on this team, Jason, it's fair to say, but Hoxie is the clear standout when it comes to just fragging power of this team. He's always the one initiating the fights, and a lot of the time you see him when he engages a team, he gets a knock or 2, and it just instantly makes the fight so much more easier to commit to for the rest of his squad. Like, he is such a strong enabler for the entirety of Mirai and Sejong. So I think he really is the one just setting the team up for success, and the rest of the team is behind him and being such a good support behind Hoxie. So yeah, heavily deserved MVP for day 2. I wouldn't take anyone else.
And not only was the MVP, he also has the 3rd most assists so far in the group too. So as you were saying, it's not just him. There's a lot of other teammates that are putting in some serious work, even final as well, we were talking about before. But Zeus, kind of a shame that they had such a strong resurgence today to then have such a letdown of a final match, obviously losing to Mir and Sejong.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, like, they started in 14th. They were in 7th place before this match. They already had a massive glow up. And it's really not out of the realm of possibility for them to come back tomorrow and continue to play like this and potentially work their way towards top 3.
Welcome back. That has been 6 matches of day 2. And Major Pride, I'm here with Major Pride Evo Station. You guys have been consistent at the top for the top 3. Are you guys starting to think already ahead to London?
Вы, ребята, уже за последние 2 дня были топ-3. Вы уже думаете о Лондоне?
Конечно, мы начали об этом думать еще до начала турнира. Очевидно, для нас основная задача — это проход в гранд-финал. И мы рассчитываем на проходку именно с групповой стадии. Но мы готовы ко всему. То есть, если нужно будет играть ла-шанс, мы готовы.
Obviously, we were already prepared and about the grand finals, going through the group stage. But if it happens, we also prepared to go to the London through the last chance too.
I think everybody just wants to make sure that you guys end up making it to London. With that said, I mean, has any team surprised you, or have you starting to build any rivalries? Because right now, MSJ, I mean, they're starting to play really good.
Есть ли команды, которые вас больше всех удивили, и какая команда для вас вообще считается сильнейшим оппонентом?
Ну, конечно, мы смотрим, во-первых, по таблице, то есть, например, сегодня MSJ, которые набрали огромное количество поинтов, это сейчас прямые наши конкуренты, и они показывают стабильную, хорошую игру. Также спириты, но я бы не сказал, что они удивили нас, то есть мы ожидали, что они будут хорошо играть, соответственно, команды, которые сейчас близко к нам по таблице, это наши прямые конкуренты, и мы будем на них особое внимание обращать.
So I would say our direct rivals is MSJ because they also showed really good stable game for the last 2 games, and also Spirit. But we already expected from Spirit those type of games, so we prepared for both of these teams, and we think this is our biggest rivals.
All right, that makes sense considering that you guys in MSJ are tied right now in regards to points at 109. Thank you so much, Evo Station. Back to you guys.
What you didn't realize, actually, Seven is only holding a phone. It just looks like a tablet in his tiny, tiny hands. Great to hear from Major Pride there, though. I'd be a little bit sad to do an interview after we just lost first place, but as we saw, they're still tied, and they're still looking comfy to get themselves straight through to the Grand Finals as we obviously try to recap the day here. This has been, again, another exciting day. I don't think we really knew what to expect coming into this. We knew Major Pride were strong day one. Would they maintain it day two? We obviously got our answer in there. A lot of mix-ups, a lot of change-ups as well, and I really can't wait to see what's going to happen in day three, Hot Jukes. Jukes, you are...
Well, I'll tell you one thing, right?
Repeat
I
it.
was left speechless. I was left speechless at just thinking about all the parties tomorrow, because you got teams at the bottom that need to go crazy. You got teams at the top that need to maintain. But I want to see a shift, right? I want to see those teams at the bottom just get a little extra aggressive, because the only way you're going to get out of that hole is with eliminations, at least in my eyes. What do you think, Max?
I don't know at this point. I feel like we all had expectations for this group and the other groups, and at this point I'm just like, do I know what I'm talking about even? Because like our expectations are just shattered. I'm like, I don't know what to expect anymore. Group Yellow, we called it the group of death. It's now the group of underdogs. Going into the other groups, I'm like, anyone can really compete at the top, and that's what PMGC is all about. You know, if you qualify to PMGC, it shows that you deserve to be here and you can make it the entire way. So going into tomorrow, as you said, Jukes, no, you want to see the bottom teams make it a little bit higher up, but we are getting to that point where if you're at the bottom, you're going to be in a little bit of a dangerous situation. So we need to see a comeback for those squads.
For sure.
This group, forget group of death. It's the group of making us look silly, because all of our predictions, I don't think any single one of us have any of the teams in top three right now.
Not at all. Not at all. And that's sad. I mean, it's sad because you were seeing these teams that we expected not perform nearly to what teams are looking for. I mean, Twisted Minds especially is going to be the big one where I'm just like, what happened to this team? They definitely needed something crazy, because they have a crazy roster. They have so much potential. It's just about getting a couple chicken dinners under their belt and finally starting to fire on all cylinders. And we just haven't seen it yet. And unfortunately, it could already be too little too late to get to top three, but not too late for the survival stage.
Not too late indeed, but we do need to see a big change around from all of these teams. Before we do head off, though, I'll remind you guys once again, you guys see the device that all the players are using. It's the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official smartphone provider here at PMGC. Max, man, sporting it off. I've got mine as well right next to me. You know what? Let's just make Hot Jukes feel bad. You know, I'm just gonna sit here and read the script from my phone. No, I'm just kidding. 120 FPS, not to mention 144 hertz AMOLED screen. You guys can play like the pros if you guys pick one up. Not to mention, while you're doing that, why not pick up a ticket to PMGC Live in the UK at the Excel Arena, where you guys can also get some sweet prizes while you are there, whether it is a 2024 PMGC skin or whether it's some goodies on site as well. You make sure to pick yourselves up. You can scan that QR code down towards the bottom right hand side of your screen. Even use your Infinix GT20 Pro to do so. But gentlemen, that will round out our second day of games. We're only halfway done. We still could have so many mix-ups, you never know who's going to come out in top three. But one thing we all do know is Mir and Sejong, they are here to play. We'll see you all tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire. More fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire. Go that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the darkest abyss with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to talk. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, 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 yeah. More fire, fire, go that fire, pure, yeah. Pure fire, 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 go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the hot. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah. More fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire. More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah. Pure fire, go that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the darkest abyss with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to talk. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, 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 yeah. More fire, fire, go that fire, pure, yeah. Pure fire, fire, go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the hot. Pure fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah. Pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah. More fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire. More fire, go that ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna